Old entries in the diary of a villager. A new resident came to their village. This man's expression was unfriendly. His eyes were angry, as if something terrible had happened in his life. The villager did not want this man to stay there. However, the good-natured village elder accepted the stranger. There was nothing else to do but accept what had happened. 3 days had passed since the young man had settled in the village. He was so quiet that at times one could forget he existed. Several curious residents began to take an interest in the stranger. The villagers, however, were indifferent to him. A week passed, and then another 3 days since the stranger's arrival. Finally, they managed to find out what he was doing. The children peeked over the fence and reported that the stranger practiced with his sword every day. He looked as if he had a whole baggage of stories behind him. The villagers still did not care about this man. A month passed. The young man continued to train in his yard. He was not visible, but he could be heard. Another month passed. Nothing changed. The stranger continued to practice swordplay, and the locals continued to gossip about him. Some said he was preparing to take revenge on someone. Others said he was a fallen knight or a famous mercenary. There was a lot of commotion, but the villager was not interested in any of it. The village curiosity got the better of him. How fast and strong was he? What sword techniques was he honing? No wonder the neighbors were constantly gossiping about him. Tomorrow, everything would become clear. The local resident was completely disappointed after he looked into the stranger's yard. To villagers who knew nothing about the art of swordplay, the young man might have seemed incredible. However, the author of these notes had seen more than one night while he was trading. This stranger was far from outstanding. He must have had some reason not to stay. Reasons so compelling that they tormented his soul and inflamed his heart. Based on what he saw, it was clear that the young man had not figured out how to resolve his torment. The man felt sorry for the stranger. Having satisfied his curiosity, he decided to forget about him. An inexplicable, strange mood led the narrator to pen and paper for the first time in a long time. He courted Rema for 2 years, and in the end, she agreed to become his wife. On days like these, you don't need anything else to be happy. However, strangely enough, the guy with the sword in his hand still kept appearing in his thoughts. 5 years is a long time. While others live, rejoice, get angry, grieve, and seek their happiness, he continues to swing his sword indifferently day after day. How long will his asceticism continue? The man decided to watch the swordsman every day, starting the next day. 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days the young man trained with his sword. 6 years, 9 months, and 3 days. A lot of snow fell, but the young man continued to train with his sword. The observer and Rema had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola. All the villagers came to congratulate them. The stranger continued his endless training. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days. 15 years have passed. Now he could no longer be called a young man. He was a mature man. The author of these lines forgot to check on the swordsman's training today. Although his daily training had become as natural as the sunrise in the morning and the moon in the sky at night, the man thought it was time to stop doing useless things. Observing. The old man opened his eyes and saw his grandson standing in front of him. The child told his grandfather to wake up and get up. His mother told Yonsok not to disturb his grandfather. It was time to get ready because they had to leave soon. The old man got out of bed. His daughter said she wanted to take her son to the market in the neighboring village. The old man replied that she would stay at home. The man watched his relatives walk away and decided to take a walk around the village. The locals greeted the elder and said hello to him. They talked about their affairs, invited him to visit, and wished him good cheer. The old man thought that time flies. Even the village had changed a lot, except for one place. The elder looked at the old crooked gate. How long had it been since he had been here? It had been about 37 years. The elder looked over the fence and was stunned with surprise. The old swordsman was kneeling, leaning his hands on his huge sword. He froze, his eyes wide, not letting go of his weapon. For a while, the elder could not take his eyes off this picture. When the silvery light surrounding the swordsman faded, the elder laid the stranger on the ground and closed his eyes. He wished the swordsman to wake up in a good place. The boy woke up, opened his eyes abruptly, and looked up at the ceiling in fear. He was lying in his bed and couldn't understand what kind of dream it had been. The Pereira estate. This estate is located in the southern part of the Kingdom of Hail. It is a well-known trading center connecting several neighboring kingdoms. The locals said that Baron Pereira's students had arrived. The knight guarding the entrance to the castle said that the students were the most popular people here, especially Princess Carlina. She is only 11 years old, but she has already received the official status of a sorceress. It is much more difficult to meet a sorceress than a great lord magician. The knights spent some time telling the newcomer among them how sorcerers and sorceresses surpass all kinds of magicians. The eldest of the knights said that Princess Kirlina was indeed famous, but Pereiro's eldest son, Iron, was much more famous. The principle of collapse, the negligent aristocrat, after losing his mother at an early age, he did nothing until he was 15. He slept for days on end, huddled under a blanket. That's how he got his nickname. Iron's mother died right before his eyes, so you can understand him. Some people approached the knights and asked what they were doing there. The knights turned around and saw the Baron's second wife, Amelia, and Curlia Pereira standing in front of them. Curlia asked sternly who had given them permission to make noise on duty. The knights were frightened, bowed, and apologized. Curlia asked why they did something that they would later have to apologize for. The knights promised that it would not happen again. Curlia said that apologies alone were not enough. How were they going to answer for their offense? Amelia told Curlia to calm down. Amelia added that it was enough. The knights had already realized their mistake. She also noted that it would be better for the knights to focus on their duties rather than idle chatter. When the princess and her mother left, the knights breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest of them said that Amelia and Curlia were very intimidating. Both of them were strong, so the future of the estate looked bright. The prince sitting on his bed was very angry. The young man did not understand why he could not fall asleep. Usually at this time he was already asleep. He spent almost the entire day dozing. However, after that strange dream, everything changed. The salty taste in his mouth from fatigue and the aching pain in his muscles felt too real. And most importantly, his body was itching. He couldn't even stand still now. Iron called his servant. The man peeked out from behind the door and asked what the prince wanted. The prince said uncertainly that he wanted to practice with a sword. The servant was surprised to hear this and even broke out in a cold sweat. The Pereira family's training ground. The knights couldn't believe their eyes. Was this really possible? Everyone stopped training and looked at the entrance. The lazy prince was standing at the entrance to the training ground. Had Iron really come here? One of the knights said that it was rare to even see the prince's face. Why did he suddenly appear here? Was Iron going to take up fencing? The servant explained to his master that each sword had its own characteristics depending on its size, shape, and length. He was not familiar with the art of fencing, so if the prince would wait a moment, an experienced instructor would be brought to him. Iron said that was unnecessary and fixed his gaze on the largest sword. He declared that he would take that one. The prince grabbed the huge sword with both hands and tried to lift it. It turned out to be not so easy. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "This lazy bones who sleeps all day will never amount to anything." Although they admitted his stance wasn't bad for a first-timer. But why did the prince suddenly decide to train? One young man said that the reason was probably the young Lord Kiran, who had publicly disgraced the prince last month. The prince did not respond at the time and apparently just endured it. Perhaps he is incapable of anything at all. The young knight decided that the prince's willpower would last 3 days at most. The servant told the young man that the art of sword play could only be mastered through daily grueling training. It would be very difficult to do it alone. He promised to find a talented swordsman so that the prince could start lessons tomorrow. Iron thought that every time he swung his sword, not only did his arms hurt, but all his muscles screamed with tension. The prince fell to the floor from exhaustion, but his soul was calm. Repeating what he had seen in his dream over and over again, the young man began to feel the heaviness in his chest gradually ease. Each time he swung, it was as if he was getting rid of the hated memories and the burden weighing on his shoulders. Iron couldn't stop. The servant grabbed the young man by the shoulders and told His Highness to stop, for it was already getting dark. The prince dropped his sword on the floor and collapsed onto the servant. The servant said that His Highness had overdone it today. The sun was indeed already setting. Had time really flown by so quickly? Iron asked if the servant had been standing there waiting for him all this time. The servant replied that he would not dare leave His Highness and go away. Besides, the prince did not respond to his words. Lying on the bed, the prince felt his muscles and bones ache. Had he gone mad? What kind of dream was that? Now he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. However, 5 minutes later, the prince was already asleep. In the morning, the young man woke up and ate breakfast with a good appetite. The servant thought that he could not get used to the changes. Would the prince go to training again today? From that day on, the strange dream continued to haunt the young man. To get rid of the itching in his body, he went out to the training ground again and again. When Iron swung his sword, no unnecessary thoughts arose in his head. In any case, these exercises were useful. The knights argued among themselves whether the prince would come to training today. An old man approached the senior knight and asked how to get to the training ground. The knight asked who this stranger was. The old man replied that he was a wandering knight. As a swordsman, he wanted to visit the estate and watch the training. The old man said that he had permission to visit, of course. The knights replied that their shift was ending and they could take him there. Prince Iron was already on the grounds. He had been coming to training for 4 days in a row. The young knight said he had won a bet. The prince had helped him. Another knight remarked that the reason for all this was probably the son of Viscount Kiran, who had greatly disgraced the prince. Perhaps his persistence would last another week. The losing knight asked why his colleague had not told him about the Viscount's son. The latter replied that he was not obliged to disclose information to the person with whom he had argued. The old man looked at the prince's training and said that it was surprisingly good. He certainly wasn't wasting his time. The wandering knight thought that the young man's skill level was useless. He was so weak that he could barely hold a sword in his hands. He also lacked stamina and was breathing heavily. Could it be that all this was because of his resentment towards the young lord from the neighboring estate? One cannot approach the art of swordplay lightly with such indecent intentions. The wind. Miss Curlia Pereira sat astride the griffin. A griffin is a creature from legends that does not exist in reality. It has the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and skin as strong as steel. The griffin landed, and Curlia stepped onto the ground. To create an animal with her own hands and then infuse it with energy, bringing it to life, such is the ability of the sorceress Curlia Pereira. The princess asked the knights why they were loitering around during working hours instead of doing their jobs. The knights replied that they had just finished their shift and were on their way to their permanent station. One of the knights added that the guards were now on duty and their shift had already begun. They were not doing anything wrong. Curlia was indignant. How dare a knight argue with her? Why weren't they training? Iron asked his sister what was going on. Curlia ordered Iron to stop immediately. Enough of these useless activities. Curlia asked if Iron really thought the art of swordplay was so easy. After all, he had done nothing but sleep all these years. The princess said, why did the prince decide to practice a little with the sword and expect something to change? Curlia pointed to the recruit and said that even this knight was doing better. The princess added that her brother should not say that this whole circus started because of what he was told 2 weeks ago. Amelia entered the room and everyone fell silent. Their mother told Curlia not to interfere with her brother and to leave him alone. The lady wished the knights good service. Amelia noticed that the prince had cheered up, but warned him not to overdo it. Iron promised not to overexert himself. The wandering knight was surprised. Why didn't Curlia take the bird with her? Was this the very Curlia that rumors were circulating about? She was like a shock wave that suddenly swept in and disappeared. However, the old man noticed that all this commotion did not shake the prince's concentration in the slightest. The wandering knight decided to watch the prince for a few more days. The servant found the princess near Prince Iron's chambers. The man said that the prince was asleep and that the princess should come back tomorrow. Curlia replied that she had business with the prince and it could not wait until tomorrow. She was indignant. How dare the servant be so rude to her? The servant felt incredible pressure on himself. What could it be? Curlia told the servant not to tell anyone about what had happened. He knows what will happen if he disobeys, doesn't he? Iron woke up to the sound of a musical instrument. There was a letter lying next to the young man's bed. It contained an apology for not telling him everything that afternoon. Upon learning that Iron was overworking himself and not eating well, Curlia became concerned. She gave her brother a musical doll to help him relax. He shouldn't tell his mother that she had come, because she had asked not to disturb the prince. On the back of the letter was a note from his mother. Iron thought that Amelia and his sister really did worry about him and care for him. The young man remembered that he had been lying in bed like a nobody for more than 10 years. The servant announced to the prince that dinner was served. Iron thought that this event should not be missed under any circumstances. Would he really eat with his family today? The servant thought that the prince had changed a lot. Curlia constantly put food on her brother's plate. Amelia told her daughter to control herself. Iron thanked all the family members. After all, they were so kind to him, even though he had done nothing but lie in bed for so many years. The young man admitted that he had been too ashamed to say such things before. He apologized and said that he loved them all. His father replied that they loved Iron very much too. The head of the family suggested returning to the meal and enjoying it. The father noted that his son had recently focused on fencing. Physical training is commendable, albeit a little late. The important thing is not to overdo it. Iron said that everything was fine with him. His father advised him to take short breaks between sessions. The young man thought that compared to what he had seen in his dream, his training was nothing. The observers couldn't believe that the prince was training for so long and didn't miss a single day. Had he finally come to his senses? He would definitely reach his limit soon. The young people were curious about who the old man was. He was always present at the training ground. They said he had permission to enter. All this time, the old man kept his eyes on Prince Iron, watching his every move and mentally analyzing what was happening. The wandering knight noted that it was the 10th day of his observations of the prince's training. At first, he thought that Iron's motivation was only an inferiority complex and pride. It seemed that the prince would not last long. However, his judgments turned out to be wrong. The old man had heard that the young man had been given the nickname, the lazy aristocrat, because of his laziness. But how could a man who had never exercised in his life train tirelessly without showing the slightest irritation? Day after day, the prince works with the enthusiasm of a blacksmith forging iron. It is as if he has been living at this pace for decades. The old man could not remember anyone with such willpower. No matter how great a hero is, such iron willpower can only be accumulated over the years. And before him was just a 15-year-old boy. What heights could he reach? Everyone present watched the young prince's training with interest. The old man asked the guard if the prince had a personal tutor. The guard replied that the owner of the estate had recently said that a fencing master would soon be assigned to the prince. It would be a pity to leave everything without proper supervision. According to him, the teacher would be the knight Ornzukran. The wandering knight cried out that this could not be allowed to happen. Such a precious child could not be entrusted to a debauched man who drank alcohol by the bucketful after a day of training and then yelled at his soldiers. The old man thought he needed to hurry. The boy had talent. He couldn't be allowed to fade into obscurity. He needed to meet with the owner of the estate immediately. After hearing all this, the head of the family was surprised. Could it be true? Did his son really have such enormous potential? The wandering knight confirmed it. The Kronos Fencing Academy was the best on the entire continent. It accepted only talented people, regardless of gender, origin, or status. Simply becoming an official student, there was enough to be treated with far more respect than aristocrats. The academy was renowned for its reputation, which was even higher than that of the royal family. However, the greatness of Kronos is commensurate with the difficulty of admission, and it is very easy to be expelled from the academy. Will Iron be able to withstand the endless competition? The head of the family told his son that he would not insist. If the young man did not want to, he could admit it. He was only telling him about one of the possible paths. The choice was his. Iron asked his father for a few days to think it over. The young man wondered if he could do it. After all, he had been bedridden for 10 years. However, he no longer wanted to continue treading water. After much deliberation, the prince told his father that for the sake of his family who loved him, he would go to the academy. The day came when Iron announced that it was time to leave. Curlia wished her brother luck. Amelia couldn't even hold back her tears. The servant told the prince that this was his first time leaving the estate. He added that Princess Curlia had asked him to give her brother a certain item. It was a sword-shaped pendant. After a while, the servant reported that they had arrived at their destination. He offered to escort his master to the entrance. Iron replied that from now on he was a student, so he did not need an escort. Now he had to get used to acting independently. The servant bowed and wished the gentleman brilliant success. The young man approached the castle gates. The gates were guarded by knights. In front of him stood another young man who had come here for the same purpose. The knight said that this gentleman was Prince Brad Lloyd of the Lloyd family of the Kingdom of Cobra. He had been recommended by a highly reputable knight named Cole Shady. The knight added that it was a great honor for them to meet such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family. Iron handed over his letter of recommendation and gave his name. He was from the baronial family of Pereira. The letter had been given to him by the wandering knight Bran Somerville. The knight said that the young gentleman from the Pereira family should also come in. It was a great honor for them to meet him. They also knew Knight Bran Somerville. This great gentleman had led the raid in the mines for several decades. If such an outstanding person recommended the young man, successful completion of the exams was to be expected. The knight pointed the way to the auditorium and wished him luck. Another knight was surprised. Why would old Bran Somerville write a letter of recommendation? After all, this guy was the very same careless aristocrat. He added that the careless aristocrat was a slacker from the Pereira family. Up close, the young man seemed even weaker. How could he have appealed to such a discerning wandering knight? Iron Pereira entered the room. Everyone stared at him with contempt. Our hero decided to keep his composure. He noticed a familiar face. The knight standing at the gate came up to the podium. The knight greeted the 400 students who had passed the preliminary selection and introduced himself. His name was Ahmed, and from that day on, he would be teaching and evaluating the young people. The most notable was the second genius of the Lindsay family of swordsmen, Ilya. She was much more talented than her older brother. Ahmed decided to test this. One of the new recruits looked at the girl and thought, "Why is Ilya here? What is she lacking?" The young man sighed. Because of this girl, he would have no chance of taking first place in the rankings. Ahmed warned everyone that they were not yet students, but only participants in the preliminary selection process. The young people already knew how difficult the training at this academy was. If the students pass 2 rigorous tests and return here a year later, they will become real students. However, after officially enrolling in the Kronos Academy, even greater hell awaits them. The knight told the students to leave their belongings here and go outside. There was a place he wanted to show them. Ahmed announced that physical training would take place here, where the students would develop the endurance of their hearts, lungs, and muscles. The uneven track surrounding the area was the usual route for running. Ahmed declared that the endurance test was beginning and ordered everyone to run after him. The knight praised the students and told them to run a little faster. Brad Lloyd thought that this race promised to be long. He needed to keep up the pace. Lloyd looked back, wondering where the lazy aristocrat was. Iron was kneeling and could no longer run. Brad thought that this guy had been given his nickname for a reason. Iron felt like his heart was about to explode. It was too hard. He couldn't go on. The guy raised his head and looked ahead. The students were gradually moving away. He couldn't take another step. However, the young man found the strength to get up. He decided that this was nothing compared to what the man in his dream had gone through. Iron wanted to be like that man. He wanted to become his equal. To achieve this, the young man decided to escape from his lazy self and picked up speed. The instructor watching the run was surprised. He was sure that Iron would give up immediately. The instructor thought that there was definitely something wrong with this young man. Iron screamed loudly and his legs began to buckle. The young man was about to fall. The instructor rushed towards him and caught the falling student. The man realized that this guy had not fallen from simple fatigue, but from complete exhaustion. He had squeezed out of himself all the strength he could muster. This young man was very interesting. Iron opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't understand how he got here. Instructor Loon Tarkal was sitting next to the young man. The man said that he was in charge of the rehabilitation department and that Iron's health was in perfect order. Iron Pereira thanked the instructor for his help. Tarkal said that if it weren't for him, the young man would not have recovered so quickly. The instructor suggested that they would meet again. Then Tarkal handed our hero a scroll. Iron read the contents. It was a ranking of students based on the results of the first test, an interim assessment that did not greatly affect official admission to the academy. The instructor explained that the first test was only needed to roughly determine the endurance level of the preliminary selection students. Iron Pereira was ranked 400th on the list. The instructor admitted that the higher the place, the happier you feel. However, the lower the place, the stronger the incentive to work harder. The instructor added that in a year, this ranking would change beyond recognition. There was no point in memorizing it. Tarkal noted that the young man did not look like someone who was indifferent to all this. It seemed that the rumors about his extraordinary nature were true. Tarkal told the young man to get up. You can't skip classes on the first day. The instructor greeted all the pre-selected students and asked how they slept in their new place. Then he introduced himself. His name was Karaka, and he was one of the instructors responsible for training young people. Karaka noted that from now on, the schedule would be followed according to the approved timetable. After 7 in the evening, the students would have free time. From that day on, all outdoor areas, the indoor gym, and the rest of the academy's training areas would be available to them. Anyone who wanted to could use them for independent training. Iron thought that today he would be able to pick up a sword again. Karaka warned that training with weapons was prohibited. In the evening, one of the students asked Brad Lloyd if he found the regular lessons boring. Listening to the theory, one could fall asleep. Another student said that the classes used a lot of words whose meaning was still unclear. The young people entered the gym and were stunned. There were many students engaged in physical exercises. One of the students thought that everyone present was giving it their all from day one, but their enthusiasm would surely wane after a few days. Everyone was paying attention to the girl with a heavy barbell on her shoulders. It was Ilya Lindsay. Brad Lloyd thought that the rumors about her were greatly exaggerated. Just one look at her was enough to feel the pressure. The other students were no match for her. Standing next to her, you could feel inadequate because they were on completely different levels. One of the students wondered where this girl got her physique. After all, she was a whole year younger than him. The students even noticed a lazy aristocrat in the gym, practicing self-discipline. On the last test, this guy also gave it his all. People do change after all, but why had he been slacking off for so many years? The students noticed that the lazy aristocrat seemed to be about to lose consciousness again. Brad Lloyd looked at the girl who looked like an ordinary commoner. Her name was Judith. The guy thought she had knocked him out of second place in the rankings. It seemed that she had to work hard to get into the academy. Lloyd decided that he would no longer allow anyone to take his place. Judith turned around and asked why this guy was staring at her so intently. Then she added that he was distracting her. Lloyd was confused. The students pounced on Judith and declared that she was standing in front of a noble lord from the Lloyd family and that she was not allowed to behave so rudely. One of the young men said that the girl should kneel down and beg Lord Lloyd for forgiveness. Judith asked if they had eaten the same food in the dining room, because this guy's breath smelled really bad. Judith told the student to be quiet and not move. Something caught her attention. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and looked in one direction. Elijah approached Iron. Ilya asked him to listen and said something, pointing to his sports equipment. Silence fell over the room. Everyone stopped moving. What was going on? Ilya turned around, waved to the young man, and headed for the exit. Iron Pereira noticed that now everyone in the hall was looking at him. Judith and Brad were surprised. Why couldn't they hear a word? Iron continued training with the barbell. Judith approached and asked our hero why he was ignoring her and not responding when she called him. Iron apologized and asked what she wanted. Judith demanded that the young man confess everything immediately. What had he just been talking about with Ilya Lindsay? Iron replied that the girl had only shown him how to hold the barbell correctly while lying down. Judith said she didn't believe him. The young man said he had nothing more to add. Judith asked if they had known each other before, or if they were currently dating. Iron said that today was the first time they had spoken. Judith told the young man to relax his face. It looked as if he was being mocked. Our hero did not understand what the girl's problem was. Iron decided to put all thoughts aside and continue training. Now he had to do everything right. Brad Lloyd approached our hero and asked what this guy was talking about with Ilya Lindsay, and with that redhead too. A month passed. After training, the students complained about the monotonous daily routine. It wasn't fair. They still hadn't been given swords. Lloyd noticed Elijah talking to Iron again. The girl advised him not to bend his back. Iron was squatting with a barbell, and Aaliyah reminded him to breathe more evenly. Brad Lloyd decided to ignore them and started warming up. He knew he would never surpass Aaliyah. She would take first place in the rankings again this time. Looking at Iron, Brad thought that he, on the contrary, would end up in last place. Lloyd was sure that someone had pushed Pereiro here. Could a guy who had never tried hard suddenly surpass the others by deciding to work his hardest? He didn't give up only because Ilya supported him, and the ridicule of those around him served as motivation. Brad thought that once Iron got used to everything, he would go back to being the same lazy aristocrat he had been before. Lloyd's goal this time was second place. On the sports field, Brad noticed that Judith was already training. She came here before everyone else. This was not surprising. A commoner had to make every effort to survive. Brad told his friends that if they didn't want to train, they could lag behind. However, if they were capable of more, they should squeeze every last drop of strength out of themselves and try to catch up with him. 3 months had already passed. Ahmed noticed that many of the students were exhausted. Karaka objected that there were several interesting students worth paying attention to this academic year. The outstanding trio still adhered to strict self-discipline. They were Judith, Brad, and Elijah. Karaka looked at Iron and said that he could no longer be called a lazy aristocrat. Ahmed announced to the students that he had an important message. The time for midterm evaluations was approaching. The instructor showed the students the route they would have to run. All they had to do was complete it within a limited time. Ahmed added that the students had been training in running and swimming for 4 months, so it shouldn't be a problem for them. The assessment system was simple. It didn't matter what place the student took. The main thing was to finish within the set time. The head of the academy will personally present awards to the first 5 to cross the finish line. This should be good motivation. The instructor added that the exam will take place in 10 days at 9 o'clock in the morning. Until then, classes will be canceled. Students can use their time as they see fit, but they should not forget to eat. The students asked Brad if he could do it, although no one had any doubts about that. Lloyd thought about his rivals. Elijah, Judith, and a few others. Even in the worst-case scenario, nothing would prevent him from finishing in the top 5. However, for some reason, his attention kept returning to that guy, Iron Pereira. After her barbell lift, Judith said she had set a new record. That was enough for today. She noticed Iron kneeling near the exercise machine. The young man was breathing heavily. The girl thought that this guy had pushed himself to the limit again. His physical performance had improved significantly since he started. How could he push himself so hard? Judith wondered. Was her willpower weaker than that of the lazy aristocrat? The girl grabbed the barbell again. Karaka asked his colleague how many people he thought would pass this year. Ahmed replied that probably no more than 30. The headmaster approached the instructors and said that Ahmed was being too generous in his assessment this time. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, remarked that he did not want to repeat last year's mistakes and had to see everything with his own eyes. He greeted Karaka and clarified that this was apparently their new instructor from the Kingdom of Adon. Chrono Ian asked him how old he thought he was. Karaka guessed that the director was about 55. Chrono Ian laughed and said he couldn't stand flattery. Now you can expect double pay, he added. In fact, the leader was 90 years old. The old man said that the atmosphere this year was completely different from before. Could this be the result of good teaching? Karaka looked at Ilya and said that this girl was the second prodigy among the swordsmen of the Lindsay family. She was talented and intelligent, as befitted a member of her clan, and had always ranked first in all subjects. Chrono Ian noted that she was a poor child. She should choose her own path, not follow the one chosen for her by others. Is that how the world works? Perhaps one day she will free herself from these shackles. The leader looked at Judith and asked the instructors if they had tried to stop her. The girl was clearly exhausting herself. Karaka replied that she didn't listen to them, probably the most stubborn of them all. The manager said that she still needed to be stopped. It would be a shame if such talent destroyed itself. Surely she had a good reason for trying so hard. They needed to try to talk to her. Karaka looked at the manager and asked his colleague if he had a chance. Ahmed replied that Judith would not dare to disobey the manager. However, as soon as the manager walked away, the girl picked up the barbell again. Chrono Ian said that she was indeed a very stubborn child. She replied that she would stop if she heard a good reason. The manager asked where Iron Pereira was. Ahmed noted that the boy had been standing with the barbell on his shoulders for 30 minutes. The head of the academy said not to touch the young man. Under no circumstances should he be stopped until he gives up himself. This guy's mind was now in control of his body. After such an exhausting workout, Iron was lying on his bed again, completely exhausted. His whole body ached. The young man thought that a lot of strange things had happened lately. The guys who used to ignore and mock him had started to show interest. It seemed unusual. Iron didn't understand why Elijah was helping him. She wasn't the type to do anything out of pity. The young man fell asleep and saw a woman in red. She said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guy thought he hadn't left his bed to be here. Of course, it wasn't his mother's embrace, but it was still very warm. Aaron thought that falling into a deep sleep now would be very welcome. In his dream, our hero saw that strange man with a sword in his hands again. The young man thanked the woman in red for everything, and they parted ways. Aaron said it was time for him to go. The boy woke up and got out of bed. The students looked at our hero and didn't understand what was wrong with his clothes. Had he really not slept all night? One of the students regretted that they would not be evaluated individually. Otherwise, Iron would definitely lose. Lloyd thought that Judith had been working too hard over the past few days. She wasn't in very good shape now. If he stayed alert, second place would be his. Instructor Ahmed said that he would explain the rules for interim assessment once again. The route consists of 4 stages. Each stage has its own instructor. Only after completing a stage can you move on to the next one. The only important thing for the assessment is to finish within the allotted time. Don't let others distract you. Students must show how much progress they have made over the past period. After the start, Iron noticed 3 main competitors. Brad looked at Ilya and thought that, as expected, she was fast. She was definitely impossible to catch up with. However, another student also had good results. Iron tried his best and did well. Ilya Lindsay had completed the first stage. The girl said it was very fast. The instructor announced that Iron Pereira had passed the first stage. Brad didn't understand how it happened. The second stage was jumping on a box. Iron thought that they could laugh at him as much as they wanted. Pereira himself was shocked by his results. His body felt like it was on fire. Something had clearly changed in him. There was no thought in his head that this was his limit, so he was doing everything at his own pace. Iron thought he needed to move faster. His current speed wasn't enough. He had to be even quicker. Ahmed announced that Iron Pereira had completed the second stage. Judith tried her best to finish the first stage in the allotted time. The third stage was a long-distance run. Pereira started. As expected, Elijah Lindsay was ahead of the young man. Iron tried to catch up with the leader and had a wonderful feeling. The young man thought that he really wanted to get Ilya out of his way. However, at that moment, Judith overtook everyone. It was quite unexpected. Judith told herself that she must not lose. It had cost her so much to be here. Many were surprised that this girl had applied to the Krone Academy. She wasn't even one of the 7 aristocrats. She was building castles in the air. Judith considered herself different, special. She forgot what reality was and got involved where she shouldn't have, crossing the line. The girl really worked harder than the others to get into the Krone Academy. Judith moved on to the next stage and jumped into the water. The girl believed that she would not let anyone defeat her. The fourth stage was long-distance swimming. However, at this stage, Ilya Lindsay pulled ahead again. Judith lost her confidence and decided that she had bitten off more than she could chew. Was she really going to fail? The girl felt hurt. Judith felt heavy and began to sink to the bottom. She wanted to rest. When Judith opened her eyes, Iron was pulling her out of the water. The young man pulled the girl ashore. She asked him what he was doing. Iron asked Judith to calm down. Instructor Karaka ran up to the students and asked if Judith was okay. The instructor told Iron to leave her and run to the distance. Pereira replied that he understood and went back to the water. Judith closed her eyes and thought that this guy was very stupid. Some students were disappointed. After all, they had tried so hard but still failed. The instructor told the student that this was no time to lose heart. Karaka added that the students would have a second assessment. Compared to the first one, the criteria for passing were much more lenient. If they didn't give up, they would definitely pass the second assessment. The student was delighted and ran off to the track. Ahmed said that nothing less was expected from this year's students. Many more passed than last year. Karaka acknowledged that there was no shortage of talent this year. However, the main hero was the rescuer, who took 34th place out of 35, Iron Pereira. One of the students was surprised. Why did this guy do that on the exam? Did he really want to show himself to be a good guy? The student thought that, in any case, thanks to this, Pereira managed to take 5th place. He is guaranteed a reward from the Academy director. Lloyd congratulated his colleague and said that he had achieved everything on his own. The students congratulated Lloyd on his 2nd place. Brad Lloyd understood that with his current abilities, he could not compete with the level that Pereira had shown today. Brad thought if Judith had distributed her strength correctly, he would have come in 4th. Lloyd was forced to admit that he had been completely defeated. The next day arrived. Elijah approached our hero and asked why he had done what he did. Lindsay asked if he understood what she was talking about. The girl wondered why he had saved Judith. Iron replied that he had no other choice. Elijah said that the guy was talking nonsense. The instructor would have helped her. There was no need to interfere. For such a stupid reason, he neglected the award from the head of the academy, whom he considers the best on the entire continent. In addition, he lost the chance to strike back at all those who mocked him and looked down on him. Did he realize that? Iron reminded him that it was he who had been called a lazy aristocrat. The young man said that he used to feel as if he had been stuck in a swamp for a long time. There was no excuse for it. However, he did not even try to get out. In the end, his loving family pulled him out of this miserable state. Thanks to the help of several people, he managed to rise to the surface. Therefore, he could not pass by, seeing Judith sinking. Iron stated that this was the only reason for his actions, nothing else. Ilya reminded him that the young man had only picked up a sword last year. The art of swordplay and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are important in both cases, but talent plays a key role in mastering the art of swordplay. Perhaps because of yesterday's antics, the young man missed his chance to receive personal instruction from the leader. Ilya added that she would no longer help this guy. If he suddenly falls down because of the ridicule of those around him, let him not regret his choice. Iron asked why she had helped him in the first place. The girl replied that she didn't like it when people talked about things they didn't know. Instructor Ahmed announced that the results of the interim assessment would now be announced. 35 people passed the first exam and 78 passed the second. A total of 113 passed. The 5 students who showed the most outstanding results on the first exam would be awarded prizes after a personal conversation with the head of the academy. Chrono Ian said that the instructor had forgotten someone. Ahmed apologized and added that he had remembered. Ahmed asked us student number 311, Iron Pereira, to come up to the podium. The head of the academy said that competition is an interesting thing. When you go out of your way to catch up with a rival who has pulled ahead and not be overtaken by those running behind, you can reveal abilities that you didn't even expect from yourself. However, if you focus too much on the result, you risk missing something more important. Iron Pereira was not like that. In a situation where a random mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved his drowning comrade. The director added that there may be many opinions about what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed. Pereira's actions were valuable. In the Academy director's office, Brad Lloyd said he understood that he had been thinking too narrowly before. The headmaster said there was no need to belittle himself. A narrow-minded person would not be able to admit their weaknesses. Brad admitted that he had been arrogant and stubborn, sticking only to his own methods. From now on, when he met someone from whom he could learn something, he would not miss the opportunity. Chrono Ian thought that the young man was talented, clearly aware of his position, and ready to overcome his own shortcomings. In addition, he had excellent leadership skills. The leader thought that the young man was not lacking in the stubbornness and self-confidence inherent in the highest aristocrats, but it was not so bad as to be a cause for concern. Next time, he would definitely take first place. Chrono Ian noted that many talented students had arrived this year. Elijah said that as a reward, she would like to spar with the head of the academy. The elder said that this was a reasonable choice. A girl should not allow others to control her and live someone else's life. It is not worth wasting time here on attachments. Ilya should return home and study her family's sword techniques. That would be much more useful. Ilya repeated her request to spar with the head of the academy. Chrono Ian thought it would be foolish to expect any other reaction. The head of the academy said that his office was spacious. Would the student agree to train there? Elijah thanked the headmaster. Finally, the last student was in the head's office. Chrono Ian asked what reward the young man wanted. His answer interested him the most. Iron said he wanted to make peace with one person. How could he do that? The young man noted that it sounded absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice. Chrono Ian said that the student had nothing to apologize for and thanked him for his sincerity. The head of the academy understood that this boy had not left his room until he was 15. Now, finding himself among his peers, he was completely confused. It turned out that someone had befriended this child, who was ridiculed by the others. The headmaster asked the young man to tell him what had happened. After talking with the head of the academy, Iron thanked him for his help. The elder said that it had been a long time since he had given advice that did not concern fencing. The head thought that the young man's desire to make peace with Elijah was quite unexpected. This year there have been many surprising events. The head said he would not count his small piece of advice as a reward. He wanted to give advice on sword training. He was more competent in this matter. What did the young man want to know? Iron apologized and said that nothing came to mind. Before entering the academy, he had only practiced fencing on his own for a month. Therefore, he does not understand what he wants and what question to ask. Everyone is talking about the amazing opportunity to get advice from the leader. However, he cannot take advantage of this opportunity. The elder told the young man not to apologize all the time, that it was not worth it. A good swordsman must be confident. The head of the academy added that in this case, the young man would be able to exercise his right to a reward next time. If he feels that something is missing, he can come back again, or he will give a lesson himself when he deems it necessary. Chrono Ian watched the departing student and thought that he was indeed an unusual young man. However, something did not add up. He did not show a hint of anxiety or concern about his ignorance of the art of swordplay. On the contrary, it felt like he already had a clear goal. It was as if someone was guiding him. The head of the academy thought he had met someone like him before. Talent, confidence, unpredictable character. Although they were complete opposites, Judith approached Iron, who was training in the gym. She assumed he was training again, but she was still surprised. Fencing lessons would begin tomorrow, and from then on, they would only train with swords. Iron asked her why she had come. Judith scratched the back of her head and said she wanted to say something. Judith thanked the young man and promised to repay her debt no matter what. The girl suggested that they get along with each other. Iron was surprised. Judith repeated that she was offering to be friends. He always ate alone in the dining room, but now they would do it together. The girl added that they would also train with swords together. After all, it was very cool. Iron replied that it was indeed great. Judith turned around and said she wouldn't distract him. Be that as it may, our hero was pleased with this outcome. Now Judith always sought out Iron and talked to him. The students noticed that Judith had changed, and it seemed rather strange. Brenda found something else completely strange here. Iron and Elijah had grown apart. What had happened between them? Instructor Ahmed loudly drew everyone's attention and asked them to listen. As everyone knows, fencing classes begin today. In them, students will feel the results of the past 4 months of training. Now everyone will have the opportunity to freely wield a sword for 2 hours under the supervision of instructors. It is necessary to choose a wooden sword that you like. Judith chose a sword and was satisfied. Even if you swing harder, you don't lose your balance. The instructors were satisfied because they had not only made the students stronger and more resilient. Brad thought, even if the sword is wooden, it still feels completely different than before. Now he feels the weapon with his whole body. Everyone noticed that Iron approached the largest sword. The young man took the sword off the wall and held it firmly with both hands. Iron swung the sword and, cutting through the air, struck a blow. The instructors watching the young man thought that although it was a little inaccurate, his stance was practically perfect. Had he really never practiced fencing? Brad Lloyd approached Iron Pereira and challenged him to a duel. Everyone present was extremely surprised by this action. Unexpectedly for everyone, Iron accepted the challenge. Those present stepped aside and formed a circle. The opponents stood facing each other with swords in their hands. Instructor Ahmed shouted for the two to stop immediately. They would train after class. Karika was surprised. Why did Brad challenge Iron to a duel? Ahmed added that there must be order in everything. The head of the academy said that sometimes there are exceptions. The elder allowed this duel. Chrono Ian immediately stipulated that if anyone was in danger, he would intervene immediately. The opponents agreed. After the battle began, Lloyd immediately went on the attack. Iron managed to defend himself by putting his sword in front of him. His opponent's sword struck our hero's sword directly. Iron was surprised by the force of the blow. The fight continued, and the spectators were amazed. The students thought that Brad Lloyd would defeat his opponent with one blow, but the guy held his ground well. Judith thought that Brad was just testing Iron. The young man's reaction speed was not bad, but the sword easily disrupted his balance. His stances and movements were very clumsy. Was he really interested in fencing? Pereira's skills were much worse than Lloyd had previously assumed. Now it was time to test his strength. Brad knocked the sword out of Iron's hands. The young man was left unarmed. The instructor declared the fight over. Brad Lloyd was the winner. Karika announced the last item on today's schedule. The instructors divided the students into classes. Starting tomorrow, fencing classes would be held in specific groups. Class A, Elijah, Lindsay, Brad Lloyd, Judith, 10 people in total. As befits the strongest class, the training would be tougher and more difficult, so it was necessary to prepare mentally. The instructor called out the names of the 35 people who were assigned to Class B. Then he moved on to Class C. Judith told Iron to trust her because she was in Class A. There would be 54 people in Class C. Iron was not called again. Finally, Instructor Karaka announced Iron Pereira. The young man was assigned to Class F. Judith said that everything was clear. However, Brad behaved like a complete moron. He deliberately used Iron to show off his superiority over the others. Everyone already knows he's an aristocrat. Does flaunting his status really satisfy him? Judith told Iron not to be upset. They have to change the situation before the final assessment. Iron told Judith not to be angry. He was very grateful to her for her concern, but it made him uneasy when she was angry with him. After training, Brad, exhausted, lay down on the bed. Brad, recalling the duel, thought that at that moment he was going to meet his opponent's frontal attack, but without realizing it, he dodged. It wasn't just the sword. At that moment, his eyes, his facial expression, absolutely everything expressed a power that was impossible to overcome. Pereira focused his entire being on the vertical strike. Brad wondered, what expression did he have on his face when he wielded his sword? During the lesson, the instructor asked Iron, did he really not know any strikes other than perpendicular and oblique ones? The young man admitted it and apologized. Instructor Loon Tarkal said that the student had nothing to apologize for. After all, he had not studied the art of fencing properly. Therefore, it was impossible to show good results at the beginning of the journey. The instructor asked what the young man, who was far behind the other boys in fencing, needed to do to catch up with them in skill. Iron Pereira suggested that he needed to put in more effort. Tarchal said that talent was necessary here. However, effort was also important, of course. Depending on his efforts, the young man would either be able to catch up with the other students or even surpass them. But that was not the case for him, as the others had started learning fencing several years ago. Tarkal gave the young man a week. During this time, he must master all the basics of wielding a large sword. If he succeeds, he will immediately be assigned to Class C. Iron asked what would happen if he failed. Tarkal replied that in that case, nothing would change. He would remain in that class and continue to learn fencing. However, if the young man felt that he lacked talent, it would be better for him to leave the academy on his own. Iron promised that he would try hard. Tarkal noted that this young man had no shortage of diligence. Everyone had already seen that for themselves. The second day of training, the instructor told the young man to lower his stance and relax his shoulders. Third day of training, the instructor praised the student and said he was doing well. Tarkal thought that with each passing day, this student was improving his skills faster and faster. His efforts played a big role in this. It may not seem so at first glance, but this guy really does have a talent for fencing. Iron asked Judith to watch him, because tomorrow he will be evaluated. The girl said that she is very picky in this regard. If everything goes badly, she will beat him up. The assistant noted that the instructor had gone to work in the rehabilitation department today. Tarkal said that the guy had been transferred to Class C. At lunch, Judith told Iron to take more food. He knows how important calories are. Why does Iron work so hard but eat so little? One of the students noticed that there was a hippopotamus at the academy. How much food Judith ate. Could she really handle it all? Judith turned around and asked the guy if he liked her. The young man was taken aback. Judith laughed. Was he embarrassed? The girl said that nothing would work out between them. He wasn't her type, so he could get lost. Brad told the guy to stop arguing. There was no point in discussing others. It did no good. Judith noticed that Brad had been quiet lately. Judith noted that Iron and Ilya had stopped talking to each other. Had they had a falling out? Iron replied that they had no reason to argue. The young man was surprised. Could what happened even be called a quarrel? Pereira asked Judith how Ilya was doing, since they were in the same class and saw each other regularly. Judith reminded him that Iron had said they hadn't quarreled, so let him ask her himself how she was doing. Judith added that, overall, Elijah was still at the top of the class and was getting excellent results that even the instructors couldn't help but acknowledge. However, due to the large difference in abilities, the students feel uncomfortable and don't even approach her. In the evenings, she goes to a small training ground and hones her family's sword techniques. Judith added that if Iron had improved so quickly, he could go with Elijah in practice. Brad Lloyd watched Iron and Judith fight with swords. The young man was definitely making progress. Iron thought that he had expected nothing less from Judith. Her attacks were difficult to parry. The girl had unimaginable power. After another blow, Iron flew far back. The girl used a vertical cut. Judith approached her fallen opponent and said that the young man had indeed grown physically. His progress was evident, but he was still far from her level. Judith suggested ending the session for the day. Night had fallen and they were left here alone. The girl added that if Iron went to the small training ground, there was a good chance he would find Ilya there. Ilya was indeed still training at that time, honing his sword technique. Ilya turned around and saw Iron Pereira standing in front of her. The young man was holding some objects in his hands. Iron greeted her. The girl asked what he wanted. The boy said he had come to give her something. Iron explained that his family had sent him a gift. He had also written a letter. It was probably a bit unexpected. Ilya asked why she needed it. Iron told her that he had a younger sister. She was not very good at communicating with people, just like him. They often quarreled because of misunderstandings. However, the next morning he found a gift in a letter by his bed. Iron admitted that he lacked eloquence. He didn't even know how to start a conversation, so he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper, as his sister did. Ilya asked if Iron really thought she would start helping him again after reading this letter. Iron apologized for disturbing her and said he was leaving. After training, the girl read the letter and thought that this guy was like a little child. As a gift, the girl found a bracelet. It was an Adonis bracelet. Ilya thought that she had wrongly accused him of something she didn't know about. Before the next workout, Judith said that today would be tougher. Iron asked her not to rush so quickly. Brad Lloyd approached the young people. Judith asked him what he wanted. Brad said he needed to talk to her and asked her to wait a moment. Judith was surprised. What did they need to talk about? Brad suggested that Iron train with him from now on. Those present thought that this guy had lost his mind. Brad reminded them that during the midterm evaluation in the previous duel, Iron had shown tremendous concentration, which he lacked. He wanted to learn that. Brad Lloyd said that in return, he would offer sword lessons. The young man suggested that they help each other overcome their weaknesses so that they could move forward together. Judith asked what the joke was. Last time, Brad challenged Iron to a duel, and now what is he trying to achieve? Does he want to use him to rise higher himself? Brad replied that this was exactly the case. Judith said that this guy was too arrogant and rude. Brad asked what was wrong with that. He could achieve excellent results on his own. However, this approach is not very effective at the academy. Besides, Iron and Judith would use him just as he would use them. Judith was already training with Iron all the time instead of attending classes. He believes that he needs to gain experience from many people. Their knowledge is not limited to the academy's curriculum. Brad suggested thinking more broadly. The young man added that this was their shared opportunity. Under the pressure of fierce competition, he would learn new things from other students and achieve qualitative growth in his abilities. The students who heard this conversation were surprised. A student from Class A wants to learn from a student from Class C? How is that possible? Iron replied that he agreed. Judith asked if Iron was sure it was a good idea. Iron admitted that he was behind Brad in all respects. What did Brad want to learn from him? Brad reminded him that Iron had something he lacked. He had been thinking about this since the last midterm evaluation. After all, he had tried just as hard, so why was there such a difference between them? They spent about the same amount of time training. It turns out that Pereira is different from him in some other way. Brad said he understood. All students were given a limited amount of time. However, the quality of its use varied. From the very beginning of training, Pereira never lost his concentration. Brad asked Iron to teach him how to stay focused all day long. Iron admitted that he himself did not know how it happened. Brad said that was the expected answer. All geniuses think alike. Iron said he wasn't like that. Brad thought that one glance was enough to see Iron's talent. Maintaining constant concentration at the same level is no easy task. Brad noted that he had a personal training session today, so he was leaving. Judith would also be joining them starting tomorrow. The girl said she hadn't agreed yet. Brad gave the young man some advice. Iron should never belittle himself. Pereira is a descendant of a noble family. Now his skills and actions are quite befitting of a member of a noble family. Therefore, he should be proud and show others his confidence. Judith asked, was she the only one who felt nauseous? This guy's a masterful storyteller. During training, Brad gave Iron advice and told him not to rush. His movements would only be precise when he achieved a balance between his body and his gait. During the break, Brad asked Judith if she wanted to fight. They were already done. The girl said she didn't need to. Brad asked Iron how long the girl's stubbornness would last. Iron replied that if she wasn't arguing now, she would be ready to give up in a week. Judith and Iron had lunch in the dining room as usual, sitting at the same table. Ilya walked by and told Iron that she had read his letter. Lying in bed before falling asleep, Iron thought that, as Brad had said, concentration was something worth thinking about. But how could he improve it? The young man thought, if he could improve it, if he could make even a little progress, then the progress would be obvious. Iron Pereira found himself in a small village next to an old swordsman. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He stretched out his hand. Was this really not a dream? Iron could clearly feel his hand. It felt different now than it had before. Iron could feel not only his hands but his entire body. All the sensations of the old swordsman were as clear as day to our hero. Iron opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. It was still night outside the window. He had to grab his sword quickly before the sensations disappeared. In the morning, Judith asked why Iron looked so sleep-deprived and what he had been doing all night. During training, Brad told Judith not to slack off. The girl replied that Lloyd shouldn't show off. Judith got angry. Brad told her to focus, but what was he doing? The young people noticed that Iron had fallen asleep on the bench. Brad told Judith to leave him alone. It seemed that the young man was exhausted. Iron heard the conversation, jumped to his feet, grabbed his sword, and prepared to practice his strikes. Brad approached our hero and asked what he was doing. Iron scratched the back of his head and replied that he was trying to improve his concentration. True, it wasn't working very well yet, but he wasn't expecting quick results. Brad said he had heard of this method. It's called meditation. You need to calm your soul and look back at the past. Iron replied that this was close to the truth. Brad said he would try to practice this too and lay down on the bench. The young man decided that it wasn't so bad and that he would have to practice regularly. The student approached Brad and asked if he was asleep. Brad replied that it was called meditation. Judith noticed that when Brad meditated, he managed to snore and drool. Brad suggested that the problem was his posture. Usually, people sit in the lotus position when meditating. Judith said that Iron was destined for greatness, while Brad was just fooling around. Brad replied that he would practice it anyway. The head of the academy asked the instructor if anything interesting had happened among the students. Karaka replied that everything was going as usual. Iron Pereira had already moved up to Class B. He quickly improved his skills with the help of Judith and Brad. Karaka added that the head of the academy was right about this student. This year, Brad Lloyd caused a small wave of change. After another sword competition, instructor Ahmed announced that Brad Lloyd had won. Judith lost. Judith was angry and demanded a rematch. The girl added that she would wait for Brad after class for another fight. Lloyd replied that he was ready for as many as she wanted. Instructor Ahmed thought they were amazing kids. They were both developing their skills at an incredible rate. A gap gradually begins to emerge between Brad and Judith, who were previously fighting for second place. Brad is progressing faster. Iron practiced sword techniques somewhere on the edge of the forest. The young man thought that meditation had also helped him improve his results, but it wasn't enough. Brad asked if he was too focused on just the perpendicular strike. It was time to finish up. The leader asked everyone to gather. The gathering was announced on the large training field. Chrono Ian reminded everyone that 9 months had passed since these students entered the academy. Time had flown by unnoticed. The head of the academy said he was incredibly happy that the students had managed to endure a large number of exams and rigorous training. He was proud of their brilliant progress. The elder added that this conversation would be about the final assessment. The assessment would differ from the interim assessment, in which the students had to meet a certain standard in a particular discipline. The head added that in the final assessment, he would like to see the hidden talents of the students. The old man added that the young people should not be afraid. There was no need to frantically search for meaning in his words. All that was required of them was to demonstrate their best side with the help of a sword. Chrono Ian noted that students could show off a secret move or unusual maneuver that would confuse their opponents. In other words, they were allowed to use any means necessary to show their abilities. Everyone here was capable of revealing their strengths. Therefore, they had to give it their all in the remaining 3 months. The head of the academy took off his cloak and said that he had a modest gift for the students. At that moment, the elder had a sword in his hands. Chrono Ian said that it might just be an old man dancing with a sword in his own way, but he would be grateful if the students could learn something from it. Everyone present was surprised when they saw the true abilities of the head of the academy. At the end of the dance, the elder bowed and said, "That was all." The students were amazed. What had they just seen? Was Blade really capable of such a thing? After another training session, Brad suggested that Judith take a little rest. The young man asked Judith what she thought of the academy head's performance. He added that he even felt a little awkward. Brad was surprised. Why wasn't Judith responding? Brad wondered if she was in a bad mood because of Iron. Judith was surprised. What did he have to do with it? Judith noted that they would soon have their final assessment, and Iron was completely immersed in meditation. Would everything be okay? Brad was sure that Iron would manage. Judith asked how Brad knew that. The young man asked what the criteria for the final assessment were. Judith reminded him that they had to show their hidden talents. Brad noted that, in other words, they had to demonstrate not their current abilities, but their future ones. Who, during the 9 months spent at the academy, had shown the most hidden talents and made the most rapid progress? Indeed, it was Iron, so there was no need to worry about him. Judith decided that she would demonstrate her skills to the fullest, and that first place in the final assessment would be hers. Brad said that she would not succeed. Elijah Lindsay would take first place again this time. After all, this girl came from a distinguished family of swordsmen. Such families on the continent could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The Lindsay family studied martial arts, which helped them earn the title of a renowned family. Therefore, Elijah simply could not fail to take first place in the final assessment. Judith was surprised. Is that really a good enough reason to not even try to take first place? Brad added that it's not just about fighting techniques, but also about perseverance. Judith was upset. Why hold an exam whose results are already predetermined? What was so special about the great noble families and her older brother, who used to be called the most famous genius on the entire continent? If they lost to an orphaned commoner, they wouldn't be able to look anyone in the eye. Judith looked back and saw Elijah Lindsay standing nearby. How did she get here? Ilya said she didn't care that Judith was insulting her and her family. It didn't matter what people like that said behind her back. It didn't bother her at all. Judith suggested that they fight one-on-one. Brad told Judith to calm down. Fighting between students could get them expelled from the academy. Ilya declared that this time she would still take first place and would continue to do so time after time. Ilya added that she had no need for her family's sword technique. The academy's program alone was enough to prove that she was head and shoulders above everyone else present. Brad said that the Lingjie family's sword technique was called the Sword of Heaven. The name had stuck after they caught the king of the demon dragons 400 years ago. Brad added that he would like to see how good this technique is. Elijah replied that the guy couldn't even dream of it. Brad said that if Elijah didn't show him the heavenly sword technique, he would take first place. Iron Pereira, sword in hand, thought that the sensations were completely different now. The young man felt that he had gotten closer, but lately he had the impression that, on the contrary, he was only gradually moving further away. He needed to concentrate again. The lotus position would be suitable for this. Iron decided to try meditating with a sword in his hands for the sake of similarity. After an extra training session, Brad told his colleague that he had started training harder. The student admitted this because the final assessment was coming up soon. The student noted that Brad had a huge influence on them. What Brad Lloyd said to his student Ilya Lindsay that day served as an excellent symbol for them. Brad couldn't remember saying anything special. Judith told Brad Lloyd to keep a straight face. She was already sick of it. Judith ordered the blue-haired man to take his sword and go into battle. The young people immediately began fighting with swords. Judith held her own, skillfully dodging her opponent's sharp thrusts. Brad constantly attacked the girl, and Judith had to defend herself more than go on the offensive. Judith thought that Lloyd was not just perceptive, he had developed a calmness that he had not had before. Perhaps at this rate, he would indeed be able to surpass Elijah and take first place in the rankings. Reluctantly, the girl had to admit that she was not strong enough to defeat Brad at the moment. However, the academy head's words, "Think bigger," served as a lesson to her. Judith decided not to rush things. When she officially became a student at the academy, she would get the better of this guy. Brad suggested they call it a day. There was no point in overworking themselves before the final assessment. Judith agreed. Brad was surprised. Why wasn't she even angry? Probably today there would be green snow falling because of this. Judith said she still had things to do, but she wasn't going to talk about it. Brad thought that he had really changed. Now he could count on a place next to Elijah. Iron changed his stance, but there was no improvement. The guy didn't know what to do. Judith asked if he was tired of always being on the training ground. The girl suggested going outside for a moment to get some fresh air. Outside, Elijah saw the young people. She watched Iron walk away. Judith and Iron walked beyond the academy walls and decided to rest on the lawn. The young people lay down on the grass. Iron asked if they could rest there. Judith said that if anyone complained, they would leave. The girl asked how things were going with their preparation. Iron was surprised. What was she talking about? Judith reminded him that there was less than half a month left before the final assessment. Iron replied that he was still training hard. The girl noticed that he sounded uncertain. Iron asked if Judith could tell him about herself. The girl expressed confidence that the assessment would go great, but the question was whether she could beat Elijah. Judith apologized for not paying enough attention to him lately. After all, she had promised to train with him in combat and correct his incorrect stances. Iron replied that everything was fine, and she shouldn't apologize. Judith noted that she was an orphan and didn't bring up the subject to elicit pity. As a small child, she had to survive by any means necessary. Stealing was the only thing she knew how to do. However, one day looking around, Judith realized that other people were also living their miserable lives in the same way. Having lived this way until now, Judith felt no gratitude toward anyone and never said thank you. That's why when Iron pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him. However, she got angry. Even now, she feels uncomfortable saying thank you openly. So she was going to repay him in her own way, but in the end, everything turned out to be complicated. Judith said that Iron must pass the final assessment. He had to pass it to shed his status as a preliminary student and become an official student of the academy. Judith got up and headed for the gym. She said that if they went together, she would burn with shame, so the young man could wait here for a few minutes. Iron thought, should Judith be the one apologizing? He was the one who hadn't been paying attention for the past 2 months. The young man realized that he had changed a lot. He used to spend all his time in bed, but now he was sitting here looking at the sky. His first year at the academy hadn't been so bad. He felt that he had gotten to know himself a little better. Iron Pereira was grateful for everything he could feel now and for his current thoughts. Judith, Brad, Elijah, as well as the academy director and instructors had greatly helped the young man. The young man realized that now was the time to repay them for their support. One of the students demonstrated his sword skills to those present. The head of the academy noted that his speed and accuracy were excellent. Instructor Ahmed noted that even among the preliminary training students with low grades, there were some who were quickly improving their skills. Perhaps after the final assessment, their ratings would change significantly. The student swung with all his might and struck the stone with his sword, cutting it in two. The head of the academy thought that the cut was slanted rather than perpendicular, but it looked very even. All the students are performing above expectations, but Chrono Ian was still a little disappointed. Ahmed announced the next student. Judith is invited to the arena. The girl stepped forward. Judith approached the head of the academy and asked if she could take the test with another student. The elder was surprised. What was she talking about? Judith explained that a duel would allow both of them to better demonstrate their strengths. The student with whom she wanted to take the final assessment had no objections. The head of the academy said that sounded interesting and asked who he was. Judith said it was Brad Lloyd. The young man also came to the center of the arena. Judith thought she didn't want to rush, but it seemed she had no other choice. The girl declared that she would surpass her opponent today. Brad acknowledged that this statement was just like her. The young people clashed swords in a fierce confrontation. Each of them was ready to surpass themselves. The spectators heard an incredible roar from the clash of wooden swords. Judith once again effectively dodged her opponent's attacks. The students noted that the girl was now moving much faster. The instructor watched with his mouth open. He thought these students were simply amazing. Ahmed was forced to admit that Judith's blows were merciless. However, Brad easily parried her extremely powerful lunges. Brad asked if Judith was planning to defeat him. The girl counterattacked her opponent in response. Judith thought she needed to become even stronger. Brad thought he needed to become even more precise. As a result of another clash, Judith's huge sword broke in two. The girl stopped. Brad stood in front of his opponent, holding out his undamaged sword. Judith thought that in the end, she had failed. Instructor Karahal told the head of the academy that they were practically on the same level. Instructor Ahmed noted that Brad was still the more skilled of the two. The head of the academy clapped his hands and said that it was an amazing performance. An amazing duel. Both students did very well. Judith and Brad bowed to their teachers. The young people were satisfied. Next to enter the arena was Elijah Lindsay. Brad thought that he had become noticeably stronger and surpassed himself. Perhaps he would also defeat Ilya. Ilya announced that she would now demonstrate her family's sword technique. The head of the academy said that the Sword of Heaven, which had cut the throat of the Demon Dragon King, was excellent. Ilya Lindsay took a fighting stance and prepared herself. Instructor Karaka felt a wind appear in the room, the result of the girl's sword swings. When Lindsay finished her performance, everyone remained silent for a while. It was amazing. What was it really? Instructor Karaka said that now he understood what Sword of Heaven meant. Brad Lloyd thought that there really was an insurmountable wall between them. What had he been thinking before? Judith told Brad that there was one more student left. Iron Pereira stepped into the center of the arena. Now all eyes were on this young man. Brad thought that Iron shouldn't do it. Iron said that Brad was a very good person. The atmosphere around him was always warm and bright. He liked it when they were together. That was probably why so many people wanted to be his friends. Brad mentally begged, even pleaded, for Iron not to show anything remarkable. At that moment, Iron was focused on himself, and no one could distract him in any way. Chrono Ian wondered what the young man was going to show them now. Everyone present looked at the young man in silence with undisguised curiosity. Iron said he would demonstrate a perpendicular cut with a sword. For the head of the academy and his friends, it was like a bolt of lightning. The student shouted, "Has Iron completely lost his mind?" They are at the final assessment. Everyone is waiting to see a secret technique, not some perpendicular cut. Ahmed thought, even though he stopped him, this student was really right. After all, this is the final assessment. What does Iron want to demonstrate at such an important moment with a perpendicular cut, which cannot even be called a real combat technique? What is this strange student thinking about now? The head of the academy wanted Iron Pereira to show the skill of someone who did not want to learn from him and did not even react to his sword dance. Students were surprised. Why did Iron freeze and not move? Elijah thought that this guy was meditating now. The young tense all the muscles in his body. Concentrate. Iron penetrated the depths of his soul. The young man thought that he still did not know who the man from his dream was and why he had struck all those blows. Now, while he was in pain and patient, as long as he was able to move forward, his iron will was enough. The young man delivered a crushing blow, a perpendicular cut. A huge crack appeared in the floor in front of the young man, cutting across the entire arena. Judith looked at Brad. The young man clenched his fists until they bled. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, thought he saw what he wanted to see. After a while, the elder said that he was moving on to the announcement of the results. The final assessment is decisive, but the current rating does not show whether the students will be admitted to the academy, as there is still a final interview to come. The head began announcing the results from the bottom. Chrono Ian reached the leaders and said that Judith had taken 4th place. 3rd place went to Brad Lloyd. 2nd place went to Iron Pereira. As expected, Ilya Lingje took 1st place. The head of the academy said that everyone had done a great job. Now the students should go on vacation. Ilya entered the training hall and said that this was where she expected to see him. No one else would come here now. Iron, sword in hand, greeted the girl. The young man sat down to rest and the girl sat down next to him. Ilya said that Iron had become much stronger. Ilya added that Brad and Judith had also performed well. It had been a long time since she had felt someone chasing her. The girl added that she had barely managed to take 1st place. Ilya noted that this time it had been a little fun. The young man's blow was very frightening. Iron blushed with embarrassment and admitted that the Sword of Heaven technique was also incredible. Ilya smiled. Was the young man not used to praise? Ilya announced that she was not staying at the academy. Iron was surprised. What kind of decision was that? The girl noticed that the young man had a funny reaction to her words. Iron said that it was all very sudden. Ilya admitted that she had never intended to remain an official student at Kronos. She planned to take 1st place in the midterm and final exams, and then return to her family. The girl asked Iron if he knew who was considered the true genius of the continent. That person was Kyle Lindsay. Ilya added that he was her older brother. The girl began her story. When she was 7 years old, Kyle became so popular that he was known to almost everyone on the continent. When he turned 10, he defeated a knight in a duel. Even then, he had already reached unprecedented heights thanks to his outstanding talent. Of course, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became famous on the continent as the strongest genius. Hopes were pinned on him when suddenly another genius appeared, a commoner by birth, who took 1st place at the Kronos Academy but refused to remain a student there. It was Ignata's daughter. At the age of 14, she founded her own mercenary squad. Ilya said that his brother had received a challenge to a duel from Ignata. Since their family did not shy away from battle, Kyle immediately accepted the challenge. In the end, after only 3 blows, the fight ended in Ignata's favor. Seeing the defeat of her brother, her role model, Ilya was terribly upset. Elijah rushed to her brother, hugged him tightly, and burst into tears. Kyle began to comfort his sister as if nothing had happened. At that moment, she believed that her brother would redeem himself, fight again, and regain his victory. However, Kyle was unable to recover. After what happened, people turned cold toward their former idol. For the first time, he was recklessly criticized and ridiculed. Kyle was unable to withstand the despair and pressure that had come upon him. Ilya said that she was still too young and could only watch indifferently as her brother wasted away. But even then, it was clear to her that it was people's opinions that had locked her brother in his room. Elijah promised herself that she would never suffer the same fate. Ilya believed that no one would be able to shake her faith. However, without realizing it, she became mired in this abyss. The girl noted that she had entered the academy at the age of 12 because of Ignata, who had entered at 13. Ilya added that at 14 she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight because of Ignata, who was awarded the honorary title of knight at 15. Ilya said that now she was going to put an end to trying to catch up with anyone. The girl noted that this was thanks to Iron. He doesn't let others confuse him and never pays attention to what they say. Ilya added that seeing his persistent desire to follow his own path, she decided to follow her heart. She could well reach the level of master even if she did everything her own way. Iron said that it was simply amazing. Ilya was able to overcome difficulties and now sees a world that is not limited to the academy. It's incredible. He, on the other hand, does not yet have a clear goal. Ilya said that Iron was talking nonsense and that he shouldn't relax. He should try even harder. Otherwise, the gap between them will become a chasm in an instant. The young man wondered, is everything okay with him? Is he doing the right thing? Brad Lloyd stood in front of a huge crack in the arena. The young man was silently thinking about something. Judith approached from behind and asked what the gentleman was thinking about. You can't stand here because repairs are planned and the passage is closed. Judith suggested they compete and added that she was itching to get started. Brad announced that he was quitting the academy. A man who had only recently picked up a weapon was able to demonstrate an astonishing level of skill, having trained with just one strike all year. He had devoted several years of his life to the art of sword fighting. Brad asked how much more time he would need to achieve the same results. Would he ever be able to do it? He thought that having such abilities was predetermined from the very beginning. Brad thanked the girl for everything and was about to leave. Judith swung her arm and punched Brad in the jaw. It was quite unexpected and painful. Brad lost his balance and fell far back onto the floor. The young man asked what she was doing. Judith asked what was wrong with him. He had easily dodged her sword blows, but now he couldn't dodge her fist. The girl said that this guy's brain had gone soft, and now his body had turned into a washcloth. The beating continued. Judith was surprised. Did Brad really think that everyone at the academy was doing something stupid? In the future, he could boast about how, in his youth, he had defeated the one who would become the best swordsman on the continent in an exam. The girl added that for a coward who had fallen into despair and run away because of some stupidity, he was doing the right thing. Judith headed for the exit and said that this would be enough to talk about for the rest of her life. Several days passed. The head of the academy asked Ilya if she felt better after choosing her path. The girl replied that she felt much better now. However, it was not only because of her first place. Chrono Ian noticed that the girl was much happier now than she had been after the midterm exam. Elijah said that it was all thanks to Mr. Chrono's teachings. Brad Lloyd was next to come in for an interview with the head of the academy. The elder said that there were no questions about his grades. The young man was so good that he became a role model for other students. Brad put aside his selfishness, corrected his shortcomings, and improved his strengths. The head of the academy noted that he personally had high hopes for the young man. Lloyd, however, felt that he no longer had any self-confidence. Chrono Ian saw a lifeless look in the young man's eyes. He was like a burnt-out candle. The elder realized that Brad would not hear him now. The head of the academy said that the young man should do as he saw fit. The old man hoped with all his heart that Brad would find the motivation to get back on his feet. Next, Iron Pereira appeared before the head of the academy. The old man noted that his performance at the final assessment was impressive. In his entire career as director, he had never been so surprised. He asked if the young man remembered what they had talked about after the midterm exam. The headmaster said he had some advice for Iron. The young man replied that he would listen to him. Chrono Ian said that first Iron had to answer his question. Why did he pick up the sword? Iron remembered the swordsman from his dream. But how could he explain this to the head of the academy? The elder told the young man not to think too deeply about it. It didn't have to be something grand. Ahmed noted that worldly reasons such as fame or money would also suffice. If the reason did not contradict human morality, the young man could safely name it. Iron remained silent in response. The head of the academy concluded that the young man had not taken up the sword of his own free will. Ahmed asked the head how to understand this. The old man replied that he himself did not know. Chrono Ian said that he was concerned that the young man was more serious and diligent about fencing than the others. However, he did not show any of the emotions that a normal person would feel. For example, student Brad Lloyd was beside himself when he felt his skills improving. Judith looked frightened when she realized she was falling behind Brad in strength. Every student at the academy experienced joy or sadness regarding their fencing skills. However, Iron felt neither one nor the other. The head of the academy asked if Iron was imitating someone. The young man replied that the head was right. The old man said that he had thought so. It was surprising that the young man had managed to achieve such heights simply by wanting to be like someone else, without having his own will. The head added that he would not ask who his idol was. However, if Iron intended to continue practicing with the sword, he should think seriously about everything now. If he could not find a reason, he had no place in the academy. The world was vast, and it was much more important to find oneself in it than to swing a sword here. Iron thanked the head of the academy. The young man said that he would remember this advice for the rest of his life. The old man remarked that the word last sounded somewhat offensive. It was not worth saying that. The elder asked if the young man could lend him a drop of his blood. The young man agreed. Before the young man was an item certifying that Iron Pereira was an official student of the Kronos Academy. The elder said he was giving the young man exactly 1 year. During this time, he must find his path. Iron said he would definitely return in a year. It was time to say goodbye. Elijah said she would invite the young man to visit. When he had time, he should definitely come. The girl handed him a plaque with their family crest and said that if he showed it to the guard, he would definitely not be turned away. Elijah promised to give the young man a flower when he came. The girl said that the flower was called Adonis, the same as the one in the bracelet he had given her. Iron was surprised. Did Adonis really grow at her house? Ilya said that when she was 7, she had pulled them all out, but now she would plant them again. Adonis blooms in April, so it makes sense to come at that time. Iron said he would definitely visit Ilya. Judith saw the sign in the young man's hands and asked what it was. She wanted one too. Judith received the same sign and was delighted. Judith apologized to Elijah for insulting her family. She had never had a family, so she said it without thinking. Judith asked why Iron was standing there smiling. The young man replied that he was for peace and security. Iron approached Brad and asked if he was really leaving the academy. Brad said he didn't want to talk about it. Iron agreed. Everyone has their own circumstances. Brad asked if Iron was leaving too. Iron said he was leaving, but not for good. He would finish his personal training and come back. Brad thought that Iron would continue to develop his skills. Iron thanked Brad and said that thanks to him, he had become more confident. He realized that he felt alive when he swung his sword. Iron added that he wouldn't go into details, but a year ago, a small change had taken place in him. Thanks to this, he started fencing and decided to enroll in the academy. However, he was able to look back, get to know himself, and realize that he could only move forward after meeting the guys. Iron expressed his hope that they would all meet again someday. Iron once again thanked Brad Lloyd for his invaluable help. A carriage pulled up, and a knight got out and said he was glad to see the heir. Lloyd replied that it was time for him to leave. Iron shouted loudly that Brad must become stronger. They must meet again. The carriage with Lloyd drove away. Judith noted that these young men had staged a real melodrama here. The girl felt that she would never see Brad again. Another carriage pulled up, and Iron's servant got out. He said he had come to pick up the heir from the academy. "But who are these girls?" he asked. Iron replied that they had studied together at the academy and were his friends. The servant thanked the girls for getting along with his master. Iron got into the carriage and waved to the girls. Judith told Iron to come back soon. The carriage drove away and the girls stood there silently. The pause was awkward. Elijah couldn't wait for her carriage to arrive. Instructor Ahmed said that the children on whom so many hopes had been pinned had left. The head of the academy must be very sad, he asked. Chrono Ian replied that he would not deny it. Ahmed inquired about Iron. Was the head sure that everything would be all right? Finding one's path was no easy task. The elder said there was no need to worry. Isn't this young man the fourth genius of the continent? He is very different from the other geniuses in his nature. Didn't Ahmed think that this guy was a genius of diligence? Judith thought that in the end, she was left alone again. Suddenly, Brad caught up with her and asked what she was staring at. Judith was surprised. Why had he come back? Brad explained that after weighing everything carefully and thinking it over, he realized that giving up was not at all befitting of Brad, heir to Lloyd County. Besides, if Iron left, there would be no one to deal with Judith's nasty temper. Judith was indignant. Is that what this guy says? Brad noticed that her curse could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stumbled over her words. The young man added that he would have to ask to be reinstated. However, he was sure that the headmaster would not dismiss someone as talented as him. The servant thought that the young master had been looking out the window the whole way. He probably never managed to become an official student at the academy. He must be terribly upset. The servant asked the young man what he was holding in his hand. The young man showed him the platinum plaque of the Lindsay family. The servant was surprised. Where did the young man get it? Iron replied that a friend, one of the girls, had given it to him. Iron added that one of those girls with light hair was named Elijah Lingjae. The young man thought, judging by how surprised the servant was, the Lingjae family was much more prestigious than he had previously assumed. He said that they would stay at the guest house for the night. Left alone in the room, the young man gave himself over to meditation. The servant outside the door did not hear a single sound from the room. He assumed that the young master was in despair. What should he do? He needed to find something that would cheer the young man up. The servant saw an orc who made a living by fortune-telling. He had heard that orcs could occasionally be found in the northwest. But how did this one end up in the south? Moreover, this was no ordinary orc. A pentagram pendant hung around his neck. A tattoo adorned his arm. He was an orc fortune-teller. The servant told his master that orcs were the most outstanding fortune-tellers. Iron admitted that he had heard that just meeting an orc could bring good luck. The orc fortune-teller greeted the distinguished guests and asked which of them would like to have their fortune told. Iron said he would like to try. The servant thought that orc fortune-tellers were known for saying only good things. Good news about the future could instantly cheer up his master. The orc asked which topic the young man was interested in. He could choose anyone. The orc looked at the young man and asked how old he was. Iron replied that he was 16. The orc did not believe him. The young man did indeed look good. However, if he was lying, the prediction would not work. Iron declared that he was not lying. The orc said that if the young man was telling the truth, he would be accepted into any knightly order. He only had to submit an application for membership. If the young man continued to follow the path of the art of the sword, a bright future awaited him. The servant said that this was a complete lie. Was this orc really a fortune teller? The servant told his master that they'd better leave and not waste their time on this charlatan. The orc asked the young man to wait a moment. He gave the guy a note and said that when things went wrong for him, this thing would definitely help him. Watching our hero leave, the orc thought that this guy had not only gained muscle mass, his body looked strong and agile thanks to his training. However, what was even more striking was the powerful energy that enveloped him. It would be better if this young man did not say that he was only 16 years old. He is a mysterious person. Will they meet again? The orc looked at the passers-by and thought that predictions would not work here now. The servant apologized for what had happened. He did not know that the orc would turn out to be a charlatan. Iron noted that they had not heard anything bad. The young man remembered the piece of paper and unfolded it. It read, "To stand firm, you don't have to be alone." What did that mean? So when he asked about 10 years, did the orc mean the age of the man from the dreams? The servant said he immediately suspected something was wrong. The orc had phrased his question about age strangely, and then proceeded to claim that anyone who failed the exam would be accepted into any knightly order. Iron was surprised. Didn't he say so? He didn't fail the exam. At first, the servant didn't even believe it. Iron stated that he had been officially accepted into the academy, but not immediately. His admission could be called conditional. He had to complete a task given by the headmaster within a year. The coachman reported to the heir that the Chiron family carriage was approaching the meeting place. The servant was upset. How did they manage to meet their main enemies? Quietly, who openly insulted the master? In particular, it was Aaron Chiron. The servant informed his master that the heir, Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart had stepped out of the carriage. "If you feel uncomfortable, sir, you may remain inside," he said. Aaron replied that everything was fine and that it would be rude to remain in the carriage. The servant bowed and greeted the master, the heir Aaron Chiron, and Sir Jack Stewart. The young men looked at Iron and thought that he had grown taller and stronger. Aaron asked, "Is Iron returning from the Chrono Academy?" Aaron greeted him and said he hadn't seen him in a long time. The students at the academy seemed to be well trained. He almost recognized him when he saw him. "Does Iron plan to continue practicing fencing?" Aaron noted that it was obvious. It would be difficult to study elsewhere, because Iron had taken up the sword late. Iron was taciturn and said that this was probably true. He asked if Aaron had anything else to add. "If not, I'll be going. It's been a long journey, and I'd like to rest as soon as possible." Jack Stewart thought it was a slightly childish provocation, but the reaction of the careless aristocrat did not meet his expectations. Aaron asked Iron to stop. He offered to shake hands in farewell. Iron was surprised. "And why is that?" Aaron said, "There is an expression. A handshake is enough for swordsmen to understand each other's abilities." Iron said he had never heard it before. Aaron replied that it was said by the famous swordsman Sir Louis Sogard. "In fencing, nothing is more important than muscle strength." Sir Jack Stewart confirmed this. Aaron held out his hand and said that the best knight in their family had confirmed it. He decided that as the senior comrade, who had begun to learn the art of the sword 6 years earlier, he would now test how much Iron's skill had grown. Iron extended his hand and shook his opponent's hand. Aaron thought he was about to crush this guy. Aaron wanted to see Iron's funny, twisted grimace. However, our hero was completely calm and didn't even flinch. Aaron was surprised. Where does Iron get such tremendous pressure? He's not even trying to squeeze harder. Iron asked, "Do I really have to use force?" After these words, Aaron Chiron doubled over in pain. Aaron pulled his hand back and cried out. Iron apologized, saying that he was not yet good enough at controlling his strength. Aaron was angry. After all, it was the first time he had unclenched the careless aristocrat's hand. Iron said goodbye. The young men saw a cat sitting nearby. The cat was surprised and asked, "Is that all?" The servant was the most surprised of all. "Is this a talking cat?" The servant thought it was a real witch. People often say that things that cannot be and that defy common sense are like magic. That is exactly how things are. However, if you go into detail, it has nothing to do with magic. It is easy to get confused with definitions, because in any case, a person uses an invisible force, mana. However, magic is a teaching that strictly follows logic and rationality. What is the correct term for a situation in which people encounter something completely incomprehensible? Witchcraft. When the laws of nature are completely ignored, witchcraft occurs. The servant thought, has the witch turned into a cat? Or is she a witch cat? Jack Stewart thought that getting involved with a witch would not end well. They had to leave quickly. The young people apologized to the cat for their tactlessness and asked for forgiveness. The cat asked, "Will there really be no fight?" The cat was surprised. Are they really going to leave as if nothing happened? The servant thought that the cat was standing on its hind legs. It was definitely a witch. The cat suggested that they have a duel and added that she was willing to lend them a sword. The cat took out the sword and showed them how to use it. Jack Stewart said that the cat must have misunderstood. The Pereira and Karen families support and help each other. The cat said she was completely disappointed. She had hoped for some fun. Jack Stewart apologized for taking up Iron's precious time and said they wouldn't keep him any longer. Iron thought, could that cat be human? The servant said he wasn't sure. However, he thought she was somehow connected to the heiress Curlia. They were both witches. The carriage arrived at the Pereira estate. Iron was greeted at the gate by members of his family. Iron announced that he had returned. The head of the family welcomed his son and said that he had done an excellent job. After hearing the young man's story, his father concluded that the academy had recognized the young man's talent. He was very proud of his son. Iron couldn't believe it. His father said he was proud of him. The head of the family said that, according to Marcus's servant, they had met a talking cat on the way. The man added that it was a sorceress named Lulu. Iron was surprised. Wasn't this sorceress a human being? His father noted that she had the intelligence of a human being. Curlia added that this cat was very powerful. One glance was enough to make it clear. She was stronger than any witch they could have met in the royal capital. Amelia added that Lulu had come to them about 10 days ago and asked to be Curlia's teacher. They did not know who this cat was, so they sent someone to the Sorcerers Association to find out about her. Amelia asked what Iron himself thought about it. Curlia asked what her brother thought. Iron said he didn't know anything about sorceresses. Amelia asked why Curlia was pressuring her brother. The girl said she was just curious. Iron thought that he was once again faced with his sister's endless stubbornness. Something unpleasant must have happened. Iron remembered something and said he wanted to give his sister a gift, but he wasn't sure if she would like it. The head of the family thought that Iron was already buying gifts. Curlia said she was grateful to her brother for that. The servant Marcus had previously advised his master to be sure to give everyone gifts. The young man was grateful for this advice. A cat appeared on the table. She said, "So this young man is Curlia's older brother. That's why I thought they smelled similar. But they are completely different." Curlia grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and asked, "How did you get here?" The cat apologized, saying it didn't want to scare anyone. The animal added that all that remained was to convince Curlia's older brother. Then she said it was an accident. Curlia demanded an explanation. The animal replied that it was easier to get along with her brother than with this girl. The cat said that Curlia loved her brother very much, so she thought that if she could persuade him, Curlia would agree. Curlia shouted that she would never become her student and left the room. Lying in bed, Iron thought that the adults were very happy with his gifts. It seemed that the gifts touched them even more than his admission to the academy. In a normal family, such things are not uncommon. Seeing his parents rejoice over trifles, the young man felt both happiness and guilt towards them. Iron decided that he would no longer waste time as he had before. He could not delay in finding his way of the sword. The maid knocked on the door. The woman asked, "Will the young master be going to the training ground tomorrow?" Iron confirmed this and reminded the maid to prepare what he had asked for in advance. The young man added that his hands were itching because he hadn't held a sword in half a month. After talking with his father, Aaron Karen left the study. Jack Stewart remained with the head of the family. Viscount Phil Karen said that his son looked strange. Did anything happen at the Pereira estate? Jack Stewart explained that on the way back they had met Iron's heir and told him what had happened. The Viscount flew into a rage. Does Stewart really think this is normal? Phil Karen asked why Jack Stewart had not reacted appropriately. The young man apologized. The Viscount was surprised. Why did Iron suddenly change so much? Stewart said that this guy seemed like a completely different person to him. It seemed that he had learned a lot at the Chrono Academy. The Viscount noted that the Sword Academy was not a witchcraft club. He had disliked Harun Pereira for a long time. He had everything: luxurious hair, irresistible looks, a wife who was considered a beauty, and a daughter who was a witch. Year after year, his wealth only increased. Now his son, who was easy to trample into the mud, had unexpectedly perked up. Why did he even leave his room? The son entered his father's office and told him not to be angry. The sprout that had appeared needed to be pulled out, and that would be the end of it. This was the main heir, Ryan Kieran. He added that he had a plan. When the 6 noble families of the southern part of the Kingdom of Hale arrived at the Pereira estate for a meeting of the heads of families, it would be possible to wipe their feet on the negligent aristocrat. The Viscount said it was an excellent idea. Nothing less would have been expected from the pride of their family. Jack Stewart thought that Iron could well get into trouble, as a man who was much smarter, more talented, and far more cold-blooded than the Viscount had entered the game. He was talking about the main heir. It was Ryan Chiron. The knights came out of the armory. They were surprised. What kind of training could there be at such an early hour? The punitive expedition is coming soon. Why do they need this training? If they don't deal with the monsters regularly, they'll start jumping out of the gateways. The knights said that monster raids were only organized so that noble families could demonstrate their status. The knights were surprised to see that the young heir of Pereira was already on the training ground, warming up. The knight greeted him and asked what the young heir was doing so early in the morning. Iron also greeted him and said that he had heard that the ordinary soldiers had morning training planned for today. Iron added that he had decided to train alone, so he would not be disturbing anyone. One of the knights thought that Iron had definitely been expelled from the academy. Otherwise, why was he here now? However, outwardly, he had changed significantly for the better. The knight saw the young man doing pull-ups on the bar with weights and asked in surprise, "Is that how this disc is usually used?" The senior knight Orn Zukrin appeared on the field and asked menacingly, "Did your subordinates come here to have fun?" The private replied that they were not having fun, but had decided to watch the heir's training for a while. Orn Zukran saw the young man and was also surprised. "Is this boy really doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar with a disc? What happened to him over the past year?" The senior knight said that perhaps the young man looked incredible in the eyes of the privates, but with his skills, he was not even close to the knights. A soldier asked Sir Zukran if he could do the same as the young heir. Zukran yelled at the soldiers to stop standing around and start training. Iron Pereira saw a cat walking nearby. "What is Lulu doing here?" The young man turned away because he needed to focus on training. Nothing else mattered. To find his own way with the sword, it was time to stop repeating one swing after another. He needed to start practicing the techniques he had learned at the academy. A week passed. During sports training, the knights couldn't understand how the young heir could run faster than them while maintaining steady breathing and not breaking a sweat. A tired knight said that the young master had become much more resilient. The knight said that training was almost over. "Isn't the young master leaving with them?" Iron replied that he would stay a little longer. Iron remembered his friends from the academy and thought they were very amazing guys. They endured rigorous training without any help. Iron noticed that Lulu had been watching the training for a week. "What is she thinking?" The knight told the young master to be careful. "There are rumors that the witch cat brings bad luck. They say she's even cursed." Now the young man understood why the soldiers avoided the cat. It was all because of bad gossip. Marcus appeared on the training ground and asked if the young master had finished his training. Iron reminded the cat that last time she said she wanted to convince him of something. Why didn't she even come to talk? Lulu said that the young man's sister, Curlia, was interesting, but this guy was the opposite. Boring as hundreds of cobblestones in a valley. Iron said that was very rude. Lulu replied that she had a gift for the young man. The cat handed the young man a ball and said she was going to give it away anyway. Iron should take the ball and talk to his sister. Marcus was extremely surprised. After all, a cat's eye is an incredibly expensive thing. Iron asked why Lulu was willing to part with such a valuable thing in order for Curlia to become her student. The cat replied that it was a very interesting question. Lulu added that she liked the girl. "Do you really need another reason?" Marcus was surprised. "Is it really possible to bribe someone with such treasures?" Lulu asked, "Is the servant implying that I have no concept of money?" Marcus said that was not what he meant. Lulu replied that she knew how much a cat's eye was worth. The cat added that people are naturally fond of gold and precious stones, but there are things in the world that are even more valuable. For example, a wooden ball that gives off a wonderful aroma. Such a ball cannot be found anywhere else. It cannot be exchanged even for several dozen cat's eyes. It is a real treasure. There is also a foxtail and a soft toy that her friend, a stray cat, gave her. Lulu noticed that such things cannot be obtained for any amount of gold. Marcus admitted that there was logic in these words. Iron thought it was quite unusual. He would never have guessed the secret. It turns out that there is also value in the relationship with Curlia that cannot be bought with money. Lulu told the young man to be quiet so that he would have a better chance of appearing intelligent. The cat added that Iron should take the moonstone and praise her to his sister. The young man replied that he would not accept the gift. The cat was surprised. Why aren't you listening to me? This moon eye is very expensive." The boy said he wanted to tell his sister not what the cat told him to say, but what he felt and saw after meeting her. The cat said she had really hoped to win the young man over with this stone. However, this did not change the fact that the young man was simple compared to his sister. The cat promised to visit often. The next day came. The cat ran up to the young man and said that something bad had happened. He needed to follow her immediately. Iron followed. Lulu told the young man to stay close while she ate. Iron was surprised. Is this really the trouble? Lulu said she was worried when no one was around while she was eating. What could be worse? Another day passed. Lulu asked if the young man knew what a cat lying on its stomach was thinking. Iron admitted honestly that he had no idea. Lulu said she didn't know either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. Iron, sitting next to Lulu, suddenly smiled. The cat was surprised. "Why are you laughing?" The young man replied that he just felt like it. Iron remembered the words of the head of the academy, who said that the boy had to find his way within a year. The young man thought that now he had to find his way with the sword as quickly as possible. After leaving the academy, he had completely lost his way. Now he didn't understand anything at all. Iron didn't know what to do or how to find his path. With a sword in his hands, the young man repeated the man's movements again. Lulu asked if Iron had tried to learn witchcraft. The young man was surprised. "Why would I need that?" Lulu offered Iron to become her student. At that moment, the young man felt incredible pressure. Is Lulu really capable of this? The young man thought that the cat was now completely different from what she had seen before. Lulu repeated her offer once more. The cat said she would teach the young man many things, and then they would go together to the joyful world of sorcerers. Iron noticed that the oppressive energy had disappeared. Iron replied that he did not want to because he was not a sorcerer, but a swordsman. Lulu repeated that he should start learning from her. Iron noted that it was not about magic, but about sorcery. Iron declared that he would not be able to master sorcery even if he wanted to. Lulu said that no one was more suited to sorcery than a swordsman with a strong will. There was a high probability that he would discover an ability that would make his sword stronger. Lulu asked if the young man knew the difference between swordsmen, sorcerers, and mages. All martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on the physical body. This is already the inner cosmos. By training tirelessly and tempering their bodies, they acquire a mysterious power called aura. Mages concentrate on the external environment, which is the external cosmos. Their goal is to analyze the mystical power, Manu, which permeates the universe, and to understand the laws and principles of the world. The cat asked a question. What about sorcerers? Most often, people refer to sorcerers as beings who defy the natural order of things. Sorcerers crave to make the impossible possible. They are stunning creatures who ignore common sense and worldly logic. They can also make things they ardently desire materialize. That is what sorcerers are. Lulu added that they are called stubborn. To some extent, this is true. A powerful will can fulfill even the most absurd desires, such as changing the world single-handedly. An unmatched spirit that ordinary people cannot even imagine is an indicator of strength of soul, the basis of sorcerer's power. The cat said she had an opinion about the perpendicular cut practiced by the young man. The strike conveyed an incredibly strong will, indicating a desire to cut through anything at any cost. Lulu added that this will is not enough. However, even with minimal help, he will be able to awaken witchcraft that will benefit the sword. Iron apologized and said that he would not be able to do it. Lulu was surprised. What's the problem? Iron admitted that the sword was not his. Lulu said that this was an unexpected answer for her. The young man thought that perhaps the cat would be able to reveal the secret of his dream. He had to share his most intimate thoughts with Lulu. Lulu said it was like a soul transfer. She had heard that this happened to some people. The soul, memory, and character of another creature were imposed on them. Lulu added that the situations were not identical, but similar. She suggested that this would not interfere with the study of witchcraft. Iron thought that Lulu had only seen the incision once and reacted positively. It seemed that the man's technique was truly fascinating. Iron gave another negative answer. He did not want to awaken witchcraft at the will of another person. Lulu insisted that he try it at least once and take an interest. The young man said he wanted to find his own sword. Lulu asked what kind of sword he had, not today's technique, but the one he usually demonstrated. Iron thought that in the end, he had come from there and returned there. Lulu said that it was time to give her students some advice. Iron was surprised because he had refused to become a sorcerer. Lulu said that the man did not understand something. Until now, all his actions had not been indicative of effort. Lulu added that they were not efforts but futile attempts, to put it more bluntly. Lying in bed, Iron thought that Lulu had completely confused him. There was a knock at the door and Marcus entered. The servant asked if Lulu was there. Marcus said he had two pieces of news for his master. The first concerned the upcoming punitive expedition. In a few days, a meeting would be held at the estate to discuss this matter. The announcement had not yet been made, but it was better to inform the young master in advance. Iron said he understood. Marcus added that the second piece of news concerned Lady Lulu. There were many bad rumors about her. For example, about how she joined the Oracle Witchcraft Guild in the east of the continent. But immediately after she left, the community fell apart. And because of an accident, the second son of the feudal estate of Ziakal, where Lulu had stayed for a short time, lost his life. In the large trading organization of Barbon, business went downhill after they let a black cat into their premises. Iron asked if these rumors had been confirmed. Marcus replied that everything that had happened was absolutely true. The young man asked if there was any reason to believe that Lulu was to blame. Marcus replied that there were no irrefutable facts. All that was known was that she had been there. Iron stated that in that case, Lulu might not be the culprit. Perhaps people simply mixed stories from her life with superstitions about black cats. The rumors were unfounded. Marcus suggested that the simple-minded little witch had not actually done anything. However, was it necessary to take the risk? The servant apologized if he had crossed the line and strayed from the topic. Iron thought that Marcus should understand that everyone was simply concerned for him. The young man remembered that he had said he would judge Lulu based on what he saw and felt himself. It seemed to him that the cat didn't have such a bad temper that she would hurt anyone. She was unusual and a little different from people, but she had her good sides. He had to tell his sister about this without bringing up any rumors. The cat asked what would happen if something bad happened to Iron and Curly while she was around. The young man knew that the cat was hiding somewhere nearby. Iron asked if what Marcus had said was true. The cat crawled out from under the bed. Iron asked if she was responsible for this. Lulu replied that she had nothing to do with it. Lulu said she was just having fun, and two nasty old men at the Oracle had a fight. Because of this, the tower blew up. In Barbaria, the master's children fought. The same thing happened at the Ziakal estate. The young man thought, either this is a series of coincidences, or Lulu is lying. It is not worth leaning towards either option yet. There is no reason to. Iron told the cat that nothing would happen to him, even if they remained friends. Lulu reminded him that she was called a black cat, which promised misfortune. Iron noted that there were many bad rumors about him too. The young man added that they were similar. Of course, he had made mistakes too. Iron said he would judge the cat as his heart and mind dictated, and if misfortune befell them, then he would think about what to do. Lulu's eyes filled with tears at these words. The guy noted that the people around them would be a little concerned, but he would slowly dispel their worries. Lulu said she had a gift for him and took out something that looked like an inflated bubble. The cat explained that it was a very expensive thing, much more expensive than a cat's eye. The cat immediately ran out of the room. The young man reminded her that he did not take bribes. Iron looked closely at the ball and thought that Lulu had recently shown it to him. It was one of the cat's precious treasures. Iron thought that this ball was too big. At a meeting with his father, the young man said that he would take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. The guy added that he would succeed. The head of the family reminded him that on the punitive expedition, he would have to fight not monsters, but other families. This could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than it seemed at first glance. Iron promised his father that he would try his best. A week later, guests began arriving at the Pereira estate. The head of the house met Viscount Kiran. He arrived with his sons. He said that during the time they had not seen each other, Iron Pereira had become a very brave young man, maturing and growing stronger. The dinner table was set in the drawing room. Many heads of families were present with their offspring. Marcus told the gentleman to remember one thing. It was best to keep in mind that there was no family among those present that was friendly towards them. They got along with Bauer and Fried without conflict, but their friendship was not that strong. The families who openly disliked Pereira are the Lesters. Baron Lester was present with his sons. Baron Russell's family was also among them. The Baron also arrived with his son. Viscount Chiron was also present at this event. Marcus said that Phil Chiron was someone to be especially wary of. The Pereira family had been at odds with him for a long time. The host of the Pereira household raised his glass and thanked all the guests for taking the time to ensure the safety of the southern trade route, as well as for the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the South. All those present turned their eyes to Iron Pereira. The young man understood that he had to drink the contents of the glass. He was surprised. Why was everyone staring at him? Had he made a mistake? Phil Karen said that Iron Pereira was holding the glass slightly incorrectly. White wine is sensitive to temperature. Holding the glass this way transfers the warmth of the palm to the wine. Therefore, you need to hold the thin part, that is, the stem of the glass. Iron apologized. Karen said there was no need to apologize and that now he could try holding the glass properly. Iron took the glass, and Viscount Karen thanked him. The guest added that it would be better to slightly curl the little finger. When condiments were very expensive, in order to avoid waste, people used their thumb and little finger to pick them up. However, when lifting the glass with the whole palm, the fingers became wet, and condiments were often wasted. Phil Karen laughed and said that at such a young age, of course, no one worries about such things. But as an aristocrat, it is necessary to know the rules of table etiquette. Baron Lester noted that this was a very accurate observation. The difference between aristocrats and commoners is evident in the details. Karen said that Lester had strangely distorted his words. That was not what he meant. Pereira said that there was no misunderstanding. Chiron added that he had said it only for Iron's benefit. The Viscount asked his son if Ryan had listened to the symphonies he had recommended to him. The young man replied that he had, and that he particularly liked the second composition. Baron Lester noted that Ryan also had a deep knowledge of music. What kind of music did Iron listen to? Iron replied that he didn't listen to any particular music. He had no preferences. Lester suggested that perhaps there wasn't enough time for that at the academy. However, a minimum level of erudition is necessary for everyone. If the conversation suddenly stops, both interlocutors will find themselves in an awkward position. Baron Lester added that it was a joke and that his words should not be taken to heart. Ryan thought that Iron would have to understand what it was like to be an aristocrat without even a basic education. This was all the result of his laziness and ignorance. The time had come to expose the irresponsibility of Baron Pereira, who had ignored the young man all this time. Ryan understood that Iron could do nothing about it. His father asked Iron if everything was all right. The young man apologized and said he was not feeling well. Could he leave? His father said Iron could leave the table. Iron left the room. He was very angry with himself. He had run away again. Iron believed that he had become more confident and thought he could stand up to others. However, he had no idea how much pain his father had to endure and how bad Kirlia and his mother felt. The young man was left alone and began to cry, leaning against the wall. He considered himself a terrible son. Iron thought he didn't even know his own sword. Iron asked Lulu what futile efforts meant. The cat replied that it meant everything was meaningless. Cruelly exploiting your body physically is not effort. To achieve a goal, you need to engage both physically and spiritually. That is what effort means. Lulu said that it is very important to use both the body and the soul. Competent actions must be supported by a competent soul. Did Iron really think he had tried hard enough spiritually? Now the young man himself did not understand anything. In which direction should he move forward? A voice behind him said, "Is he really here?" His stance is not bad. It seems that his training at the academy was not in vain. Iron turned around and saw Baron Lester's heirs, Kevin and Caesar. The young men said that waiting for the adults was very boring. Maybe they would arrange a fight between themselves? Baron Russell's heir, Martin, laughed and asked why Iron was silent. That's right. He doesn't know how to hold a sword in his hands either. Although it is clear that a year of fencing lessons was not enough for the careless aristocrat, Iron replied that he agreed to a duel. He held his sword forward and said they could attack. His opponents were surprised. So soon? This guy turned out to be quite bold. Kevin said he was ready to fight Iron and headed for the training swords. The young man thought that he hadn't picked up a sword in a long time. However, the guy who had only been training for a year was definitely no match for him. Now this Iron would get a taste of shame. Iron was silent and focused. He still held the sword tightly in his hands. Kevin said he would see what the young man had been taught at the academy and how much his skills had improved. Iron immediately attacked his opponent, not even giving him time to react. A moment later, Kevin was lying on the floor. He didn't even understand what had happened. Iron looked at the other heirs and asked who was next. Kevin got up and said that it didn't count. Iron asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Kevin said that they hadn't announced the start of the duel, and Iron had attacked him sneakily. Iron said he was ready to start over. Martin Russell told Kevin to get up. He would take his place. Russell added that it was all Kevin's fault for being careless, but now it was better for him to step aside. He said that he would only feel better after he personally fought Iron. The Lester brothers said that Martin would not lose, as they had different equipment. Martin swung and delivered a crushing blow. However, Iron managed to block it. Martin said that blocking would not help his opponent. The brothers told Martin to smash his opponent and trample him completely. However, Martin couldn't understand why his opponent still hadn't fallen to the ground. Martin was breathing heavily with exhaustion. He thought that he had swung too hard and had worn himself out. Martin attacked continuously, but each time he became weaker and weaker. At one point, Martin noticed that his hands were shaking. Iron asked what had happened and why Martin was no longer attacking. Martin thought that he could no longer handle the fight and did not want to continue. Iron swung his sword. Martin believed that someone had to stop this. Suddenly, a voice told them to stop fighting, and so it was clear who would win. Ryan Kieran entered the room and told Martin to stop before things got worse. After all, he didn't want to get seriously injured, did he? Ryan noted that Iron had indeed become formidable. Would the young man like to fight him? However, he suggested doing so with real swords. Iron was surprised. Why was his brother doing this? Unexpectedly for everyone, Iron agreed again. Ryan said he liked the guy's attitude. However, Ryan was surprised where he got the courage to agree to a duel with real swords. Apparently, studying at the academy had made him surprisingly bold. Ryan wondered whether he should leave a small scar on his face. Although an aristocrat must take care of his face, he said he would give his opponent the right to attack first, since he had begun to learn the art of swordplay earlier. That would be the right thing to do. Would Iron really agree to this? The young man said he accepted the offer. Ryan couldn't even imagine that the day would come when they would duel each other. He had a strange feeling. The Iron he knew before seemed like a worthless coward. Ryan told his opponent to attack and not disappoint him. Iron, as always, gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Our hero was extremely restrained and focused. The spectators were surprised. Had this guy really closed his eyes? Maybe he was just pretending. Ryan began to realize that something unusual was about to happen. He had never seen Iron like this before. Iron swung his sword with all his might, cutting through the air with a perpendicular strike. Ryan was blown away as if by the wind. Ryan hit his back against the wall and couldn't understand anything. What just happened? Did the blow create distance between them? Was he afraid of the blow from the careless aristocrat? Iron's sword broke in two, as if it had been cut. Iron continued to stand motionless after the blow. Everyone present was stunned. Had Ryan lost? Ryan looked at the broken sword in surprise, unable to understand how this could have happened. How did Iron manage to do this? They hadn't even crossed swords. How was that possible? The adults entered the room, and Viscount Charon said that the young men had finally been found. Had they decided to have a duel? The Viscount asked his son why his sword was broken. Ryan didn't know what to say. Summoning his courage, Ryan announced that he had lost the duel with Iron. Viscount Charon was stunned, as were the other adults. Baron Pereira could not contain his excitement and overwhelming emotions. Was his son really capable of such a thing? Ryan didn't know what to do. The boy decided to act as confidently and casually as possible. Ryan handed his sword to Jack Stewart. The young man felt he should talk as if nothing serious had happened. He admitted that Iron's skills were surprisingly impressive. From an attack of more than 5 meters, his sword broke in half. Viscount Chiron laughed and said that Iron's skill was truly amazing. He had studied at the Chrono Academy for a year, and it was obvious that his son had a hard time competing with this guy. Baron Lester noted that this was a real blessing for the Southern Union. Iron's amazing progress would undoubtedly be of great benefit in the punitive expedition. Chiron added that he envied Baron Pereira. The meeting ended. It was late at night, and the guests began to disperse to their homes. The Viscount told his son that he couldn't believe how they had boosted Pereira's morale by deliberately losing the duel. They had almost alienated the Pereira family. It was good that everything had ended positively. The Viscount added that his son should be careful in the future. He would no longer be able to turn a blind eye to his son's arbitrary changes of plans. Ryan apologized. Ryan told Jack Stewart to call the 5 soldier pupils when he returned home. Baron Pereira told his son that he did not have to participate in the punitive expedition. After all, it was more important for him to officially become a student at the academy than to waste his time. Wouldn't it be better to spend it improving his skills? Iron declared that he would take part in the punitive expedition and definitely wanted to join. The young man added that he understood his father's concerns and would make up for his shortcomings. He said he would do everything he could to eliminate any cause for concern in the remaining 3 weeks. If his father still did not believe in him after that, he would refuse to participate. His sister and mother met Iron in the hallway and watched him leave. The girl wondered, would everything be all right? Her mother said that everything would be fine. Her brother was a great guy. He was trying his best, so all they could do was believe in him. Iron grabbed a sword in the training room and began practicing again. The young man decided that he would never again shift the burden of responsibility onto his family. His family would not have to face disrespect because of him and for his sake. He would not just stand by and watch his family hold back their anger and sadness. Iron asked Lulu if his actions now seemed like futile efforts. The cat replied that now the young man was really trying. Lulu added that Iron could now begin to learn witchcraft. The young man said that in that case, the cat should start teaching him immediately, and he was ready to do whatever she said. Lulu replied that he should not rush. She would begin teaching him, but not today. The cat added that the young man should calm down and collect himself. She didn't know what had happened, but now he needed to rest, and they would start classes tomorrow. Iron warned that no one would come to the training ground. He asked his father to restrict access. Lulu replied that this was excellent. Iron was surprised. Where did Lulu get her glasses? The cat replied that appearance was important. Such small things help to change one's mindset. Lulu reminded him that spirit is important in witchcraft. It is not enough to simply want something. You have to make your desire a reality. The young man's desire is to protect his family. Lulu looked into the book and asked how to make his cherished desire stronger. Iron replied that he did not know. The cat said that the most common and simplest way was superstition. It's something like rumors without any logical basis, but it's also a belief. In witchcraft, belief is above all else. No matter how absurd the wish, the more sincerely you believe in it, the more powerful the witchcraft. Primitive people worship the sun and huge stones as gods. They believed that through offerings they could fulfill their cherished desires. They used the most unshakable method of belief, religion. Taking a sacrifice as payment is a fairly effective method. However, it is better to avoid it. Otherwise, the devil will most likely respond. The young man was surprised. Would Lulu really resort to mystical witchcraft? The cat replied that the most appropriate method for Iron now was to train with a sword and concentrate on his strong, cherished desire. Lulu was surprised. Why was Iron still standing there? He had to take the sword in his hands and start acting. The protagonist took the sword and resumed training, now with a greater emphasis on spiritual concentration. After a while, the young man asked if he had to repeat the same sword exercises all the time. Lulu replied that it wasn't the same training. The cat explained that they would make a deal, 1,000 swings every day, putting his heart and soul into each one. He had to practice daily with a serious spiritual attitude, thinking about what he needed to do to move forward. Lulu noticed that this feeling was similar to the superstition mentioned earlier. Simply practicing with the sword every day was not enough to reach the desired level. However, if you repeat actions tied to your cherished desire, your strength of spirit and faith will grow stronger. Moreover, they will grow stronger with each passing day. It is necessary to abandon the previous approach and train with a strong spiritual attitude. Simple swings will not change anything. The young man did not understand. Did he need to make a powerful swing with all his strength, putting his love for his family into it? Or repent, remembering what he was like before? Or ask to be endowed with such outstanding mastery of the art of the sword that he would never again experience contempt? Lulu thought that it was enough for now that the boy had begun to reflect. If Iron continued to try hard, he would find this strength within himself. Awakening witchcraft through effort. It sounds ridiculous, but for the current Iron, this option is perfect. Witchcraft lesson day 10. The young man thought that 10 days had passed. Was he doing everything right, or was he wasting his time? Lulu asked if he knew what made a boiling soul cool down and a stone heart crumble like sand. The cat replied, it was doubt and self-doubt. It was normal. The soul could not always remain constant. The young man's fiery will began to fade, and as his body grew heavier, more and more random thoughts accumulated in his head. At such moments, they usually flow in a negative direction. Lulu noticed that this is precisely why it is necessary to act together, not alone. When he does not believe in himself, he needs to believe in the person who believes in him. When that person finds it difficult, you need to repay them with the faith you have received. Lulu noted that their union would allow the young man to move forward with much more confidence. Iron remarked that no one really believed in him. Lulu was surprised. Why did he think that? The young man replied that he was a coward who only dodged and ran away. Who could believe in him and love him? Lulu said that she believed in him. The cat reminded him that she had once said that he was as boring as the hundreds of stones in the valley. But now she realized that she was wrong. Rocks are rocks. They are strong, smooth, and beautiful. Few people would dislike beautiful stones. For example, Curlia is a sapphire. Lulu suggested that there had always been many people who loved the young man. There was no need to rush and make categorical conclusions. The cat noticed that the lesson was over for today. Iron should think everything over carefully in his room. Lying in bed, the young man thought about those who believed in him. These people were his family. They had waited more than 10 years for him to come to his senses. Without his family's faith, he would not have had the will to even pick up a sword on his own. And then there were his friends, the academy director, and the instructors. They all believed in him, even if he was lacking something. Could he become someone who would give faith to others? Iron wanted that very much. With these thoughts, our hero fell asleep. Curlia, as usual at this time of day, was in the family library. The girl felt a powerful, magical energy. Curlia threw open the library door and looked around. Maybe something had happened to her brother. The cat looked at Curlia in surprise. Curlia asked what was happening to her brother. Lulu replied that Iron had awakened his magical powers. Curlia said she had never heard of such a way of awakening. The girl shouted at Lulu to tell her what was going on immediately. Lulu said that Iron had delved deep into his own soul to fulfill his cherished desire. He had reached the most suitable place to fulfill his desire, where no one could penetrate or interfere. Iron would continue training until he achieved a satisfactory result. Curlia asked when he would return. Lulu replied that it would be immediately after he achieved the result, but no one knew exactly when that would be. Lulu added that it could be tomorrow, in a month, or even in a year. Curlia was frightened. Had she brought the curse upon herself? The girl really wanted her brother to return to them alive. Iron was surprised. What was that fence near him? The young man thought he was in a dream in which the man was swinging his sword. The man continued to swing his sword in the same manner as always, without any changes. Suddenly, the swordsman stopped and looked at our hero. At one point, their eyes met. Iron realized that this man was staring intently at him. What should he do now? A space-time continuum occurred, and lightning began to flash around the swordsman. The lightning began to flow into the young man, and a high-voltage electrical connection appeared between these people. Iron didn't have the strength to stay on his feet and flew straight at the swordsman. When the young man came to, he found himself lying on the ground. Without opening his eyes, Iron scratched his head and thought that the bed had become hard. Maybe it was all because of a strange dream. Iron opened his eyes and saw that he was not in bed, but on the ground. And the clothes he was wearing were unfamiliar and strange. Iron realized that this was not a dream at all. In front of the young man was an old wooden hut. Only now did Iron notice that the man had disappeared. The young man did not understand what had happened. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Our hero saw the very sword sticking out of the ground. A situation arose that Iron could not explain in words. There was only one conclusion. This was real witchcraft. Iron reached for the sword and said that he had awakened the sorcery. If this place was created based on his cherished desire, then he was now on a training ground. The protagonist thought that this was a place where no one would disturb him. The place was meant for him alone. Iron grabbed the sword, pulled it out of the ground, and began swinging it in different directions. The young man thought that here he would surely find his way of the sword. Iron stopped training and looked around. The boy thought he had only just warmed up, but it was already completely dark. Iron thought it would be nice if night did not fall. The next moment, the sun was already shining in the sky. The young man realized that this was magic. Iron wanted spring to come so that a light breeze would blow. Iron entered a wooden hut. In front of him was an empty table. The boy finished his training and thought it would be nice to change into comfortable clothes. The next moment, our hero was already sitting at the dining table, which was laden with delicious and healthy food. After lunch, the young man lay down on the bed and said that it was just wonderful here. Iron thought that this was the most suitable environment for concentrating on the sword. The power of sorcery is incredible. It was the 5th day of his stay in another world. Iron fell asleep in bed every time, but woke up on the training ground. He had to achieve his goal at all costs, otherwise he would not be able to get out of here. Iron assumed that the swordsman was somehow connected to him since he appeared at the moment his sorcery awakened. Iron pushed away extraneous thoughts because he needed to focus only on training. He had to swing with all his heart every time. Our hero thought that he had made 2,000 swings the day before, so today he had to try to make 3,000. The 211th day of his stay in another world. He couldn't manage more than 6,000 swings. Iron didn't understand what the problem was. The young man told himself that everything was fine. He shouldn't doubt himself. He had to keep swinging. Iron counted 6,095 swings. The guy thought that, having gotten used to his surroundings, he had relaxed for a moment. It was the 353rd day of his stay in another world. Today he did less, only 5,295 swings. Iron thought that he hadn't rested once this year. Apparently, he had overworked himself. The young man threw his sword aside and decided that he needed to regain his strength quickly and resume training tomorrow. The 417th day of his stay in another world, 3,695 swings. Iron noticed that his right arm was slightly numb. If he continued now, it would be uncomfortable to train tomorrow. That was enough for today. 624th day in another world. There was no training. Iron Pereira hadn't picked up a sword in 96 days. The young man opened his eyes and thought that the result was obvious, since he had spent most of his life being lazy. His performance at the academy was not of his own volition. It was the result of the will of the man from his dream. Iron decided to take a look at himself from the outside. His search for his path of the sword had brought him here. And as soon as that man's help evaporated, Iron simply fell. All his exhausting training turned out to be meaningless sword swings. He had put his heart and soul into it for just a year, and that was his limit. Iron had no idea how long he had been here. If time flowed the same way here as it did in reality, he had wasted a huge number of days and weeks. However, it didn't matter now. It was enough for him that he could be at peace in a place where there was no one else but him. The young man opened his eyes when he heard someone's voice. Someone was calling his name. Elijah was standing in the doorway. The girl asked Iron to wake up. Elijah noticed that it was time for their early training session. It was nighttime in the sky. Iron jumped out of bed and asked in surprise what Elijah was doing there. The young man's feet got tangled in the blanket and he fell, hitting his face on the floor. The girl laughed. Was he really so happy to see her? Elijah asked if he was going for a run in those clothes. Iron ran after the girl and wondered where the running track had come from. Ilya told Iron to keep up and picked up the pace. After the run, the young man thought that they had been doing this until dawn. It had been a long time since he had such a marathon. Ilya told the young man to hurry up and sit down at the table. After breakfast, they would immediately begin sword training. Iron couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Ilya was surprised. What was he looking at? Did he want to say something? Iron asked how Ilya ended up here. The girl replied that Iron should stop asking useless questions. He had to eat quickly because it was time to train. On the training ground, Ilya didn't understand how much idleness it took to make her stance so terrible. The girl said that this guy was empty inside. He would only be able to perform normal movements if he filled his soul. Lulu had taught him that. Iron was surprised. How did Ilya know Lulu? Ilya shouted at Iron not to ask stupid questions. Iron managed to add 2,000 swings. Ilya praised him and said that was enough for today. The girl said they would see each other again and simply disappeared. She vanished into thin air. It was nighttime again in the sky. Iron thought that he knew it all along. She wasn't real. The young man lay down in bed with pleasure. He felt incredibly tired. Today he wouldn't have to force himself to fall asleep. As he fell asleep, the young man wondered how Ilya could have ended up in the witchcraft world. Maybe he had called her in his unconscious state. In any case, it was very nice. Suddenly, our hero was grabbed by the collar. A menacing voice asked, "Why isn't this bastard getting up?" Iron was surprised and confused. Judith was standing in front of the bed. The girl said that the sun had risen long ago. How long was this guy going to sleep? Had he grown tired of living? Judith pulled the young man out of the house by his arms and said that she was right. This guy was still asleep. Brad and Elijah were waiting in front of our hero's house. Brad asked what had happened to Iron. How could he have overslept? Judith ordered him to take up his sword immediately, and they would proceed to a duel right away. Brad told her not to rush because the guy hadn't even warmed up yet. Judith and Brad argued for a long time. Elijah said they should be left alone. Iron could now get some excellent practice with her. Iron looked at his shadow and thought that his stance was sloppy again. Maybe he had been resting for too long. Ilya said that everything was fine. It wasn't perfect, but his stance was already better. Iron told Judith and Brad not to look at him like that. Once again, Iron didn't understand why his friends believed in him. Someone who couldn't do anything without help. Someone so weak-willed and careless. During another training session, Iron thought that it was very difficult for him. He could barely breathe. The guy felt his legs getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that he had reached his limit. However, for some reason, he felt that he was capable of running even further. Judith broke ahead and said she wasn't going to lose to anyone. Next came the sword fights. His opponent was Brad Lloyd. Brad warned that he was going to attack and rushed forward. Iron successfully parried the attack. Brad said it was great. Iron was much more confident than the day before. Iron unexpectedly attacked his opponent, and Brad lost his footing and fell to the ground. Judith said that Iron was doing well and that he was doing very well today. Elijah saw Brad continuously increasing the distance for the first time. Brad said it was pretty good. Iron replied that his success was thanks to the help of his friends. Iron thought that the cat was right. There was no need to torment himself alone. If you work together with people who believe in you and love you, you can conquer mountains. The young man thought that nothing could prevent a person from rising, and it was not necessary to be alone. Judith asked if Iron had broken his record. Iron replied that he had made 10,000 swings today. Judith stretched as usual and said that their role was over. Brad added that maybe Iron would call them again. Judith told Iron to work hard and not let doubts get the better of him. Ilya, disappearing again, wished her friend good luck. Iron pulled the sword out of the ground and decided to start over. Day 1, 237 in another world. Iron is intensely engaged in running across rough terrain. The 375th day in another world. The 1613th day in another world. The 1687th day in another world. The 1755th day in another world. Iron remembered the days at the academy when he had felt a similar sensation. How much progress had he made now? The guy thought about maybe calling his friends. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. And besides, he wanted to get something. Judith was the most surprised when she saw our hero. The girl asked, "Did he call them just to show off his height?" Judith added that if it was nothing serious, she would go back. Iron suggested they fight once. Judith said that he had persuaded her and she would stay. She would be his first opponent. Iron said he wanted them to attack at the same time, all three of them. Iron held his sword forward and told them to attack together. The girls took out their weapons and said that Iron had changed noticeably. Judith added that he had become very bold. Brad said that Judith should not talk about boldness. Iron thought it would not be easy for him, but he was confident of victory. After a long battle lasting several hours, Iron said that he had to train until he lost his pulse. The young man added that this was the only thing he knew how to do. Memories from the academy alone are not enough, so his techniques are not yet perfect. Iron added that he wants to acquire their sword techniques, but that doesn't mean he's giving up his own. His goal is to make his sword and will even stronger. Iron asked his friends to teach him what they know about their techniques. Judith said that this was pure deception. He is a brazen robber. Where has such a thing ever been seen? Iron said that Judith could also awaken witchcraft. Judith screamed that she would never forgive him for that. Iron said that he too had tried until he was exhausted to achieve this result. At one point, the girl said that Iron had won, and she agreed. As she disappeared, Judith said that when he was outside, there would be no mercy. Iron replied that he would miss her too. Iron thought that he had succeeded and had become stronger. The sword was returned to where the young man had taken it from. Falling asleep, our hero thought it was time to leave this place. He wanted tomorrow to come faster. The old hut disappeared, and in its place appeared a huge gate. In the morning, Iron woke up and approached the gate. There was no handle or keyhole on it. Iron looked back and saw the very sword from his dream. The sword stood right in front of the door, and it seemed to be there for a reason. The young man pulled the sword out of the ground and decided that it was the key to the gate. Iron said it was perfect. It suited him. Maybe it was because he had grown up? Iron found it funny, and his goal here was to free himself from the sword of the man in his dream, and this sword had to be used to get out of here. He thought that the old him would say that this was not right and would despair. However, now everything became clear to him. It was thanks to that man that changes had taken place within him. This strange swordsman had changed Iron's whole life. It was because of him that he got out of bed for the first time and swung a sword. Because of him, the young man ran until he lost consciousness for the first time. Iron wanted to be like him and tried his best. His blows, his swings, none of it was his will. Iron did all this himself. It was all Iron's will. The young man decided that this was his path of the sword. The gate was destroyed by a single perpendicular cut. Iron opened his eyes and rejoiced. He was back in his room again. The young man looked around. Everything around him remained the same. It seemed that very little time had passed in the real world. Iron was happy. He wanted to see his loved ones as soon as possible. A cat appeared in the room. However, it was not Lulu. It was a white cat. Marcus was angry at the cat. How did it get in here again? The doors were tightly closed. Marcus saw the young master and was very surprised. Iron asked where his family was now. Why did Marcus have wrinkles on his face? Marcus said with tears in his eyes that the young master had finally returned. The servant said that it was simply happiness. He thought that the young man had abandoned them forever. Iron asked in alarm how much time had passed. The servant replied, 5 years. Iron realized that time in that space flowed the same as in reality. Then what had become of his promise to the academy director and Elijah? What about the punitive expedition on which their family's reputation depended? The young man asked Marcus where his parents and Curlia were. The servant replied that they were all fine. The reunion with his family was touching, with tears in their eyes. Everyone was happy about the young man's return. His father said that they were very grateful that the young man had returned safe and sound. Iron asked where his sister was now. Amelia replied that Curlia was now in the Principality of Caesar. She had become a student of the eminent sorceress Skena Keaton. Iron calmed down, realizing that his sister was all right. He was immensely happy. Iron thought that because of him, the whole family had once again found themselves in an uncomfortable position, and that he could not continue to act this way. Iron said that his relatives were surely burdened by the thought that their son was imprisoned alone in some strange place. However, during those 5 years, he had not simply been locked up. The young man added that he had trained hard and achieved good results. He said there was no need to worry anymore, no need to torment themselves. From this day forward, as the eldest child of the Pereira family, he would no longer make them ashamed of him. The young man noticed that it was April, so he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. The door to the room opened and Curlia entered. Iron looked at his sister and said that she had grown a lot. The girl was surprised. Why was Iron smiling? Did he really think this was a time for smiles? Iron explained that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he was very happy to see her. Amelia asked why Curlia was here now and not in the Principality. The girl replied that she would be participating in a punitive expedition in place of her brother. Her father was surprised. What was his daughter talking about? Curlia declared that she was not being stubborn. It wasn't necessary for Iron to participate in the expedition. On the contrary, he needed to be dissuaded. He had spent 5 whole years in a terrible place. Were his parents really going to send him on such a dangerous mission right away? Iron told his sister not to worry about him. Inside that space, he had gained strength through training. Curlia interrupted her brother and said that a punitive expedition was an event that would increase the family's honor. Judging by his abilities in the situation, participating in it was the right decision for her. The girl added that if her brother was so confident, she would challenge him to a duel. He had to show what he was capable of. Iron agreed. Curlia told him to follow her. The young man promised his sister that he would show her the strength he had gained in that place. The knight said that he did not expect to see the Lord's face again. It seemed to him that the story with witchcraft was a cover and that the Lord had long since perished. But why this sudden duel? Curlia told her brother not to stand still, but to prepare himself. Iron replied that he was ready. The young man pretended to hold an invisible sword in his hands. Curlia told her brother not to make her repeat herself, because he wasn't even holding a sword. At that moment, a sword appeared in the young man's hands out of nowhere. The boy declared that he was now completely ready. His father thought that Iron had awakened his magical powers after all. It turned out that the rumors were true. Iron thought that he hadn't done anything yet. He had just taken out the sword. Curlia took small toy swords that fit in the palm of her hand out of her purse. The girl threw the swords high into the air. The swords grew in size and became full-fledged weapons. Curlia said that now they were starting, and the swords rushed toward her brother. Iron thought that he would not mind taking his words back. The young man thought that his sister had simply thrown the swords, but it felt as if his arm was about to break. She had serious strength. Iron parried the sword's attacks, but they returned and attacked again. The fight was fierce. The knight asked if they should stop them. Another knight asked how he imagined that would work. Marcus was surprised. Why hadn't the air attacked yet? At one point, the swords fell to the ground. Iron approached his sister and told her not to worry so much. The girl burst into tears. Her brother said that this time he had made the decision because he was truly confident in his abilities. Iron apologized for making them wait so long. Curlia said that no matter what, they would have to be careful. The upcoming expedition was much more dangerous than the previous ones. The Magians had appeared. A month ago, their tracks were found in the southern part of the Charon territory. Magians are creatures with powerful strength obtained through a contract with the devil. In a sense, they can be compared to sorcerers. The twisted and dirty power that comes from their wicked souls makes them far more formidable enemies than ordinary monsters. Curlia said that this would not work and that it would be better if she participated as well. The girl said that her brother had just seen for himself how strong she had become. A woman appeared in the room and said that Curlia would not succeed because she had an important event in 2 weeks. Why was she even here? Curlia was surprised. How did her teacher end up here? Her only older brother had returned from the barrier after 5 years. How could she not come? The sorceress said she was pleased to meet her. She had heard a lot about the young man. The woman added that her name was Skaina Keaton, Caesar's most charming sorceress. Iron greeted Skaina Keaton. The young man had heard that the woman was over 50 this year. Maybe she had rejuvenated herself with witchcraft? Keaton said that the young man was right about her. Iron was surprised. Could witchcraft really be used to read minds? Keaton explained that these thoughts could be guessed without witchcraft. Curlia added that her brother should not listen to her. If witchcraft were excluded, she was basically a complete disaster. Skaina was delighted because Curlia had just admitted that she was the best at witchcraft. She had praised her in a veiled way. Curlia hastened to say that she had not said such a thing. Skaina added that this sweet child had been talking about her brother for 5 years. The witch said that if Curlia wanted to shut her up, she should be a good girl and wait in the next room. Iron saw for the first time a person who was so skilled at communicating with his sister. Skaina apologized and said that their first meeting had not gone very well. To be Curlia's teacher, one must have a stronger spirit than hers. Iron replied that he understood everything. The sorceress noted that the young man was very different from his sister in many ways. Skaina handed the young man a pendant and said that she was here specifically to give it to him. It was an artifact that helped to capture a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factors. They said it could even neutralize fairly strong poisons. Iron said he couldn't accept such a valuable item. Skaina asked the young man not to refuse. She had made it not alone, but together with his sister. Curlia had prayed for his safe return for 5 years and put her power into this artifact every day. The sorceress noted that this was the first time she had seen Curlia since taking her on as an apprentice. Iron thanked them for the gift and promised to make good use of it. Skaina said that it was a great blessing that the girl had such an amazing older brother, much better than she had expected. The young man looked at the ball and wondered, where was Lulu now? The temporary meeting place was the Chiron territory. Curlia replied to her brother that she did not know where Lulu was. The cat stayed at the estate for several more months, and then disappeared in an instant. The girl added that she hadn't seen the cat since then and didn't know anything else. Iron thought that his sister might not like Lulu very much, but it wasn't her fault. No one was to blame. He had wanted it that way himself. The young man asked his sister not to treat the cat badly when he saw her again. Curlia promised to try. The young heir Lester said he didn't expect to see Pereira in their ranks. Martin added that the guy had been trapped in a magical barrier. Although he was probably deceiving everyone so he could lie in bed peacefully. And anyway, what was he doing on a punitive expedition? He didn't even have any experience hunting monsters. Martin suggested that Iron would be able to demonstrate the same skills as before, and in that case, he would not be lost. Lester added that in that case, he would not be a burden. Ryan Kieran couldn't even imagine where Iron had been all this time. However, he was glad that they had met here. Ryan decided that he would definitely take revenge on this guy for that disgrace. Martin asked, has Kevin decided to participate too? Kevin replied that he was not afraid of the Magians. Thanks to the Magians, a detachment of Sunset Knights, mages, and priests was sent on an expedition from the royal capital. Moreover, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hill Burnett, would be in charge of this expedition. Such a campaign could raise one's reputation. Lester added that he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Martin told Kevin to shut up immediately. Kevin was surprised. What was going on with this guy? Kevin turned around and saw the deputy commander of the Knights standing in front of him. Hill Burnett said that it would be better for all the aristocrats gathered here not to participate in this punitive expedition. He would conduct the raid on the Magians with his own armed forces alone. Viscount Karen asked, what does this mean? How can a knight decide such an important matter on his own? The commander of the Knights said that the Magians were no match for monsters. Even children knew that. However, it seems that the omniscient aristocrats of the South are unaware of this. Burnett said that he and his fighters were armed with firm faith and fierce loyalty to their state. Therefore, they were fully prepared to destroy the wicked magicians. However, they are not eager to participate in an expedition with aristocrats who, instead of the welfare of the continent and the peace of the country, pursue only their own personal glory. Sir Burnett asked those present if they had anything to add. One of the young men knelt before the knight. Burnett asked who he was to dare to block his path. Ryan Chiron felt an unimaginable pressure on himself. The young man said he was the eldest son of the Chiron family and introduced himself. Ryan said that they would not make excuses. They were very sorry. They had been too relaxed before the battle with the Magians. But this would not happen again. They would look up to the knight in his advance guard. They would do everything possible to ensure that there was not a trace of carelessness left in them. The young man asked for a chance. Burnett laughed and apologized for going a little too far with his humor. He was not going to forbid them from participating in the raid, but he could not tolerate such recklessness. Only by seeing the heads of noble families fighting the Magians themselves would the people be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. However, the words that one must never be careless in front of the Magi are true. Sir Hill Burnett, left alone in the tent, thought that Ryan Karan was a rather talented young man. But the problem was that no one else stood out except him. The deputy commander was informed that a guest, Mr. Tom Miller, had arrived. He was a wandering knight from the kingdom of Gobert. Burnett greeted the guest and said he was glad to see him. What had brought the stranger here? He had heard that Mr. Miller had a very talented student. He was a student of the 27th class of the Golden Generation, for which the Kronos Academy was famous. The old man said that this student had not officially enrolled in the academy and had been expelled. Of course, he did not think that the current graduates could surpass this young man. However, he is far from a genius like Ilya Lingjae. The knight asked if this was the same Ilya Lingjae who took first place in the final assessment, but refused to officially enter the academy. They say that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights in the Kingdom of Adon. Miller noted that, in other words, a beast similar to Ignata had appeared on the continent. Burnett said he was jealous. Why weren't there such talents in their Kingdom of Hail? Miller was surprised. According to his student, the beast, who was almost on par with Elijah, was from Hail. Burnett laughed. He was no longer at an age to be taken in by such jokes. Miller was surprised. Did Hill really not know about this? The old man noted that there was a student at the final assessment who showed a level almost identical to that of the girl. With a slight difference, he took second place. Miller added that his student, who witnessed the young man's demonstration of strength, said it was shocking. Burnett admitted that this was the first he had heard of it. Was this student now at the Kronos Academy? The old man replied that for some reason, he had also left the academy. If this guy is from Hail, then he most likely took part in this raid. Burnett was surprised. Hadn't he seen him? He would definitely have recognized him. Burnett asked what his name was. The old man thought for a moment and said that his name was Iron Pereira. The expedition made its way through the forest and stopped at a small clearing. The deputy commander of the Knights said that they would rest here for a short while. They should take advantage of the opportunity to eat a little. The Knights sat down in the shade and watched the young aristocrats frolicking with swords in their hands. The young knight said that these young men had absolutely no combat experience. His colleague added that it was better than nothing, but weren't they showing off too much? Although their skills were not bad, especially that guy, his name seems to be Ryan Kyron. He stands out more than the others. The Viscount was pleased with his son and praised him. The young man should continue to attract attention. The Viscount thought that in a few years, the gap between the Kirin and Pereira families had grown significantly. It was difficult to diminish their power. However, if they took the initiative in this raid, their family would be able to restore its status. The Viscount understood that Ryan was needed for this. Even if he had to force himself, he had to get in front of the deputy commander. The Viscount saw that Hill Burnett was heading towards his son. He probably wanted to give him some personal advice. That was excellent. However, Hill Burnett walked past without even noticing the young man. Ryan decided not to dwell on it. Everything was fine. There was plenty of time. Ryan wondered why the commander had approached Iron. Burnett stopped in front of our hero and looked at him intently. The knight said that this was indeed the heir to the Pereira family, who was called a lazy aristocrat. Wasn't he very well known in the southern part of the Kingdom of Hail? The knight informed the commander that the reason his whereabouts were unknown was that he had been imprisoned by witchcraft somewhere. Burnett did not understand how to interpret these words. Why did the young man refuse to officially enter the Chrono Academy and return home? What was this spell business? Hill Burnett turned to Iron Pereira. Since he was now in charge of the squad, the young man could call him the commander of the raid. Burnett decided to ask directly. All the young men except Pereira were spending their free time training diligently with their swords, working hard. Only Iron sat carefree in his place. What was the reason for his excessive self-confidence? Iron apologized if he had shown himself to be dishonest. The young man added that his lack of training at the moment was not indicative of his efforts. Iron stated that he lacked determination in his heart. Kevin Lester, who heard these words, said that Iron was being provocative with the deputy commander of the Knights. Ryan told Kevin to shut up. Burnett said he had heard an interesting answer. Could the young man elaborate? Iron said that he took part in the punitive expedition in order to destroy the minions. In the process, he also wants to raise his family's reputation by showing good activity. The young man added that now he wanted to understand what he could do to achieve this. He lacked significant experience in raids, so he decided to focus on something other than training. Iron noted that it is not only actions that are important, but also approach. By saying that his heart lacks determination, he meant that in his current state, sword training cannot be considered an effort for him. The knight reported to the commander that it was time for them to set off. Burnett shouted for the squad to get up and fall in line. They would be moving out soon. The deputy commander of the knights said that Iron Pereira would ride alongside him. They still had things to discuss. The Viscount told his son not to rush. They had to wait for the right moment. An opportunity would surely arise. The Viscount added that Ryan could create that opportunity himself. Ryan replied that the latter option was much better. Burnett asked the young man if he was armed. Iron confirmed this and added that if the commander felt uncomfortable, he could show his sword. Burnett said he would decline unnecessary formalities. Iron thanked him for his understanding. The commander of the knights thought that the more he listened to this guy, the more surprised he became. Had he really awakened witchcraft? Burnett asked what the young man wanted to focus on more than sword training. Iron replied that there were three things. First, he had never destroyed anyone before. Therefore, in order to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow his first destruction, he was now calming his heart. Second, for an inexperienced warrior, there is nothing more dangerous than a sudden urge to act. Therefore, he calms his excitement and tries to be careful so as not to cause trouble, depending on the orders of his superior. Thirdly, it is a matter of the demonic energy emitted by the Magi and their monster servants. He must sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the appearance of the enemy in advance. That's all. Burnett said that it sounded much more realistic than he had expected. He liked it. Iron thanked the commander. Burnett told the young man not to try to take on too much responsibility at first. The latter should be left to experienced soldiers. Iron said he would heed the advice. The commander of the knights explained that they had brought priests with them to quickly detect demonic energy. Therefore, the young man could focus only on the rest. Iron suddenly stopped and stared at a single point. Burnett wondered where he was looking. Behind the knight stood a huge monster. Iron realized that they had ended up behind enemy lines. The commander shouted loudly for everyone to prepare for battle immediately. The knights needed to get into formation. Burnett ordered the 6 families to stand back and protect the mages and priests. Megan immediately decided to attack the knights. The commander ordered the knights to resist immediately and maintain a safe zone for the mages and priests. Burnett decided to entrust these monsters to the knights. The commander thought that only he could destroy the giant. However, Burnett saw that one of the warriors had rushed at the monster. The young man had a huge sword in his hands. Burnett realized that Iron Pereira had accepted the challenge and entered into battle with the giant. The young man swung his sword skillfully and bravely. He used his signature move, a perpendicular cut, and sliced the monster in half along its body. It took him only one blow to do so. Iron did not retreat a single step, and clutching his sword tightly in his hands, continued to stand before his defeated enemy. Sir Pereira could not contain his emotions and shouted his son's name loudly. Something incredible happened. The monster's body parts rejoined, and it continued its attack on the knights. Iron once again swung his sword and lunged at the giant. The young man got close to the monster and continued to strike it relentlessly. The wounded monster, bleeding profusely, roared loudly, but could do nothing to his opponent. The commander shouted for the young man to leave immediately. Iron swung again and delivered a crushing blow. The shock wave sent the monster's body flying far back. Even the nearby trees were gone. That's how powerful the blow was. All the knights and members of the 6 families watched silently. Burnett thought, could this be true? He had indeed appeared, the beast of the kingdom of Hail. The commander shouted for the knights to pull themselves together. The battle was not over yet. The squad had to destroy the remaining enemies. The commander was informed that no one had been injured in the battle. Everyone was safe, and there were no casualties. Burnett ordered the formation to be restored after a short respite. Iron did not understand why he did this. At the sight of the giant, anger took hold of him. His feelings flared up for the first time, and it seemed very strange. For a short time, the young man seemed to cease to be himself. The astonished commander of the knights approached the hero and looked at him intently. Burnett asked if Iron Pereira understood what he had just done. Iron bowed his head and apologized. The young man said that he had disobeyed orders and acted spontaneously. Even though they had discussed in advance how to behave, he could not control his emotions and did what he wanted. Iron added that he was very sorry about it. The commander told the young man to raise his head. He smiled and asked if the guy didn't understand jokes. Burnett stated that they were on a punitive expedition and had one goal: to destroy the monsters threatening the state. The commander praised the young man. Thanks to the young man's skillful defeat of the giant, the squad had not suffered serious damage. They would discuss the details later, but for now, Iron could accept congratulations. His first appearance on the scene had been truly impressive. The commander said that he would continue to expect the same level of activity from Pereira. Iron's father ran up to him. He asked if his son was injured. The young man replied that he was fine, just a little dirty. His father could not contain his emotions and hugged his son. He said he was proud of Iron. Everyone present watched this heartwarming scene, worthy of an Oscar. Ryan asked Jack Stewart, "Is it ready?" Stewart replied that everything was ready. Ryan told Jack to start right away. Burnett asked if this artifact could really capture demonic energy. Iron confirmed it could. The young man said that this artifact was created by his younger sister, a sorceress, together with her mentor. He was told that the artifact would help the punitive expedition. Burnett thought that sorcerers were certainly formidable, but was it possible that this artifact detected demonic energy faster than the sacred objects of the priests? The artifact reacted again, and Iron said that enemies were approaching from the left. The commander shouted for all the knights to prepare for battle. The spearmen were to line up on the left. Indeed, monsters appeared from the forest. Burnett thought that this young man was right again, so it was no coincidence. The commander ordered the squad to charge the enemy and destroy them all at once. Thanks to the knights' timely response, the monsters were destroyed, and there were no human casualties. Burnett said that from now on he would focus not on the priest's sacred objects, but on Iron's artifact. As soon as the young man sensed demonic energy, he had to report it immediately. After the battle ended, Burnett ordered a halt. That was enough for today. It was necessary to set up camp and prepare food. The knights rested and discussed Iron Pereira. Was he really only 21 years old? How could he possess such amazing abilities at such a young age? His level was undoubtedly already that of an expert. One of the knights said that this was probably the case. After all, he had destroyed that giant very professionally. Who else on this continent, apart from experts, is capable of doing such a thing alone? During the meal, Iron noticed that the artifact lit up and then darkened. The young man remembered his sister's words. If the artifact turned black, it meant that it had detected poison. It had a detoxification function, so he just had to wait until the artifact returned to its normal color. Iron thought that someone was plotting something sinister against him. Of course, he assumed that there would be competition between the families, but he did not expect his opponent to act so openly. Iron looked at the heirs of the other families and decided it was one of the three young men. Most likely, it was the Marquis of Chiron. The young man decided that his father did not need to know about this. It was not worth worrying him. Iron decided to keep what had happened a secret until he figured it out for himself. The artifact soon regained its color. The young man thought that everything was ready. The detoxification process was complete. The boy felt something unusual under the plate with his hand. It was a sticky note. Someone had warned that the food was poisoned and advised caution. Iron noticed that the note was written crookedly. Was it to hide the author's identity if someone else found it? Or was it just written in a hurry? The young man didn't even expect anyone to help him. Who was it? Not far away behind a tree, Jack Stewart was hiding. The young man wondered if he was doing the right thing. Burnett approached Iron and asked if he had eaten. The young man replied that he had just finished eating. The commander suggested a duel. He decided that he should properly assess the young man's potential. It would be useful in the next punitive expedition. The knights became interested in this action and began to sit down comfortably so they could watch everything closely. A duel with the deputy commander of the detachment was a sight worth seeing. Burnett ordered the young man to draw his sword. Iron reached out his hand, and the sword suddenly appeared in it. The commander declared that this duel was intended to test the young man's skill. He put all his power into the sword and asked if the boy was ready to finish it with one blow. Iron replied that he had no objection. The commander was surprised. This young man did not hesitate for a second. Was this calmness due to the fact that he was used to such things? Burnett decided that this was a more accurate feeling. He thought it was excellent. The commander of the knights was pleased, for this was much more than he had expected. The young man's spirit seemed unbreakable, like steel. Burnett was surprised. Was this boy's spirit gradually growing? It was incredible. The commander thought that if he didn't take this seriously, the young man's spirit would consume him. The knights watching what was happening understood that the commander was absolutely serious. One of the knights with a plate of food in his hands ran up and said that he was already there and also wanted to watch. However, the knight lost his balance and fell face forward, dropping the plate from his hands. He lay stretched out on the ground right between the rivals. The plate of food lay nearby. The frightened knight apologized and said he would clean everything up right away. Burnett told Iron that they would end there. The spectators were very upset. Would they really see nothing? The commander said that was enough. From now on, Iron Pereira could act at his own discretion without asking for permission. Burnett added that with such skills, it was better to give the young man freedom of action. These abilities were quite sufficient for an expert level. The commander said that everyone could leave. There would be no performance. Lying in bed, Iron couldn't sleep. The young man thought that during the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander, he had experienced similar, yet different feelings. Burning emotions enslaved him and deprived him of control over his body, just like on the day when he first had that dream. The young man wondered, was it really him? He assumed that he had somehow escaped from that man. Why did he reappear? Iron felt that something was wrong here. The young man noticed that this man was angry. He had changed. That man had never shown any emotion before. Why now? The young man thought. When the dream changed, changes also took place in it. And perhaps this time they had already happened. Ryan asked Jack Stewart if he had told him to put poison in the food the day before. Jack said he had done everything, and Iron had eaten everything. Ryan asked in surprise, then why had it had no effect on him? Jack replied that he didn't understand. The poison should have worked instantly. Ryan said that today they needed to double the dose. Jack Stewart said that was too dangerous. If the dose was exceeded, it wouldn't end with a simple illness. Ryan demanded that Jack shut up immediately. Was he now concerned about Iron? Stewart apologized and admitted he had made a mistake. Ryan was surprised. Why was Jack acting this way? Ryan reminded him that he was very nervous about this Iron. Wasn't it enough for Stewart what he got from his father? Ryan ordered him to do as he was told, and not to forget who he owed his position to. At the halt, the commander ordered everyone to finish eating. It was time to get going. The artifact on Iron's chest darkened again. Iron thought that this poisoner was too persistent. Was he going to do this every time? Be that as it may, the young man was glad that at least someone was on his side. He received another note warning him that the food was poison. After resting and eating, the expedition set off again. Commander Burnett noticed that Iron seemed gloomy. Was everything all right? The young man replied that he was fine. Iron noticed the artifact. He realized that the object had reacted to demonic energy again. Iron shouted that there were monsters on the left, that he would deal with them himself, and rushed in the right direction. The monsters did not expect to be caught off guard. Iron attacked them swiftly, inflicting significant damage on the beasts. Each swing of his sword was effective. The monsters fell apart. Commander Burnett immediately appeared at his side and told the young man to trust him to cover his rear. When these monsters were destroyed, the knights told Iron that the heir had once again demonstrated incredible skill. Iron looked at his hand and thought that his senses were continuing to sharpen. This time, Iron felt the demonic energy even before the artifact. Could this also be the influence of that man? How could he be connected to him? Ryan shouted that Iron had become even more active. How should he understand this? Jack Stewart listened silently to his master. Jack noticed that he had seen an artifact that captured demonic energy. Before the meal, it flashed. It seemed to have a detoxification function. Ryan shouted that his strange younger sister had interfered again. Why was she meddling where she shouldn't? Ryan Kieran didn't know what to do. After all, he was definitely right. The young man decided that if that was the case, he would kill the mage himself. The commander of the knights announced that they had arrived at their destination. It was the magician's lair, a cave created artificially. The architectural elements were evident. Burnett ordered Iron to go ahead with him. Ryan told the commander that he also wanted to go to the vanguard and help as much as he could. Burnett replied that he had no objection, but that Kyrane should not relax. In the cave, the knights heard the sound of a violin, which seemed strange. One of the knights said that the melody was pleasant, as if a piano were also playing. The knights noticed that the cave was surprisingly beautiful. It made them feel calm, and they wanted to get closer and listen. But Iron did not find this place wonderful. Something was clearly wrong with the knights. They were beginning to hallucinate. Could it really be because of the music? Iron shouted that it was a trap. They had to come to their senses immediately. The commander of the knights sniffed and sneezed loudly, which brought him to his senses. Burnett said that if anyone hadn't come to their senses, they needed to be shaken more vigorously. They couldn't give in to the magician's tricks. The knights were amazed when they saw a woman playing the piano in a well-lit area ahead of them. She turned around and said that guests had come to visit her. Burnett looked closely and realized that she was a much stronger magician than he had thought. The woman smiled and said she was very pleased. The mistress of the cave asked if the knights would like to hear another musical composition. Violinists appeared nearby. They were skeletons in tailcoats. Ryan assessed the situation and realized that he was dealing with a real mage. Burnett thought that, apart from her red eyes, nothing distinguished her from a human being. It was hard to believe that even with her demonic powers, she was able to retain herself. The commander of the knights had never encountered such an opponent before. Ryan was ready to act. He believed he could succeed and wanted to prove his superiority over Iron Pereira. The woman said she would like to perform a piece. Would the knights agree to listen to her? Viscount Karen shouted for the magician to be silent immediately. The commander ordered the Viscount to remain in line. The woman begged them to listen. After all, she played beautifully. The mistress of the cave said that the previous melody was just an appetizer. Now she would show her true self. The melody would be thick and sweet, like a bed, enveloping their exhausted bodies in its embrace. The Viscount smiled and said he would listen to one more, but no more. Burnett shouted for everyone to wake up. The Viscount came to his senses and realized that he had fallen under a spell. The commander of the knights shouted that no one should look the mage in the eyes, or they would fall under her influence. Ryan drew his sword and rushed forward. He believed he had to be the best and was obliged to destroy this mage. Ryan was rapidly approaching. He had decided to finish her off with a single blow. However, the woman let down her long hair and it rushed towards Ryan. Ryan managed to react and swung his sword. The young man was surprised. Why wasn't the hair being cut? The woman asked mockingly what they were doing. Did they really think they could cut her hair? Jack Stewart suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. He held his sword out, and the hair wrapped around the blade. Jack shouted for Ryan to retreat immediately. It was dangerous here. The woman waved her hair, and Ryan was immediately entangled in it. She pulled the young man toward her. Majin said she was pleased to meet Jack. The young man was bound by her hair and could not do anything. The cave's mistress added that there was no need to worry too much. She had no intention of destroying the young man. She was an advocate for peace. Burnett asked in surprise what kind of trick this was. The woman offered to make a deal. The life of this handsome and distinguished knight in exchange for the life of such a beautiful and talented girl as she. Magan said that it should be a very good deal. If the knights gave way and let her get out of there, she would release Jack in a place she considered safe. Burnett ordered Viscount Chiron not to interfere in the negotiations. However, the Viscount decided to act on his own and shouted that the Chiron family does not negotiate with filthy creatures. The woman replied that this was very sad. Maggie looked at the young man and said, "Poor Jack, he is willing to sacrifice himself for his family. Was the knight really willing to save this foolish heir?" The woman said that in that case, she had decided to change the terms. Ryan realized at that moment that he couldn't even move. The Viscount shouted for his son to return immediately. Burnett ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ryan, like Jack Stewart, found himself entangled in the magician's hair. The woman pulled Ryan toward her, and now she had 2 prisoners. Burnett warned his squad that they were about to storm the castle. Viscount Chiron ran forward and shouted for the knights to stop. The commander asked in surprise what the Viscount was doing. He should immediately step aside. The Viscount told his men that they had a duty to protect the chief heir and stop Sunset's night squad. Burnett shouted that he would not let the Viscount get away with this. The commander of the knights and Viscount Chiron shouted at each other in rage. The Viscount repeated that his son must be saved and that he would not back down. The Viscount asked if the negotiations were still valid. The woman answered in the affirmative and swore by the name of Lord Lastro, whom she served. Viscount Chiron asked Barons Russell and Lester to support him. They knew very well what would happen if they refused. Burnett ordered Sunset's nightly squadron to show no mercy to those who hindered the raid on the Magan, regardless of their lineage or status. The woman said that an amazing spectacle was unfolding, even more than she had expected. Majin looked at Jack and said, "Poor boy, these people reacted completely differently than I thought they would. If I were in his place, my heart would be torn to pieces." The woman wondered, in what other ridiculous ways would these people reveal themselves? The cave's mistress was surprised. Who was that standing in the distance? Away from the knight stood Iron Pereira. His sword glowed and radiated incredible energy. The woman was amazed. Why was this young man standing motionless? And how long had he been in this position? Why were his eyes closed? It seemed very strange. Iron took decisive action and delivered a powerful blow. Megan was cut to pieces. Even the musical instrument standing nearby was shattered into pieces. Marion looked at her body and realized that her recovery was too slow. The woman made a supreme effort and got to her feet. Continuing to regenerate, she prepared to repel another attack from the unknown young man. Majin decided to use the hostages as a shield to buy time for recovery. Iron jumped over his opponent and struck another devastating blow. The woman realized that this guy was ignoring the hostages and was aiming exclusively at her. Their eyes met. Iron was cold and calm, while Mayun's eyes burned with excitement and rage. The woman decided that she had to stop this young man at any cost. Iron swung his sword again. The woman wrapped her hair around herself, preparing to defend herself. Iron struck, but the Majin hid behind her hair, as if in a cocoon. The woman thought she had succeeded. Now she could calmly recover. However, she soon noticed that for some reason, the demonic energy was not gathering. Could it be his doing? Iron prepared for another strike. Majin thought that the boy couldn't possibly have such power. Iron attacked again, striking the hair cocoon. The cave's mistress couldn't believe her eyes. He had broken through her defense, which was stronger than stone. She was wrong. She couldn't defeat this guy. One tiny mistake, and it would be the end of her. Everyone present could see the powerful explosion that followed the protagonist's next blow. The enraged commander of the knights rushed forward to help Iron. Burnett was surprised to see only half of the woman's body, and only the lower half at that. Where was the rest of her? The other part of the magician was trying to get away as quickly as possible. The woman looked back and was surprised to see that the young man was still standing there, sword raised. An indescribable fear appeared in the woman's eyes. Iron swung his sword again. The young man struck, and a shockwave quickly spread forward, sweeping away everything in its path. The surviving part of the Magan did not understand where the young man got such strength. She could not believe that she had lost to some human. The Magan was cut in two by a perpendicular blow. Everyone present watched the battle with bated breath. One of the knights said that the Magan had been defeated. The heir to Iron had destroyed the monster. Sir Pereira thought again that his son was incredible. The deputy commander of the knights, Hill Burnett, said nothing. He thought he simply had no words. Jack Stewart breathed a sigh of relief. Iron had saved his life once again. The protagonist, as always, was calm and confident. His eyes showed his composure. The territory of Chiron, the temporary headquarters of the Sunset Knight Squadron. The knights acted according to schedule, in accordance with the instructions they had received. One of the knights said that he still couldn't believe that the expedition had ended without a single casualty. Moreover, their enemy was an extremely powerful magician who controlled minds. The heir, Iron, had defeated him single-handedly. He was very different from what was known about him from rumors. Finally, an outstanding personality had appeared in the Kingdom of Hail. Once the deputy commander finishes with that matter, they will be allowed to return. It is imperative to get to the bottom of everything. Such things cannot be ignored. Viscount Karen said he was very sorry, but then his mind became clouded. The commander of the knights replied that he no longer wanted to hear it. After what had happened, such an excuse was not enough. The Viscount said that Burnett himself had seen it. He had been under mind control. The Viscount admitted that his son was very dear to him, but he was not so foolish as to give up peace on the continent because of his affection. Karen added that if it weren't for the magician's mind control, he would have acted very differently. Burnett thought he was a repulsive character. Everyone present knew that he was of sound mind. However, there was no conclusive evidence to convict him. Iron rested on his bed and indulged in reflection. That sword did not appear for the sake of noble lineage or family. It was merely a sword for cutting down the Magian. Was it all because of that man from his dream? Who was he? This man constantly confused Iron. The young man was told that a guest had arrived, and Jack Stewart appeared at the door. Stewart greeted him. Iron asked what the young man had come to see him about. Stewart said he needed to tell him something about the punitive expedition, but first he wanted to thank him for saving him. Jack said that when the Magan took him hostage, no one cared. Not the deputy commander, not his subordinates, not even his master, Viscount Phil Chiron. Iron thought that at that moment he had paid no attention to the hostages, acting only to destroy the Magian. Jack said that if it weren't for Iron, he would certainly have died, and therefore expressed his sincere gratitude. Stewart added that there was something else. He looked Iron in the eye and said that he was the one who had put poison in the food. Iron was, of course, stunned. The young men sat down, and Jack told them all the details. He admitted that he shouldn't have done it, even though his master had ordered him to. Jack added that it was an unwise thing to do, both as a knight and as a man. He understood that words alone were not enough, but he was truly sorry. Stuart said he was ready to accept any punishment Iron's heir would give him. Iron said that he had anticipated something like this to some extent, and it happened. All these situations are confusing. He added that he was not in the mood to talk right now. Stuart is free. The hero decided that he would not turn a blind eye to what had happened. But for now, everything was mixed up in his head, so it would be better if Stuart left. Jack said he would definitely pay for his mistake. The young man heard someone's voice saying that no matter how much he thought about it, nothing would change. Iron turned around and saw that Lulu was in the room. The young man was delighted. The cat asked if he was doing well. Iron asked where Lulu had been. He had been looking for her for a very long time. Lulu turned away and said she was ashamed to look him in the eye. The cat admitted that if she had taught him a little more, he would have mastered another ability and would not have been separated from his family for 5 whole years. Iron thought that Lulu believed it was her fault that he had been trapped in the witch's world. Lulu added that Curlia wouldn't have been so upset. It was all her fault, so she apologized. Iron said that Lulu was not to blame for anything. The cat replied that the man should not touch her. She brings bad luck. She is a black cat, a harbinger of misfortune. Iron declared that this superstition had nothing to do with Lulu. The cat objected that superstitions also have power. If many people begin to believe in some unfounded absurdity, it becomes true. If people exalt even a completely powerless creature, it becomes great. Witchcraft, created by the concentration of the will of many people, is capable of changing the laws of the world. Lulu added that misfortune would befall the young man if he stayed with her. She would not appear before him again. Iron grabbed the cat and said he would not let her go. Lulu tried to break free. She said that misfortune spread from her like a contagion and that the young man must release her immediately. Iron declared that from that day on, black cats would be a sign of good luck. Lulu objected, saying that black cats were harbingers of misfortune. Iron replied that everything would change now that Lulu was with him. He believed that she brought more luck than all people put together. Lulu admitted that she had missed Iron very much. Lulu, lying on the bed, said that witchcraft was a mysterious thing. Iron remarked that he had not expected even his friends from the academy to appear there. Lulu added that now he even draws his sword with the help of witchcraft. Iron was surprised. How did the cat know that? Lulu replied that she had been with him since his return. She said that she had been in the form of a white cat and that she had also written those notes during the expedition. Lulu admitted that in the battle with the Majin, Iron seemed slightly unfamiliar to her, a little more ferocious. Had something happened to him? The young man told the cat everything. Lulu said she now understood what was going on. It seemed that the man from his dreams had a strong hatred for Majins. Although perhaps the source of this hatred lies in the devil himself. This man probably lived 150 years ago. The cat added that it didn't really matter. What difference did it make whether he thought about something or not? What mattered was that the will of this unknown man was influencing Iron's soul. Lulu said that there was nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you can doubt and put down your sword when things get tough. But in the end, the young man raises his sword again anyway, with all his might. Lulu added that if it was very difficult for him, she would raise the sword together with Iron. Iron looked at the cat and was very happy that Lulu was now by his side. Alone, his anxiety would only have grown. True strength lies in the ability to walk hand in hand with someone you can trust. Iron thought that he still had unfinished business. Promises made to the head of the academy and others. It was about friends he hadn't seen in 5 years. Were they doing well? The deputy commander of the Knights, Hill Burnett, was beside himself with rage. Other noble families also agreed with Viscount Karen's words. He thinks he can escape punishment for a crime committed against the Royal Knight Squad. For the sake of the kingdom's well-being and peace on the continent, this cannot be allowed to happen. The deputy commander was informed that a guest had arrived. The guest said he had something to tell him. Viscount Chiron believed that the incident that occurred during the expedition had most likely already been resolved. What would happen next? After all, this was their last chance to restore their noble family. However, Iron Pereira appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything. There was a knock at the door, and Hill Burnett entered. The knight said he had come to finish their conversation. Chiron replied that they had nothing more to discuss. Burnett remarked that he didn't have much time, so he would get straight to the point. During the punitive expedition, an extremely shameful act had been committed. He added that he had been informed that the Chiron family had poisoned the heir to Pereira's food. The Viscount replied that this was complete nonsense. Chiron was outraged. Was Burnett going to accuse him again without presenting any evidence? This was extremely unpleasant. The knight must leave these lands immediately. The knight asked what the Viscount would do if he said he had evidence. Charon demanded that Burnett stop this nonsense and leave immediately. Jack Stewart entered the room. Burnett said he was a witness to the incident. Stewart told him the whole truth. The fact of voluntary confession was taken into account, so the punishment would be mitigated. Chiron said that this was not true. Stewart had acted on his own initiative. Jack said that Mr. Charon was behaving despicably to the very end. Chiron was outraged. How dare Stewart speak to him like that? Burnett said he would submit an official request to the kingdom to send a team to investigate. If Stewart's words proved to be false, the investigation could be safely indulged. However, if they were true, the Viscount would be better off surrendering voluntarily if he did not want to lose everything he had achieved over the years. The knight said he would be going to the Pereira estate for a short time. Everything must be ready for his return. Burnett decided that Iron should be accepted into the Sunset Knights. Such a treasure could not be passed up. However, upon arriving at the Pereira estate, the knight learned that Iron had returned to the Krone Academy. But hadn't he refused to join? His father explained that his son still had business there. Besides, he had officially enrolled in the academy 5 years ago. Burnett thought he was too late. The knight told Mr. Pereira that he had a wonderful son, a real treasure of the kingdom and perhaps of the entire continent. Iron thought that the head of the academy was an outstanding person. His skills were considered among the best on the continent. The elder was the one who showed him the way. He was the first teacher he truly respected. Perhaps he could give advice about the unstable condition. Although, of course, even the head himself would most likely be unable to do anything about these dreams. Lulu said that no one can know that now. The young man himself said that he is the best swordsman on the continent. A person who is considered the best on the continent in any field is no different from a sorcerer, for he possesses an incomprehensible will and abilities that cannot be explained by common sense. Lulu said that she was his teacher of sorcery. The young man replied that she was his second mentor. Lulu jumped down to the ground and said that in that case, they really needed to prepare for the journey. Iron was surprised to see that Lulu had disappeared and a pink mist had appeared in her place. When the mist cleared, Iron saw that the cat had appeared in clothes, boots, a hat, and with a sword. Lulu said that if they were going on a journey, she had to make a little effort. Lulu noted that she didn't usually dress up like this, but if she used a little bit of her power, it was easier than easy for her. Iron thought that they definitely wouldn't be bored on the road. Lulu said that the Chrono Academy must be waiting for them. The strongest swordsmen were approaching. The great city of Alcantara, the Chrono Fencing Academy, is located in this city. Lulu noted that there were many magical lanterns in this city, and one could play all night long. The cat noticed that people were practicing magic right on the street. It was very beautiful and unusual. Iron thought that it was thanks to the Chronos Academy that Alcantara had become a great city. The young man noted that the cat would definitely like it here. The academy itself had also changed for the better. Iron suggested finding a place to stay for the night first. Lulu asked for this place to have a cool name. A place called Cradle of Swords sounded cool and should be fine. Iron said he didn't mind. The cat said she would come later, as she wanted to walk around a little more. Iron said again that he didn't mind, but that she shouldn't stay out too long. The young man entered the establishment and immediately noticed that it was very spacious inside. However, the atmosphere seemed unusual to him. Everyone present had swords with them. Iron was surprised. Why were all these people staring at him so intently? Had he done something wrong? A burly man approached the young man and asked if he was another guest of the Chronos Academy. Iron confirmed this. Those present laughed. It turned out that the academy had started recruiting anyone and everyone. The burly man told the young man that anyone could challenge him, but it would be better for the young man to assess his strength wisely. One of the knights present said to another that if he didn't like something, they could go outside and see who was right. His opponent agreed. The bartender called out to the young man. The young man approached him. Iron asked the bartender if they should stop them. The bartender told the young man not to worry. In 10 years of working there had never been a fight. The man asked Iron if he was really a guest of the Chronos Academy. The young man confirmed this again, but was surprised at how they knew. The bartender said it couldn't be otherwise. Everyone here was a guest of the academy. Usually only such people came to this establishment. The man asked Iron if he had been verified as a guest. The young man was surprised. What did that mean? The bartender was surprised. Had this guy really come unprepared? For any fencer, the Chronos Academy is a dream. That's why many came here. Due to the large number of applicants, they were all sent back, but most refused to leave just like that. Some even calling the academy staff cowards. This is how guest confirmation came about. Once every 2 weeks, the academy chooses a date and holds an event where you can fight with swords. To get a pass, you need a mercenary badge. The young man followed the bartender. Iron went downstairs with the man. The bartender said that there was a mercenary agency downstairs. The bartender said that the test could not be conducted upstairs because it was too noisy. The bartender was met by a man who asked why he had come at such an hour. Seeing Iron, the man assumed that the young man had come for the test. The bartender said that there was a measuring instrument in front of the young man. If he hit it, the force of the blow would be displayed on the screen. The man Iron thought that the instrument did not look reliable. He asked what would happen if he broke it. The instructor said that it was a magical item, it was not easy to break, and there was no need to worry. It was surprising that this guy was even concerned about it. Iron said that in that case he would do his best. The instructor asked the bartender if this guest of the Kronos Academy looked too young. The men argued among themselves about how many points this guy could score. One said no more than 300, the other claimed it could be 500. The instructor said that since the guy came without a sword, he could choose anyone here. The young man said that everything was fine. The guy stretched out his hand and a sword appeared. Of course, the men were surprised when they saw such sorcery. How did the young man manage to create a sword out of nothing? Iron swung and struck the instrument used to determine strength. Sparks and screeches spread throughout the room. The men couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the results of the blow. Iron raised his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. The young man said it was cool. It really was some kind of magic. All the damage disappeared. The bartender asked where the sword came from. Iron replied that it was magic, something similar to ordinary magic. The sword suddenly disappeared. The young man said he didn't know how many points he had to score. Was his strike good? The device showed more than 10,000. Iron asked curiously if he had passed. The instructor said that the young man had definitely passed the test, but that he could only receive a silver badge on his first attempt. Lulu said that a silver mercenary badge was not bad. Iron admitted that it was interesting. Iron thought, I wish tomorrow would come soon. Tomorrow he would be able to meet Judith. The next day arrived. Lulu wondered where the people near the gate were going. Iron guessed that they were taking the test. The cat asked if she could at least watch. Iron agreed. Lulu made herself comfortable and said she was looking forward to it. However, there were a lot of people gathered here. They thought with surprise, has this boy forgotten himself here? These children have completely lost their fear. Lulu asked Iron if he knew anyone here. The young man replied that he knew the guy in the arena, Renz Peterson. They had studied together at the academy. Lulu said that this guy looked cool. Iron admitted that he was strong. Peterson greeted all the guests of the Kronos Academy. The young man announced that today he, Renz Peterson, a student of the 27 class, would fight the guests. Those present were surprised. Was he not even a graduate, but a student? Could some student really defeat them? They needed to bring in a normal opponent. Peterson said that this time would be different. The academy wanted its students to gain experience in real duels. That is why a student was performing, not a graduate. Of course, those present might be stronger than him. The guy added that this is why he proposes to introduce conditions. If someone does not like fighting him, they have the right to call a senior student. The first opponent entered the arena. He said that he would defeat this young man and call a worthy opponent. Renz acknowledged that this man had every right to do so. Peterson saw his opponent's sword and thought it was very large. His opponent asked the young man if he was already afraid. Peterson said that he had just remembered someone. If his opponent wanted, he could let him have the first attack. The man became angry and said that he would not forgive this student for such words and swung his sword to strike. However, Peterson counterattacked his opponent and dealt him a devastating blow. His opponent lost his footing and stumbled backward. The sword flew out of his hands and stuck into the wall somewhere among the spectators. Lulu said that Peterson turned out to be very strong. The man sat in the arena and did not understand how this had happened. This guy is much stronger than he looks. Peterson said he was inviting the next challenger into the arena. The next fighter also lost, and after the fight, he couldn't even get to his feet. Opponents came out again and again, but all suffered defeat. The audience couldn't understand how a simple student could have so much strength. It's no wonder this episode is called The Golden One. One of the spectators told his partner that he had to fix the situation. He was the hero of the village, fighting alone against 17. Only he could do it. Renz Peterson suddenly stared intently at the stands. The knight did not understand why this guy was coming towards him. The knight's neighbor said that the strong can see the strong from afar. The knight prayed that the student would not approach him. Ren stopped in front of the young man and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Iron Pereira. Did Iron remember him? Our hero greeted Renz and said that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. He calmed down when he realized that Peterson had not approached him. Iron noted that they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, but he had his reasons. Renz said that if Iron had come a little earlier, he would have been able to see Judith and Brad. Iron was surprised. Was Brad really at the academy? Renz explained that Brad had quickly returned here and wanted to do everything right. A few days ago, they had sent Judith on a hike. This news made Iron happy. However, he regretted that they had not been able to meet. Peterson told Pereira to hurry down to the arena. They definitely had to fight because Iron hadn't wasted any time either. Our hero confirmed this. The audience assumed that these young people knew each other. Wasn't he the one who was in the final selection? Lulu, waving her sword, shouted at Iron not to give his opponent any mercy. Renz was surprised. Was his cat talking? Iron replied that she was his mentor. Pereira added that this cat had taught him a lot. At that moment, a sword appeared in our hero's hand. Peterson was surprised. Had the sword appeared out of thin air? Renz said that Iron always surprised him. Now he had magic and a talking cat. This was definitely the result of 5 years of hard training. Peterson held his sword forward and said that he hadn't been slacking off either, so he wasn't going to lose to Iron. The young men held their swords forward and rushed towards each other. The fight was fierce and intense. The spectators watched the opponent's movements with bated breath. Those present were surprised to see that the guest was repelling all attacks. Sparks flew in all directions when the swords touched. Renz had a strange feeling. He thought it was impossible. Everything had to be checked. The attack on Iron continued. Peterson was surprised. Was Iron really using Brad's style? It was indeed Brad's style, but how was that possible? Renz saw the familiar stance his opponent was in. Iron held his sword in front of him and closed his eyes. Peterson rushed forward at his opponent, deciding that he couldn't let him prepare that terrible lunge. But the last time Iron had seen Brad in action was 5 years ago during training at the academy. How could he have learned his technique back then? Iron swung his sword and told Rensu that it was now his turn to attack. Iron approached his opponent, and their swords clashed again. Sparks flew in all directions. Peterson thought it was impossible. He recognized this fighting style again. Renz remembered those moments when he fought Judith. Peterson thought that Pereira had pushed him away, even though he had been so confident. He thought that apart from those two, he would never lose to anyone else. Peterson thought, could it be that he would not be able to defeat Iron either? Renz realized that he would not be able to defeat Iron Pereira. After all, those three had worked tirelessly to improve their skills. But he had worked hard too. Renz remembered again the moments when he asked Judith not to leave, and they fought again. Peterson said he didn't want to lose and counterattacked his opponent. However, Iron managed to dodge. Iron knocked the sword out of Ren's hands. The young man was disarmed. The sword flew high into the air. The spectators watched with bated breath. The sword stuck into the arena far away. Lulu shouted that Iron had won. The young men shook hands. Iron said that Renz was a worthy opponent. Peterson asked what Pereira had been doing for the past 5 years. The cat approached Iron and announced that he was here. The young man asked who she was talking about. Lulu replied that she was talking about the mentor the boy had mentioned. The head of the academy, Chrono Ian, said that this was not what he had expected to see. He did not think that they would see Iron Pereira again. The elder asked how his student was doing. Iron replied that he was doing fine, eating well, and going to bed on time. Training was also part of his life. Chrono Ian saw the talking cat, but decided that it wasn't the most important thing right now. He could deal with that later. The head of the academy asked who had won the duel. Renz admitted that he had lost. The elder said he wasn't even surprised considering who his opponent was. Iron apologized to the master for being late, but it wasn't on purpose. The head of the academy said they would talk about it later. The old man took off his cloak and said that since sword had met sword, it was necessary to let them talk. Lulu and the young people were terribly surprised. The adventures continue. The old man said that Iron's victory over Renz was easy. However, he is not such an easy opponent. The audience determined that this old man was the master of the Chrono Academy. He is called the best swordsman on the continent. Iron looked intently into his opponent's eyes and said he was going to attack. Kronos told the young man to go ahead. Iron thought that he now needed to use all his strength and rushed into the attack. Chrono easily repelled the young man's attack, and Iron barely managed to stay on his feet. The old man said that Iron's attack was very weak. It was a decent lunge, but the young man clearly lacked strength and speed. The chief added that acting so rashly would only give the enemy an advantage. The elder noted that Iron actively used Brad Lloyd's fighting style. Moreover, he was successful at it. However, the young man was still not as free as he could be. The head told Iron not to rush. The boy needs to work more on combining techniques. In a real battle, you can't just attack and defend. Iron shouted again that he was attacking. Wielding his sword, the young man approached his opponent. This style seemed familiar to the old man. Ren said it was the heavenly sword. Chrono Ian noted that it was not bad, even good, but the young man could not surpass him. The head of the academy asked if that was all. Iron stood in front of his opponent, his sword held out. The elder asked the young man to show him something else. Iron stopped, held his sword out in front of him, and closed his eyes. The spectators were surprised. Why did the opponent stop? Why did this guy close his eyes? Iron Pereira performed a perpendicular cut strike. The shockwave had a directed vector of action. As always in such cases, the arena cracked in two. The spectators did not understand what was happening. The head of the academy appeared with the aura sword in his hands. Only a master swordsman could create such a thing. Kronos said he didn't think he would have to take it out. The head of the academy said that the young man had proven himself. Now he understood what kind of sword the boy had. The old man added that the young man's heart was still not at peace. Iron should find out why. The head of the academy told his distinguished guests that their selection was over. He expressed his hope for everyone's understanding. Chrono Ian told Pereira to follow him. After talking with swords, it was time to talk for real. Iron found himself in the head of the academy's office. Lulu was present nearby. The cat greeted him and introduced herself. She said she was this young man's mentor in witchcraft. Chrono Ian said he was glad to meet her and asked if he should address the cat formally. Lulu replied that the headmaster could address her informally, as they were both teachers. The girl standing next to the head said that she was the deputy master and her name was Kira Finn. Iron also introduced himself. The head of the academy asked what his student had been doing for the past 5 years and what was troubling his heart. After listening to the young man's story, the elder realized that witchcraft was involved and that the dream had greatly affected the young man. Kronos admitted that he did not know exactly why the young man was having this dream, but he could help. The head of the academy told the young man to leave. Of course, he would be happy if Iron stayed and trained with him if he was not yet ready to fight monsters. Iron could certainly practice here. But was this the right path for Iron Pereira personally? There are many paths for a swordsman. The young man should follow the one his heart desires. The chapter said that Iron had seen too little. His perception of the world depended on his surroundings. Perhaps seeing something new would change the problem that troubled him. Iron may find something that will make his sword stronger, or find a sword stronger than any he has encountered before. In this vast world, the young man will be able to find both the answers and the person of his dreams. Chrono Ian said that it was a difficult decision and worth thinking about carefully. Iron said he would go. He had always avoided things that scared him, or simply didn't want to do anything. After this conversation, the head of the academy asked Kira what she thought about it. The girl replied that she didn't know. This guy has talent, but he is far from being a real swordsman. The elder said that Kira was straightforward as always. This young man needed to be given time. This young man would definitely find the answer he was looking for. The next day came. Peterson said goodbye and said that Pereira could stay. Iron replied that, in that case, he definitely wouldn't want to leave. Renz asked if Iron was going west. Judith had also gone there. The 5 Western kingdoms are known for their fencing styles. They have many famous academies and battle sites. It's definitely worth a visit. Iron thanked him and said it was time for him to leave. Lulu also said her goodbyes politely. Deputy Master Kira Finn approached Renz Peterson. She told him not to feel inferior. He needed to overcome that feeling and move forward with pride. Renz should pull himself together and show what he was really worth, just as he had done until now. Iron, finding himself in the center of the city, discovered an exhausted orc lying on the ground. The orc asked the dear traveler to give him something to eat, for he had been starving for a week. The orc looked at the young man and asked if he remembered him. Iron remembered the orc he had met 5 years ago. This meeting turned out to be fateful for the orc. He was able to eat his fill. Lulu said that this orc was suspicious. What if he was dangerous? Iron told the cat not to worry. This guy was okay. Iron was concerned that the orc had asked about his age and handed him that note. Perhaps he knew something about this dream. After finishing another serving of food, the orc said he felt much better now. Lulu noticed that this guy was crossing all boundaries. The orc said he would give the magic cat a gift to stop her from grumbling. Lulu received a wooden ball as a gift. Lulu forgot about everything else and said that the ball smelled very good. The orc noticed that the ball contained a little bit of a herb called taiho. It only grows in the northwest and cats simply adore it. Lulu admitted that this orc was very nice. The orc assumed that the cat was no longer angry with him, which meant he could repay him for the food. Iron was surprised because this guy said he had no money. The orc admitted this but reminded him that he was a wizard, and orc magic was stronger than human magic. It would be more useful than ordinary money. The orc said that a persimmon tree was growing near the young man's house. Iron replied that this was not true. The orc suggested that the tree might have been planted recently and the young man hadn't seen it. Lulu said she sensed deception. What could the orc say about her? The orc said that this cat loves raw fish. Lulu replied that all cats love fish. Lulu said that this orc was definitely a liar. That was why he had no money for food. The orc said he didn't want people to think badly of him. That's not right. The orc looked at the young man and said that his heart had grown even heavier. The young man used to be able to hide it well, but now the truth was coming out. The orc added that it felt like a red-hot blade was piercing his heart, and the young man was in great pain. Someone pushes the tip deeper. Lulu wonders how he figured it out. The orc said he was using not just psychic abilities, but elementalism. He may not be as skilled as others more experienced in this field, but even he can see the power of metal. Elementalists believe that everything in life is made up of 5 elements: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. It is these elements and their harmony that sustain everything in the world. Iron asked if this meant that his metal element stood out in some way. The orc replied that the young man was quick-witted. This sharpness disrupts the balance in his body. Iron asked how he could get rid of it. The orc replied that you cannot get rid of an element. You have to make it exist in harmony with the others. If one energy is too strong, it must be divided into other, less powerful energies. For example, into the power of fire. The orc snapped his fingers, and fire appeared on the table. The orc said that if the young man could control the element, he would open up new possibilities for himself. Metal is sharp and causes pain, but if you pour the right amount of fire on it, you will get a decent sword. The orc spread his palms, and a small sword appeared on the table. Iron immediately asked how he could learn to control his fire. The orc replied that the young man needed to light a fire in his heart. He added that he now saw a flame in iron that had not been there 5 years ago. He needed to make this fire move, as if throwing wood into a bonfire, but it was important not to stop. Only constant effort would make the flame stronger. To ignite it, he needed to move more. The orc and the man said goodbye. Iron thanked him for his advice and said it was time for him to leave. The orc asked the young man to stop. Could he go with him on his journey? He explained that Iron was embarking on such a long journey for the first time and could use some help. The orc had been living on this continent for 10 years and would definitely be useful. Lulu said that they might have a guide and asked what they would do. Iron agreed. The orc approved of the choice, saying that it was the right decision. He emphasized that he was not going with them for the money. When else would he have the chance to see a young man become a real man? He hoped to help him in this. Lulu warned that those who don't work don't eat. The orc replied that he understood. The guide suggested going to the city of Durink, where there were many skilled blacksmiths, including orcs. Lulu said that Iron didn't need a new sword. The orc objected that this journey was not for the sake of equipment. After all, blacksmiths are the best at working with metal and fire, combining the elements in a blade. Wouldn't that help ignite the fire in one's own heart? The cat agreed that their guide was right. Mages also do this to become stronger. It's best to see the imaginary in real life. Lulu noted that Iron could use the process of creating a sword for mental training. She wondered if it would be easier for the young man, since he was skilled in magic. Iron agreed to go to Durink. The orc began bargaining with a local blacksmith in the city. After closing the deal, the orc said they could take their things to their room and then go to a restaurant. He joked that the blacksmith should at least bring him a beer as a gift for such an order. Did he really want to upset his respected customers? Iron thought that this orc was a true professional. Lulu couldn't sleep, so she asked Kubar to tell her something interesting. The orc asked if they knew who was among the 10 strongest swordsmen on the continent. Iron replied that he only knew the head of the academy and had heard of the Lingjie family. Kubar remarked that the young man was poorly informed about the world. How was he going to become a real swordsman? The strongest on the continent were from the 5 kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. However, one person broke this rule, a graduate of the Cronian Academy, Ian. The rest are Julius Huel, captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Guard, Roberto Clark, captain of the Crimson Knights, 5 descendants of hereditary swordsmen, including Joshua Lindsay and Karakuma, the great leader of the orcs. They are considered the strongest. Although if you count Ignat, there are 11 of them. Lulu said she counted 10. Kubar agreed that Lulu was right. Perhaps Ian had set the bar too high, and many consider him to be the strongest, but Kubar has a different opinion. He would name Kuna as the strongest, a man who became a swordsman at the age of 70. Many of Kuna's acquaintances laughed at him and underestimated his stubbornness. But who else would dare to become a swordsman at that age? It was a difficult path, but Kuna succeeded. He became a master swordsman at 70, and by 90 he was already considered the strongest on the continent. He influenced all the swordsmen of the world and the art of fencing itself. Iron said that Kun was probably good even at 50. People laughed at him, but he managed to achieve his goal. The young man noted that there were probably other amazing people who kept moving forward until the end. There were surely others in the world who were like him. Kuber praised Iron. He had said the right words. There were many excellent people who had yet to reveal their true potential. The orc thought that this guy wanted to become a swordsman, but his view of the world was much broader. He would definitely go far. The next morning, Kubar said that the Alhad mountain range lay ahead. They would end up in Darinka when they crossed it, but it would be difficult to get there on their own. Bandits lived in the mountains. Kubar said there was no need to worry, they would join a group. After all, the young man had a mercenary's mark, didn't he? The merchant saw that Iron had received a mercenary's mark in Alcantara and said that they agreed to take him with them. Iron asked if Kubar had been accepted. The orc confirmed it. Who would refuse an orc elementalist in their group? Iron and Lulu waited on the sidelines while the expedition prepared to cross the bandit lands. A girl approached them and said she could repair their armor or shoes for money. Iron noted that they were leaving soon and asked if she would have time. The girl assured him that she would get everything done. Lulu asked the girl to stop. The girl was surprised. Was she really talking to a cat? How adorable. Lulu replied that the girl was cute too. The girl said her name was Anya. She added that the young man could leave her his shoes or armor, and she would fix everything. For money, of course. Iron replied that they didn't need that. Anya said that if they needed anything, she was ready to help, but only for a fee. Iron and Lulu realized that this girl was a real magician. The expedition set off. Lulu told Kubar to keep an eye on Iron, who was deep in thought. Iron asked the orc if he could raise his sword against a human. He admitted that he had never raised his sword against humans before. The young man added that today he realized that, contrary to his wishes, he might have to do so one day. Would he be able to bring himself to do it? After all, they were about to encounter bandits, and even their lives were precious. He said he couldn't just scare villains forever. If they continued to do evil, he couldn't turn a blind eye all the time. Kubar replied that this was a difficult question and that it was not worth thinking about so deeply. Iron had heard that a terrible bandit named Khazar lived in these mountains. The orc said that he himself wanted peace. For more than 5 years, Khazar and his group had been collecting tribute for crossing the mountains. Therefore, they needed company to feel more confident. Kuber said that one shouldn't think that bandits are so bad. It's just their business. They themselves don't like it when someone walks through their territory, so they consider it a toll for crossing. Iron was surprised. Don't they just take this money for nothing? After all, it's not their land. Why doesn't the kingdom do anything about it? His companion replied that everyone knows about it, but there is a mutual understanding between them. Lulu asked them to stop talking. She was starting to get a headache. Iron thought that it was all very confusing. Kubar noted that this was always the case in the world. There was no right answer. It was impossible to say unequivocally whether something was good or bad. Ahead on the road, a group of robbers appeared before the travelers. The merchant raised his hand with the bag and said that their payment was there. He asked the bandits if they could pass through at night. The leader of the robbers, Khazar, ordered them to leave all their belongings and go away. The merchant did not understand what was happening. They had already paid the tribute. The robbers collected payment from everyone as usual, but Khazar shouted that he wasn't going to repeat himself twice. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to leave immediately. The merchant said that Khazar's joke had gone too far. What was wrong with him? The bandits shouted that the rules had changed as of today. Were there really people who disagreed? Lulu asked Kubar what was going on. Iron stepped forward decisively, clenching his fists in anger. He declared that he sensed evil magic coming from these people and drew attention to the pendant hanging on the leader of the bandits' chest. Lulu asked if Iron really felt that his energy had changed. The young man confirmed this and added that the energy was not too strong, so they would be able to break through. Kubar asked Iron to explain everything in human language. He replied that when in contact with such magic, one could lose control due to overwhelming rage. He noted that Khazar definitely hadn't become a mage, but then what had happened to him? The knight stepped forward and drew his sword from its sheath. He said that criminals could not be trusted. The travelers noticed that the knight had a steel blade, which meant he was a veteran. It was good that he was nearby. The merchant asked Ulfgan if he could handle it. The knight replied that there was no need to worry. Nothing bad would happen to him. Ulfgan, holding the sword tightly, told Khazar that their losses would be much greater, so it was not worth going too far. Khazar smiled. This knight had a good sword. If he left it behind, they would spare his life. Ulfgan admitted that the sword was indeed good, but said he had no intention of trusting criminals. In response, a powerful blow with a hammer followed. Khazar growled that now the knight would feel his strength. After the blow, Ulfgan flew back against a tree. It was clear from his expression that he was in pain. One of the travelers shouted to the other knight to come to his aid. The knight replied that if Ulfgan had lost, then he would have no chance either. Someone from the group suggested leaving everything behind and walking away. After all, survival was the most important thing. The merchant objected, saying that without their belongings, they would certainly not survive. Khazar shouted for them to stop arguing. He had changed his mind. The bandit added that his mood had soured and it would be better to destroy everyone. Iron said he had an idea. He turned to Khazar, asking him to calm down. He was clearly not himself. The bandit barked, "Who was this guy?" The young man replied that he was a student of the 27th class of the Krone Academy, Iron Pereira. Khazar became even more enraged. Who did they think he was? He couldn't believe that a student of the fencing academy was traveling without a sword. A blow with a hammer followed, but Iron stopped it with one hand. The bandit froze. Had this guy really blocked a hammer blow with one hand? Iron calmly asked where he got the pendant. Then he let go of the weapon and Khazar fell to the ground. The bandit cursed. He was beside himself with rage. The pendant on his chest glowed. At that moment, Iron remembered his sister's words. She said that he was strong, which meant he had to be responsible. He replied that she shouldn't worry about him. He was ready. But Kyria said she wasn't worried about her brother. She was worried about others. Great power comes with great responsibility. Khazar jumped up again and lunged at Iron. Iron sensed danger, but he knew he had to act carefully so as not to harm others. The other bandits also began to show aggression. The young man wondered how many more people with such a look of rage in their eyes he would encounter on his journey. The bandit was thrown back and lost consciousness. Khazar, frightened, threw down his hammer and begged for mercy. Iron tore the pendant from his chest. He looked at it and realized that it was not magic, but it emitted a terrible energy. It was because of this that Khazar had behaved the way he did. Iron demanded that the robber immediately tell him where he got the pendant. Khazar replied that he didn't remember. It just appeared. He didn't even know who gave it to him. It just ended up on him one day. The young man said he believed him. Khazar thanked him. Iron declared that he would take the pendant with him. Then he asked if the bandits would let them pass. The answer was yes. The merchant thanked the young man. After all, they were alive thanks to him. He said that if this guy needed anything, he would definitely get it. Iron also thanked him in return. Lulu said that they couldn't just let Khazar go. Iron noted that he wasn't really like that. He was just an ordinary person. Iron said he wanted to continue training with the sword. Kuber asked if the young man wasn't already strong enough. The boy replied that today he realized that if he had been a little weaker, all these people could have suffered. Iron added that the more he knew, the more dangers he would be able to overcome. Kuber agreed. The young man asked if there was anyone in Dorinka who could help him. Kuber replied that there were swordsmen and good blacksmiths in that city. Iron expressed his hope that he would be able to learn from all of them. The orc was surprised when he looked at the young man. What was going on? The fire in his heart had been rekindled. Iron remembered. He had almost forgotten about the pendant. He had to destroy it right now. Kuber told the young man to stop, and Lulu demanded that the pendant be destroyed. Kuber suggested keeping the pendant. It might be useful in the future. The orc put the item in a special bag from which evil magic could not escape. Anya saw the sword in the young man's hands and offered to trade with him. The girl offered to exchange the sword for her treasure. She wanted to give it to her captain as a gift. Iron apologized and said he couldn't do that. This sword was important to him, and it was unlikely that anyone else would be able to use it properly. Anya suggested showing her treasure first. Lulu, of course, was interested. A huge golden piggy bank appeared in the girl's hands. Lulu said she liked the golden piggy bank. Iron felt that it emanated powerful magic. But what would he do with it? Anya said that she had been saving money for a whole year. The girl said she was ready to trade the piggy bank for a sword. Iron replied that he had to refuse. Anya said she was ready to raise the stakes. The girl took out a bag and said that now the young man would definitely not refuse. All her money was there. Anya threw a coin into the pig and said that at that moment, the piggy bank became bigger. Kuber said that they had to make the exchange. Where else could they find such a thing, Anya insisted. Iron said he would not do it and suggested that the orc come to her senses. Anya grabbed the piggy bank and ran away. However, she said she would be back. The piggy bank would become even cooler before she reached Darinka, and then the young man would definitely agree. Kuber noted that this girl was very funny. Lulu added that she really liked Anya. In the evening, while resting in the tavern, Kubar told the young man that there was a man who had brought news about Darinka. The man said that the best blacksmith in Darinka had finally returned to the city. He was a dwarf named Vulcanus. All the swordsmiths on the continent knew how good his swords were. Vulcanus numbers his own swords. They are even named after their numbers, and there are only 9 of them. The most important thing is that numbered swords can only have one of 2 types of owners: a master swordsman or someone who will become one. The man added that in the last 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen have been able to obtain a numbered sword. However, they soon became masters, like the other owners of numbered blades. The interlocutor stated that in 2 days, a competition for the 10th numbered sword would begin in Darinka. Everyone in the tavern asked how the competition would be held. The storyteller replied that he did not know. Most likely, everything would be announced at the competition itself. Iron suggested that all the strong swordsmen would gather in Darinka. It would be an excellent opportunity to gain experience. The young man decided that he should participate too. The listener said that now he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. If Iron was going there, what chance did he have of winning? The young man said he was going to his room to rest. Kubar was surprised. They had only just begun their conversation. Iron replied that he was a little tired. Kubar thought that this guy wasn't ready yet. For a swordsman, such a conversation was a real treasure, but he seemed completely uninterested. One could assume that this was part of his character, but still, he was not like the other swordsmen he had met. The orc thought, for some reason, Iron was still far from the title of swordsman. Iron decided that he had been outplayed again. It was good that he had managed to escape quickly. But what if it happened again? The young man decided to try imagination training. Iron assumed the lotus position and clearly imagined himself in a magical world. The city of masters, Darinka. Kuber said they had arrived at their destination. Iron had to admit that there were many knights here. The orc noticed that everyone had come here after hearing the rumors. Anya asked the man where the captain was now. The man replied that he had some business to attend to and would arrive a little later. Kuber thought that he was a master. He looked very strong. Could it be that another one had appeared on the continent that he didn't know about? The man approached the heroes and said that Anya had told him about them. He was glad to meet them. His name was Georg. Kubar and Iron greeted him and introduced themselves. Georg had heard that these two were as special as Anya. In a good way. Georg asked if Iron Pereira could show him his sword. Anya kept talking about how amazing this sword was. The young man replied that it was no problem and activated the sword in his hands. Iron found this man suspicious. Georg apologized for staring at him too intently. The sword was truly amazing, just as Anya had said. The girl noticed that the captain would really like this sword. Georg agreed but added that you can't just take other people's things. Anya reminded him that she had offered to trade it for the money she had been saving for a whole year. Georg suggested that the sword was much more expensive. It wasn't even worth trying. Georg apologized for the girl and said it was time for them to leave. Iron said that this guy looked strong. Lulu was right. Kubar said he thought so too. Iron was curious about who this captain they were talking about was. How strong could he be if he had such subordinates? The townspeople in the square said that they were finally here. They were talking about the twin swordsmen, Charlotte and Victor. Kubar acknowledged that these swordsmen were very famous. They would both be participating. The orc noted that the competition promised to be difficult. Iron had to focus and not be distracted from his goal. Iron thought if Georg also took part, it would be an excellent opportunity. He had to make the most of the situation. Kuber said he wanted to give the young man some advice. As a swordsman, it was important for him to face strong opponents. It was a great chance to test his skills, but he shouldn't try to learn from them. When Kun fought against Chrono, he didn't do it to learn something. He simply fought with all his heart to win. He wanted to win for himself. Only with such thoughts could Iron reach new heights. Kuber added that if a young man is a swordsman, he must strive for victory. The orc apologized if he had said too much. Iron replied that it was all right. The young man thanked him and added that those were exactly the words he needed to hear. Iron turned around and said he was going to the hotel. He needed to think carefully about Kubar's advice. At the hotel, the young man assumed the lotus position and decided to gather his thoughts. He had not thought about victory before. At the academy, he only wanted to be like the others. However, his friends always showed a will to defeat their opponents. This was the simplest, but at the same time strongest desire that swordsmen could have. Iron understood why Kuber had brought it up, but had he ever felt this desire? Sitting in the tavern, Kuber thought he had said too much. The young man had a long road ahead of him. You couldn't demand everything at once, but he wanted the best for him. Lulu said that everything would be fine. In the morning, Lulu noticed that the young man looked better. Kubar noted that the fire in his chest had grown stronger. Lulu noticed that Kubar had worried for nothing. She had said that everything would be fine. Darinka Sports Arena. Interested people are already present in the stands. Among those present were Two Mouth Groose and Randall, One Punch. Kubar looked around and said that there were many worthy participants here. Maybe Charlotte and Victor would not be able to win. Volcanus approached the arena, accompanied by his followers, Pablo and Devanson. Volcanus said he would not introduce himself. Everyone already knew him, so he would get straight to the point. The prize for winning the competition is his sword. A numbered sword, as everyone knows. The rules are very simple. 2 people enter the ring and fight. The winner stays and the loser leaves. If the winner surrenders, a new pair enters the ring, and so on. Volcanus said he needed to see a mesmerizing swordsman in order to create the 10th sword. The blacksmith added that they would continue until he found that person. His colleagues were here for the same purpose. Kuber said that now everything was clear to him. The blacksmith had gathered the swordsmen not to give the last sword to one of them, but to create that sword. Victor and Randall were the first to enter the arena. They were the candidates for victory. Randall said he hated people like Victor. You never know what they're hiding behind their forced smiles. Victor told his opponent not to be angry. He was a swordsman too. Lulu was surprised. What was going on with them? Kubar reminded her that Charlotte and Victor were among the best swordsmen here. They had very interesting lives. They probably destroyed monsters in villages or hunted them in the forests. However, the better their reputation, the more envious people were of them. Randall said he had a question for Volcanus. Is it okay to destroy your opponent? The blacksmith replied that, of course, it was possible to do so in order to increase interest, if the enemy did not mind. Victor replied that he agreed, because he could also destroy Randall. After the start, Randall rushed forward, but Victor was behind him. Everything happened very quickly. Randall's sword was destroyed. Victor said that his opponent was very fast. He was even afraid that Randall would pierce a hole in his chest. Iron was surprised. What had happened? Victor had destroyed his opponent's sword. Was he really that strong? Georg, watching from the sidelines, said that this guy was really strong. Even among experts, he was very good. But would he make it into the top 200? Georg asked Ani if she had checked those guys out. The girl confirmed it and added that their gold lines had turned red. These two were the ones they were looking for. Georg added that in that case, they needed to leave marks. Anya said that this was her earnings for 2 days. The girl threw 2 golden piggy banks on the ground. The piggy banks opened and golden rays appeared from them. The rays rushed toward the arena, toward the swordsman. Charlotte asked why Victor was so excited. He needed to act more calmly. Victor replied that there was no need to be jealous. A golden mark appeared on Victor's forehead. He said that they were talking too much and apologized for the wait. Georg told Anya to continue. The girl replied that she knew everything herself and continued to direct the golden rays. The golden ray touched Lulu's forehead. The cat suddenly shuddered. Iron asked what was happening. Lulu asked the young man to scratch her. Kubar, watching the battles, noted that it was good that they were here. Georg was surprised. After all, Anya had said that her target was Iron Pereira. Why did she mark the cat? The girl replied that Lulu was always with him, so why not? Georg noted that marking magical creatures was too expensive. He didn't understand how some girl managed to become a sorceress at all. She possessed very interesting skills. Anya didn't mention that the golden pig could grant wishes that didn't exceed the value of what was inside her. Kubar noted that another battle had ended in the first round. Victor had won. One of the knights said that this was his 17th victory in a row. What was the point of trying to participate further? Charlotte told his brother that he was the only one left. Victor noticed that there were still knights in the stands, but they seemed to have lost hope. Charlotte looked at Volcanus and said that they needed to show their best. Iron rose from his seat. Lulu wondered if the young man was really going to enter the arena. Kubar wished him luck. Iron entered the arena. Victor noticed that someone had decided to step up after all. Charlotte declared that in that case, he would be next. Victor thought that this young man looked strong and decided not to underestimate him. Iron told Charlotte that if he wanted to enter the ring, he was willing to wait. Charlotte replied that the young man should go first. Charlotte asked if the young man had forgotten his sword. Iron replied that there was no need to worry about that. Volcanus looked at the young man and sensed his will to win. Iron remembered that he had felt the same way on the day he took his first test at the academy. The same feeling overwhelmed him when he looked at Elijah. The protagonist felt a desperate desire to win. Charlotte, looking at the expression on the young man's face, realized that he really was going to fight as a swordsman. Volcanus became very interested. Who was this man in front of him? The blacksmith jumped up from his seat. This was the one he was looking for. Volcanus ran up to the rivals and shouted for them to stop. He had finally made his choice. The blacksmith raised the young man's hand and said that he had found the owner of the 10th numbered sword. It would be this young man. Charlotte was surprised by what Volcanus was saying. The spectators were also amazed. After all, the duel hadn't even started. This young man would surely lose. Volcanus shouted for everyone to be quiet immediately. He said that the point of the competition was not to win. He was looking for someone who would inspire him. Volcanus's comrades were surprised. Even they were better than this boy. How could he be chosen? The blacksmith declared the competition over. Leaving the arena, Volcanus told the young man to follow him. The twins watched the blacksmith in bewilderment, their faces showing disappointment and resentment. Charlotte told the young man that he was indeed an interesting fellow, so much so that he had received a numbered sword. Victor congratulated him. Volcanus told the boy to put the sword here and quickly. The blacksmiths were surprised. What kind of material was this? It was clearly magical, but why was it so strong? There weren't even any hammer marks on it. Kubar did not know that someone could make a sword right next to a swordsmith. Iron admitted that he even had to swing the sword. The young man thought that perhaps the blacksmith had sensed this energy, and that was why he had chosen him. The orc said there was no need to worry. The result was excellent. When else in life would such an opportunity arise? Kubar added that there was no need to think about it or be sad. Everything had turned out perfectly. He also wanted to ask the blacksmith for something for himself. Lulu told Kubar to ask for a sword for her too. The blacksmith was surprised. Did the orc really want him to give the sword away for free? Kubar replied that he had two conditions. He needed to make equipment for Iron, including a sword for the cat. He also wanted to watch the blacksmith work. The blacksmith was surprised. Why should he listen to these conditions? Kubar asked, doesn't a blacksmith use iron to improve his skills? The orc added that Pablo and Devanson had been on a long break. They couldn't find inspiration and get back to work. However, this young man appeared and gave them inspiration, and they decided to take full advantage of it. Volcanus wondered who this orc was to dictate terms to him. Kubar declared that he was the best guide. Iron tried on the armor and noted that it was lighter than it looked. Lulu was also pleased. She finally had a full set. Iron watched the blacksmith work from the sidelines. The young man thought that it was not yet time. As he continued to watch, Iron realized that the moment had come and decided that he could ignite the fire in his heart. A month passed. Kubar asked the young men how their mental training was progressing. Iron replied that he still had a lot of work to do, but he felt he was making progress and would continue to try. The young man asked why there were so few swordsmen here. Kubar replied that most of them had come only for the numbered sword. They had no other reason to stay. It was a great chance to fight different opponents. Lulu noticed that the young man now had his own numbered sword. He was stronger than everyone else thanks to this sword. Kubar said that Lulu was right. It was time to see this sword in action. Volcanus laughed and said he couldn't make the sword right now. The material was extremely difficult to work with. Kubar asked how long he would have to wait. The blacksmith replied that a year would be enough. He would create the best sword he had ever forged. Iron said he was willing to wait. Kubar said that they shouldn't rely entirely on the blacksmith in case he wanted to deceive them. Iron replied that it was fine. He hadn't even hoped for it in the first place. The sword was just a nice bonus. Parting with the blacksmith, the young man said that they believed and would wait. The orc noted that this time, the young man would definitely have someone to compete with. Lulu shouted for everyone to stop. There was the smell of blood ahead. The brothers Charlotte and Victor peered out from behind a tree. But why were they here? And who said, finally they're here? They had been waiting for them for a long time. Kubar was surprised by what they had in their hands. Victor said they had just dealt with him and threw the object on the ground. It was Randall's head. Kubar shouted, what are they doing? How can you kill a man for no reason? Victor replied that they had only eliminated a thief. Iron looked at the bloodied, smiling faces of the twin brothers. The orc said he didn't understand. After everything the brothers had done, after all their efforts, how could they do such a thing? Victor replied that someone had to pay for those efforts. The brothers added that they needed a numbered sword. Lulu said that the sword wasn't ready yet. They didn't have it themselves. Victor said that there was no point in deceiving them. Did they really want to take the sword for themselves? Kubar confirmed that the sword was not yet ready. Were these two really willing to destroy a person for some sword? This was a crime not only under the laws of Derink, but of the entire continent. Charlotte thanked him for his concern and added that no one would suspect them. After all, they had an excellent reputation. A young swordsman had been attacked. Only the sword was found at the scene of the crime, but the swordsman himself had vanished without a trace. Kubar was very angry. How dare they do such a thing? Iron said he had a question. He had heard about these brothers before coming to Derink. How could two great swordsmen, respected by all, do such a thing? If they didn't answer, even if they destroyed him, they wouldn't take the sword. Victor said that the numbered sword was the most important thing. Iron was surprised. How could you compare life to a piece of metal? Victor replied that the numbered sword was not just a piece of metal. The young man did not understand. They had been in this business for 30 years. Victor added that 20 years ago they crossed the line. To become masters, you can do anything. No matter how many years passed, nothing changed. They were still in a terrible hell. Charlotte said that this did not only apply to them. There were many other potential sword masters who did not receive the recognition they deserved. In order to cross that line, they were willing to do anything. The pain that has lived with them for many years must disappear. Iron thought they were talking nonsense, but how could people be capable of such a thing? Charlotte shouted that the young man would never understand. The brothers felt an incredible energy and wondered, could it be magic? Iron stood with his sword held out in front of him. A magical warrior swordsman appeared above his head. Georg said, "So that's where he is." Anya said she knew everything. The girl shouted that she would do everything and smashed the golden piggy banks. Golden rays appeared. A strange glow appeared. The twin brothers and the orc were frightened. Kuber said that it was the captain of the Black Knights from the Sacred Kingdom. Ignata Grisencia appeared before those present. Iron realized that this was the person Elijah had been talking about. Ignata said that Charlotte and Victor had crossed the line. The brothers were surprised. Why was the Countess here? Ignata asked if they believed that hope had not abandoned them. The girl grabbed her sword and said she would give them a chance to justify themselves. Charlotte told Ignata not to interfere. The brothers also drew their swords. Ignata declared that if they had anything to say in their defense, they should say it now. This was their last chance. Victor screamed and lunged at Ignata with an attack. The girl said she was disappointed. Victor was instantly deactivated. Ignata added that perhaps she shouldn't have given them a chance to justify themselves. Victor was destroyed. Ignata asked, "Isn't this the worst death for a swordsman?" Charlotte rushed at Ignata, sword in hand. Ignata parried the attack and said that he no longer resembled a human being. The girl kicked her opponent and said that they were parting ways. Ignata noted that such a creature deserved only death. Kubar was amazed. Single-handedly, the swordmaster easily defeated two experts. This girl possessed truly incredible strength. Anya ran up to the captain and asked permission to clean her boots. She also brought a sword. Ignata thanked her for her help. Anya happily said that the boots would be clean. Iron asked in surprise how this was possible. Ignata turned her attention to the young man. How could she destroy these people so calmly? Iron thought that he himself was not capable of such a thing. The girl approached him and called him by name. Iron was surprised. Did she know him? Ignata announced that starting today, Iron was appointed a member of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. Kuber was amazed. How did this woman know Iron? And why was she inviting him to join her squad? What was going on? Iron firmly stated that he refused. Kuber and Lulu exchanged glances. They did not expect such a response. Ignata noticed that his words sounded harsh and asked what the young man didn't like. The Holy Kingdom, she said, was a much better place than he thought. She added that they had many virtues. She was not good with words, but she would try to explain. Iron apologized and repeated that he had no intention of joining her under any circumstances. At that moment, the young man felt a powerful force emanating from Ignata, which began to weigh on him. Lulu noticed that everything was happening just as it had with George. Ignata was trying to penetrate Iron's consciousness. Ignata said she had heard about the young man with iron in his heart, who had impressed Vulcanus himself. Such a thing could not be ignored. She added that she did not yet see real iron in Iron. Ignata repeated her invitation to Iron to join the ranks of the Black Knights. The girl clarified that this was not a request, but an order. Iron refused again. Ignata coldly said that the young man had no choice. There was no such option. Was Iron really going to give in to an uncontrollable force and bring chaos to the entire continent? Lulu called Ignata a witch and declared that the young man would not go to her. Iron is growing stronger, and that is enough for now. Ignata smiled and said she liked the talking cat. Lulu hissed in response. The cat added that Iron wasn't going anywhere anyway, so there was no point in behaving like that. Iron said that he was really trying. Ignata replied that she didn't believe him. The young man declared that he would prove it. He wanted to show that he was capable of controlling the iron in his heart. Ignata asked how he was going to do that. The young man replied that in the kingdom of Hail, he had fought a knight named Hill Burnett, whose energy was demonic. Iron added that he didn't understand it at the time, but after that battle, he began to forge his inner iron. If Ignata showed the same will to fight, he would prove that he was capable of anything. The girl was surprised. Did this guy really want to fight her? The young man held his sword forward and loudly declared that he, Iron Pereira, a student of the 27th class of the Chrono Academy, was challenging Ignat Grzynski of the Holy Kingdom to a duel. Lulu said that Iron would succeed and wished him luck. Kubar thought that Ignata had fought thousands of magicians and had become stronger than all of them. It was unlikely that Iron would be able to hold out. However, looking at the young man, the orc realized that he might already have something in mind. Iron felt strange. Where did all this anger come from? Could it be related to Ilya's past? Surely there must be another reason. The young man did not understand what was happening to him. Now he stood, clutching his sword tightly with both hands. Ignadeg said that the boy was ready. She would release the energy, and that would be the beginning of the battle. At that moment, a powerful burst of energy appeared around Ignata, spreading in all directions. Above Iron, an energetic image of the swordsman from his dreams appeared. The young man concentrated, closed his eyes, and tried to capture the right feeling. He had to feel the rage filling him. He had to feel his heart ignite with this anger. The boy believed that such fire could change everything. Iron swung with all his might, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He was sure he could win. Everyone present watched the young man's actions with surprise. Iron shouted, "Go!" and rushed at his opponent. The opponents stood facing each other, waiting for the right moment to strike. Iron swung with all his might, but Ignata deftly dodged the blow. The stones under their feet scattered in different directions. The young man realized that his opponent was incredibly fast. Ignata didn't even break a sweat. Lulu, watching the fight, noticed that Iron was attacking quite well. Kubaru found this strange. After all, Ignata had not yet struck a single blow with her sword. Iron raised his sword again. Someone had to attack first. Georg smiled, and Kubaru noted with amazement that Ignata had parried the blow with one hand. The confrontation continued. Iron couldn't achieve his goal. Ignata circled around him like a butterfly, preventing him from concentrating. The young man tried with all his might to keep his balance and not fall. Ignata asked where this guy was looking during the fight. The next moment, Iron was attacked and forced to let go of his sword. Ignata had already decided that it was all over. However, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, and the sword was back in his hand. Simple but impressive magic. Iron shouted and went on the attack again. The girl dodged and, throwing a left hook, struck the young man hard in the chest with her fist, cursing as she did so. Lulu and Kubar couldn't contain their emotions and shouted Iron's name loudly. Georg asked Ignata if she was going to take him away. The girl was surprised. Hadn't Georg heard? The young man had already made his choice. Georg thought he was a very interesting guy. Ignata admitted that the young man had truly hoped with all his heart to defeat her. Iron opened his eyes and woke up. Lulu asked him anxiously how he was feeling. The young man looked around and asked where he was. He saw Ignata standing by the bed and jumped up in surprise. The girl asked him not to make any sudden movements and came closer. Ignata lifted the young man's shirt and he quickly backed away. Lulu was outraged. What was this perverted witch doing? Ignata calmly replied that she was just a witch and that the cat shouldn't use such rude language. The girl looked at the huge bruise on Iron's stomach. That was where she had struck him. Ignata touched his body and a magic circle appeared on his skin. Kubar immediately understood that it was sacred magic. Ignata said that now it would be easier for Iron to move. The young man asked what kind of sword the girl had. Ignatia was surprised. What a strange question. Wasn't he Kronos' student? Ian probably hadn't told the young man. Such things were too complicated for young people. Ignata declared that her sword would help her become queen. Kubar was frightened and said she had gone mad. Was Ignata really going to start an armed rebellion? The girl replied that he shouldn't jump to conclusions. She added that she would explain everything, but first the orc had to show her what he had in his pocket. She could sense it. Kubar did indeed have a pendant from Khazar in his pocket. Ignata reminded him that now was not the time for change. Only her country was holding back the war between the two kingdoms. 150 years ago, and before that, when wars began, a great evil always rose from the darkness. Everyone present understood that the current truce was extremely unstable. Saying this, Ignata activated the magic circle on the demonic pendant. She admitted that she did not know how to save people from suffering, how to control the horrors that break into the human world again and again. Ignata returned the pendant to the orc, freeing her from the demonic power. The girl said that if she created her own country in a world of chaos, it would be a blessing. The young man should not worry. She would achieve her goal peacefully. Ignata turned to the black cat. It is good to hold on to happiness and stability, but for the sake of the great, sometimes you have to go through hard times. The girl then she added that she herself believed only in him. Ignata said that her confidence opens up any path for her, which she is ready to take without regret or delay. At their next meeting, she would give Iron the same advice. Not to his Iron, but to him personally. Kubar and Lulu rushed to the window. Had Ignacia really jumped down? Iron said that when Ignata destroyed the twin brothers, he felt that it was the right thing to do. Confidence was evident in her every step and blow. He may have had doubts, but he couldn't deny that she had done the right thing. Iron added that he was angry because Ignata was capable of such a thing, and he was not. Iron added that he envied Ignata. The travelers continued their journey in a carriage with Kubar as the driver. The orc reminded himself, those who don't work don't eat. Iron and Lulu rode in silence the whole way. The cat watched intently as the young man meditated with his eyes closed. He imagined himself as a blacksmith forging a sword, believing that the changes that had taken place were not yet enough. Iron noted that the fire inside him was not as strong as before. However, he had no intention of stopping there. When the sun touched the horizon, Kubar invited his passengers to dinner. Iron opened his eyes and said that he was still training. Is it already time for dinner? He asked in surprise. Kubar inquired about the results of the training. Iron replied that there were no significant changes yet, but it was better to proceed slowly but surely. Kubar agreed. Lulu did not respond to the invitation to dinner. Iron noticed that the cat was very tired and was sleeping without even answering. Kubar asked if all mages were really so diligent. Iron admitted that Lulu was very hardworking, and that meeting Ignata had apparently had a strong influence on her. The dinner was delicious, and Iron asked Kubar how he had prepared it. The orc just smiled mysteriously and said it was his big secret. After dinner, Iron went to the clearing to perfect his sword techniques. Kubar noted that the young man continued to train without rest. He was very diligent. The travelers arrived at the inn. Kubar announced that tomorrow they would be in Lation, but tonight they would spend the night here. Iron sat down at a table in the tavern and accidentally heard familiar voices. He saw faces at the next table that seemed familiar to him. Judith cried out in surprise. Brad was surprised by her reaction. The young people jumped up from their seats. The meeting was unexpected. Judith asked, "Is that really Iron? How did he end up here?" Suddenly, Kubar and Lulu appeared between them. The orc shouted for everyone to stay where they were. Who are these people and how do they know Iron? He wondered. Lulu loudly declared that no one would touch Iron. Judith was amazed. Could a cat really talk? Kubar noted that the two looked strong. Lulu agreed. Iron asked Kubar and Lulu to calm down. They were his old friends from the academy. He pointed to Kubar and Lulu and explained that they were his mentors. Kubar introduced himself. "I am Kubar, an orc alchemist." Lulu greeted them and gave her name, adding that she was Iron's magic teacher. Kubar apologized for yelling at people. A lot had happened and he was just being cautious. Judith noted that Iron had grown up. He said the same about her. Judith lunged at Iron, grabbed him by the neck and shouted, "How dare you disappear without saying anything? I thought you were dead." Iron gasped, "Circumstances prevented me from telling you." Lulu asked anxiously, "Is she really his girlfriend?" Brad inquired what had happened to his friend during that time. Iron replied that it was a very long story. Judith let him go and said that the story could wait until later. The girl decided to test her old friend. Iron replied that he didn't mind. The young people headed to the sparring ground. Judith asked where Iron's sword was and whether he had changed weapons. Iron activated the sword in his hands and said that it was always with him. Judith and Brad were surprised. Lulu explained that it was common magic at her school. Judith noted that Iron hadn't wasted 5 years. The girl shouted that she was attacking and rushed at the young man. The swords clashed in battle. Cooper said it looked powerful. Brad watched with interest. The young man noticed how skillfully Iron was using his and Judith's techniques. Judith asked in surprise what he was doing. Iron reminded her that Judith herself had wanted to discuss it later. Brad grabbed his sword and said he couldn't wait any longer, ordering Judith to step aside. The young people decided to fight together. Their eyes burned with excitement. His brother asked how Iron had learned everything so quickly. Iron replied that he would tell him later, as there was no time now. Judith and Brad attacked Iron at the same time. The protagonist felt confident, not backing down an inch. Judith reminded him not to forget about discipline and attacked again. Brad said that he shouldn't be forgotten either. Cooper was surprised. Well, he didn't feel any fear coming from them. The orc realized that these three were enjoying what was happening. Judith noted that Iron was very good. Iron noted that these two were stronger than he had expected. After the young people stopped, Brad remarked that they could have fought to their last breath. "We can stop for today," he added. Judith admitted that they had a lot of fun. The girl asked Iron to show her the strike he had performed in the exam. He did not object. The protagonist, as always, held his sword forward, closed his eyes, and concentrated. After the strike, the friends saw a long, straight crack in the ground. Judith admitted that she was impressed. Brad noted that the strike was fast and accurate. The girl noted that Iron had definitely trained hard. Iron admitted that he had learned to do this very recently. The young people were returning together after sparring. Brad said he had recovered at the academy. Iron noted that Master and Lance had already told him about it. Brad realized that Iron had already been to the academy. Lulu told Judith that she was very strong. The girl thanked her for the compliment. Lulu took out a red stone and said it was a gift for Judith. Judith took a step back and said that she shouldn't give her this gift. Lulu replied that she had many more stones like this one. Brad was surprised. "Why is Judith refusing? She likes it." The girl explained that Lulu was a black cat and could put a curse on the gift. Lulu burst into tears and said that it wasn't what it seemed. Judith explained that she meant something completely different. Lulu complained about the girl to Iron. That evening at the tavern, Judith asked if Lulu and Kubar weren't going to be joining them. Iron replied that they had declined, explaining that the three of them hadn't seen each other in a long time, and it would be better for them to talk among themselves. Judith asked Iron to quickly tell her what had really happened to him. He began his story from the moment before enrollment, explaining that he kept having the same dream where someone was swinging a sword. Concluding his story, Iron added that he had begun his journey in search of a master. Judith acknowledged that Iron had had a difficult time. She felt a little sad. She used to be the strongest in the academy, but seeing Iron's skills, she understood something. It was not only Iron who had this desire to move forward, but also the man from his strange dreams. Iron struggled and suffered every day to one day defeat the mysterious man from his dreams. All this time, he had to cope on his own. Judith said that Iron was very brave, but he would have to fight him. Brad said that he had raised Iron. Judith was surprised. What is he talking about? Iron noted that he could thank Brad for helping him become a man and come this far. Judith was surprised that Brad would say such a thing. Iron looked at his friends and realized that Brad had also changed a lot. Brad asked if Iron was traveling alone and if he wanted to join them. Iron replied that he didn't mind, but wondered if they would get along. Cooper joined the group, laughed, and said that he had offered Iron an alcoholic drink many times, but he always refused. Brad noted that Judith also gets drunk after one glass. Judith got angry and told Brad not to slander her. A little later, a tipsy Judith apologized to Lulu, saying she didn't mean to offend the cat by calling her black. Lulu said she understood and asked Judith to let her go. Now Iron asked where the two were going, as he personally intended to get to Lation. Judith said they had already been there and advised him not to waste his time. It was a terrible place. Brad agreed. Judith explained that no one there was willing to fight. There were many swordsmen, but they were too cocky to fight newbies. Kubar asked if they had shown their badges from the 27th Kronos Academy class. Judith replied that they had, but they still refused. Kubar suggested that this was precisely why the local swordsmen didn't want to lose and fall flat on their faces. After all, they were called the Golden Class. Lulu asked where they would go now. Iron admitted that he didn't know yet. Brad suggested going to the city of Partisan, known for its freedom-loving swordsmen. Kubar supported the idea. A week passed. After dinner, Judith suggested they stretch their legs a little. Iron agreed. The girl attacked, but was surprised to find that Iron blocked even this blow. Had he gotten used to her technique? Judith said that in that case she would do something else, and the sword in her hand lit up. Kubar immediately realized that it was the sword's aura. Brad noticed that it was not yet the sword's full aura. Judith was only using part of the aura because she was still learning the technique. But once she became a master, her sword would become more dangerous. After beginning to study the aura, Brad realized that Iron already knew the flash and concentration techniques. Of the three, Iron was closest to the title of Swordmaster. Iron admitted that he had lost to Judith. The girl announced that 1 loss and 9 wins meant she had a 90% chance of winning. Iron guessed as much, but he really was the weakest. It would be difficult for him to defeat the two of them. Brad suggested stopping the fight and talking. He noted that it was already the second day of training. Judith reflexively dodged to the side instead of blocking the attack. The girl admitted it. Brad said she should block attacks instead of constantly dodging. Judith replied that she would try. Brad told Iron that they were having a sword fight without swords. They were discussing each other's techniques and giving advice. Iron replied that he understood, but that it would be difficult to evaluate someone else's technique, so he would rather listen. The protagonist now understood why these two had become so strong. He hoped that one day he would be able to do the same. Kubor asked if Iron wasn't going to have dinner and where he was going. Iron said he was going to train and would only be back in the morning. Judith got up from the table and announced that she was also going to train. Brad also got up, apologized to the orc, and said he would go with them. Kubor was surprised. What's gotten into them? Brad explained that when Iron worked hard, he quickly improved his skills, and Judith didn't want to fall behind. Iron, sword in hand, thought that the master was right. There was no point in just copying someone else. You had to find your own style. The young man realized that he had the fencing style of the man from his dream. In addition, there was the style of the Chrono Academy. He must create his own style based on these two. He could also use Judith and Brad's techniques, combining everything into something better. Then Judith looked at Iron in surprise and said that he had become stronger again. Is that even possible? Brad said that the world is always like that. 5 years ago, he learned about universal injustice. Kubor thought Iron was great. He was the best again. The orc noticed that Judith was gathering energy from her whole body. She was very confident, but controlling such energy was quite difficult for her. 2 more days passed. In the next sparring match, Judith proved to be stronger and faster. The girl declared victory and was very happy about it. Kubor was surprised. This was Iron's technique. How could she have learned it in just a few days? Judith asked Iron what he thought about it. The young man replied that he did not expect this from her. Judith is a real talent, he added. Iron thought that the girl fought for victory like no one else. In this, she was unbeatable. The young people helped each other grow. In the western city of Partizan, Judith noticed that there were a lot of knights there. Kubor suggested that many of them were mercenaries. The orc said that they were going to the guest house and would all meet there in the evening. The young people decided to start with the Hiram Academy. Brad knocked and said that students from the Kronos Academy had come to exchange experiences. The gate was opened by a young man who introduced himself as a student of the Hiram Academy. Why are these young people here? He wondered. The student looked closely at the guests and noted that they were very young. Where did they come from? On the other side of the gate, someone asked who the guests were. The student replied that people had come who wanted to fight. Behind the gate was a man who said he was glad to meet them. He was the head of the academy. The guests introduced themselves and thanked him for the warm welcome. The head of the academy thought that these young people were clearly not ordinary teenagers. They should not be left to Kent's student. The young man asked if the guests had come to participate in the fights. The first floor is for beginners, he added. The young man told the guests to follow him. He led them to a separate room and asked if they agreed to fight. Kent was surprised. Why are you saying that, sir? Judith replied that it would be excellent. In the arena, the host asked who would go first. Iron stepped forward and said he wanted to try first. Brad was surprised and said that Iron was being greedy. The host warned the young man not to be angry if he got hurt during the fight. The head of the academy rushed at Iron to test his strength. The counterattack was lightning fast, and the opponent was hit on the head with a training stick. The master fell to the floor, and Iron was slightly surprised. Kent rushed to his aid. Judith was surprised. Did Iron just take care of that man? Iron was frightened and said that couldn't be. Kent tried to revive the host. After a while, the victim admitted defeat and added that it was a fair fight. The man asked which academy the young people had come from. There was silence. After a while, Brad said that they were from the Chrono Academy, but that it didn't mean anything. The owner noted that he had heard that these young people were strong, but he did not expect them to be that strong. It seemed to him that they had come just to have fun. Iron replied on behalf of everyone that this was not true. The host admitted that he now understood and also wanted to test them in battle. The man suggested that the young people did not yet know how strong they really were. It all depended on the level they wanted to achieve. For an ordinary person, the dream was to become a master of the sword, and for an ordinary swordsman, the dream was to become an expert. Talent, origin, and effort all shaped a true swordsman. However, the level of an expert is also quite mediocre. In their academy, everyone is an expert, and he doesn't even have anyone to help the young people. There will be 4 or 5 experts. He is confident that each of the guests will be able to handle all of them. The man said that the young people could be proud of themselves, and noticed that after these words, the guests became dejected. However, there is one person in their academy who is stronger than all the guests. Judith couldn't resist and asked how much stronger he was than them. Is he a master? The host stated that this person is much more famous than an ordinary master. There are only 100 sword masters in total, and this person comes right after them. This swordsman's name is Jet Frost, and he will arrive here in 2 days. Judith said that they would immediately challenge him to a fight. The young people were surprised. Why was there such a large crowd here? Would they definitely be able to fight today? The man was surprised. Indeed, why are there so many people willing to fight? Jet definitely won't fight everyone. He's very lazy. Judith was surprised. Why did their companion come here then? The man replied that Jet was better than him. Training with Jet helped him improve his level. Brad asked if their companion knew Jet personally. The man said that they had known each other well for 10 years. Glenn, Jet Frost's butler, greeted the young people. Glenn said that they weren't expecting so many guests, so they wanted to hold a selection process. They had to score 5,000 points to move on. Iron said that there would now be a mana test. He had already taken one and scored about 10,000 points. The man was surprised. Was this guy really so calm about such a high score? Glenn greeted Mr. Hiram. He hadn't expected this man to come. This time, the result was better than last time, over 12,000 points. Hiram said he was already used to this test. Glenn asked the young man, "Is this a magic sword?" Iron replied, "In a way, however, there is nothing special about this sword." Iron took the other sword and prepared to strike. The result of the strike was over 18,000. Glenn said that the young man had passed. Judith said she would be next. She decided to score even more points. Judith and Brad scored over 16,000 points and passed as well. Brad admitted that Iron had scored the most. "Don't you think that's too much?" he asked. Iron pointed out that the difference between them was not that great. Brad said, so Judith doesn't get angry." The girl replied that she could have scored even more if she had tried harder. The butler congratulated everyone on passing and said that now they needed to split into groups of 3. Glenn asked Hiram if he would like to fight the gentlemen separately. The man replied that he would. Judith noted that only they remained. Brad said that this was their chance. Hiram fought the owner of the house. After the fight, he admitted that he had thought he might not be able to win. Frost was surprised. Did Hiram really expect to win? Hiram thanked the host for his help. Frost replied that he was always happy to help. Hiram warned that there was one more team left. Frost agreed to meet with them, after which he was going to rest. Hiram said that these young people had a proposal. If he defeated them, he could use them for a whole month. If not, he would become their coach for a month. Frost laughed. "These guys are very funny." The owner of the house agreed and admitted that his house hadn't been cleaned properly in a long time. Frost looked at the young men and asked why Glenn hadn't warned him. These youngsters were clearly all experts. Glenn remarked that Hiram had said he would warn the gentleman himself. Frost was surprised. How could Glenn believe him? The young people thanked the homeowner for agreeing to take on their bet. Brad formally introduced himself, stating his name and education. Judith did the same, and it looked very formal. Iron followed his friend's example. Name, education, age, and marital status. The battle began in a flash. Frost acknowledged that the 3 of them were working very well together. A cohesive team. He would have to try to fight each of them separately. No matter how hard the young people tried, they couldn't even touch the host. Frost was aggressive but elusive. The man thought that these 3 weren't even giving him time to think. Glenn said with surprise that the guests had surrounded the gentleman. Hiram noted that he had been waiting a long time for the moment when Jet would look confused. Frost thought that if he didn't win, he would have to train them for a whole month, which he would never agree to. That was exactly what the young people wanted to achieve. Frost activated a multi-level protective barrier around himself. It became even more difficult to get through to him. It had to be admitted that these young people were strong. The owner of the house declared that he was not going to give in. Brad felt an incredibly powerful aura. He could barely stay in place. Judith swung her sword and was the first to attack. Frost swung and threw his sword at the girl. Judith managed to block it, and her opponent's sword flew past her. Brad and Iron realized that the opponent's sword had flown away, meaning Frost was now unarmed. At that moment, Frost disappeared from view and reappeared behind Brad a moment later. His opponents realized that he had another sword, but it was too late. Frost held it to Brad's chest and said that the young man was first. Then the host of the house repelled Iron's attack. Judith seized the moment and lunged at Frost, but the man effectively dodged the attack. Judith did not react in time, and her opponent's sword ended up at her neck. Frost said she would be second. The girl stopped resisting. Frost asked the blue-haired boy, "Is your name Brad Lloyd?" Brad confirmed. Frost noted that this guy had good fencing skills, far above the usual level for his age. However, he lacked attentiveness. He was unable to anticipate his opponent's attacks. Brad was surprised. "Wasn't some kind of special move used against me?" Frost replied that it was a normal move, but the young man was too distracted and didn't notice it. The host of the house noted that Brad should always be aware of his surroundings. Frost, addressing Judith, said that her attacks were too boring. Why do you only use one cut?" he added. "You need to skillfully combine lunges and cuts. Then your attacks will be balanced." Looking at Iron, the owner of the house said that he could still play with this young man. Frost noted that he would give in to this guy because his attacks were very heavy and asked if the young man could show the best of what he had. Brad and Judith were surprised. Did Iron really win? Iron asked, "Are you sure, Mr. Frost? What if I break something?" Frost said, "What is broken can always be repaired." Iron said he understood and decided to use his inner strength. The young man drew his sword forward and began to concentrate on the upcoming strike. Frost was surprised. Where did this guy get such a strong aura? The master of the house realized that the young man also controlled it very well. Iron understood that he had to win for all three of them. He was facing a strong opponent, but this was a chance to learn from a master for a whole month. The flame in the protagonist's heart burned with new strength. The young man decided that he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity and swung with all his might. Frost raised his hand and told the young man to stop. He was giving up. The master admitted defeat. The young people thanked Mr. Frost for agreeing to teach them. The next day arrived. The heroes asked the master where they were. Frost said that classes would be held here for the entire next month. The master added that this place worked thanks to magic. The young people experienced the effects of magic circles that held their bodies still. Frost said that if they had enough aura, they would be able to hold on, and that it could only be increased through training. Now they need to try to move the stones from right to left within a limited time. Frost announced that anyone who did not make it in time would be disqualified. This should be clear to everyone. 3 hours passed. The master announced that time was running out. Why had they accomplished almost nothing? Frost did not expect them to be so weak. Glenn noted that this was already the third attempt. The butler reminded them that they had finished the first attempt at 11 o'clock. So, out of boredom, they decided to repeat the task. Frost got a little angry and decided to test how much strength the young people had. The second day of training began. The participants did intense sit-ups so they would have something to brag about. On the 5th day of training, the young people pulled a large load behind them. One night during a break, Lulu asked, "Did we only train our bodies today? It's been a week, and they haven't given us anything new." Iron suggested that there must be something else. Iron thought that the 101st was the strongest master, but he didn't think that nickname suited Frost. Frost believed that such views among young people stem not only from talent. The master knew this from his own experience, because he had had the same view. Frost announced that from today, everyone would train in their own individual style. Judith was delighted finally. Frost said that Iron would be the first. Frost noted that the fight was good overall, but too passive. It seems that the young man thinks too much about how his opponent is better than him. People like Judith will always be more confident and quicker. Iron admitted that he was slower than Judith. Frost agreed, but added that slowness or weakness should not make the young man passive. It is necessary to create your own territory by reducing your opponent's space. It is necessary to constantly occupy an advantageous position while pressuring the opponent so that it is difficult for them to even think about victory. Frost added that this was how Iron could corner his opponent. Several days passed, training continued. Frost told Judith that it was enough for today. She was already at her limit. The girl replied that it was only just beginning, and she had no intention of stopping. She was determined to secure victory this time. The master asked Judith to leave her sword and go with him to the next room. Frost announced that it was almost lunchtime and the young people could be excused. They would be gone for a long time. During lunch, Iron noticed that he could hear Judith's voice. The girl angrily slammed the door and left the master's office. Brad asked where she was going. Judith angrily replied that it was none of his business. Brad and Iron went into Jet Frost's office. The young people asked what Mr. Frost had been talking about with Judith. The owner of the house was surprised. He didn't think they would hear. Frost said that when he saw young people, he remembered his own youth. Back then, he was happy just to feel a sword in his hand. He became an expert quite early and tried to reach the level of a swordmaster. However, reality proved cruel. There were masters on the continent who were much stronger than him. He constantly compared himself to them, which caused a constant feeling of competition. Frost added that, in the end, he was unable to fully concentrate on improving. Comparison, competition, the desire to win. It would be good to channel these feelings in the right direction. But in competition, there is no such thing as right. Frost expressed concern that young people might become like him. Their desire to be better than others could become their main goal. So he told Judith to be careful and only compete with herself. The master suggested that this should work. The office door opened and Judith entered again. She was silent and focused. Judith said she wanted to apologize. She understood that the master had said this for her own good. She realized that young people were stronger than her, and she was constantly trying to prove the opposite to herself. The girl noted that she did not carry a sword just for fun. She needed it to survive. For her, competition and the desire to win were directly related to life. Judith said she competes to survive. If I defeat someone who is better than me, if I can move on without defeat, she said, I am ready to endure all the pain that makes me stronger. Iron noticed a flame ignite in Judith's heart. After a week of training, the young people thanked the master for his help. Frost asked where they were going next. Brad replied that they didn't know yet. Jet Frost suggested they go to the Land of Proof. The Land of Proof is the gladiator arena, part of the Kingdom of Kalad, one of the 5 Western kingdoms. Gladiator fights used to take place here. With the recent arrival of the fencers, the status of this place had risen significantly. Infrastructure had improved, real estate prices had risen, and small businesses were thriving. Frost was surprised. Don't the graduates of the Kronos Academy know about this place? He added that Ilya Lingje is the champion of the Lands of Proof. The carriage with the travelers, still driven by an orc, continued on its way to the Lands of Proof. Judith noted that their old acquaintance Ilya had become very strong. Brad said that this was not surprising after all the difficulties she had endured. Judith was surprised. What was he talking about? Brad explained that 5 years ago, Archduke Karl Lingje had disappeared. Iron didn't know about this either. When Elijah returned home after her exam, her brother Karl was missing. Even the family's personal magician couldn't find him. The young man had vanished without a trace. 3 months of investigation led to nothing. Many began to say that he had died. Some people began to mock Ilya's family, while others predicted a terrible future for them. Iron thought that he hadn't even heard about it. Brad said there was no need to worry about it now. Elijah was the champion of the Lands of Evidence, and such a title was not easy to obtain. Brad added that now they would be able to make up for all their past defeats. Judith confirmed that this time she would only accept victory. In the Kingdom of Kalad, in the city of swordsmen, Eisenmerit, Lulu noted that there were a lot of people here. Iron was surprised. Why were there so many rich people? Lulu pointed out that there were plenty of poor people here too. Kubar said that every city was the same. There are many arenas in Eisenmerit, and in addition to the Lands of Evidence, the city is famous for its business and trade. A merchant approached the young people and said that he could see that the guests were interested in betting on fights. He had tickets for today's championship game at the Lands of Evidence, starting at 4 o'clock. 4 tickets were purchased. Judith admitted that she could see a huge arena and added that it was her first time there. The spectators discussed the participants they had bet on. Elijah was the undisputed favorite, having become a master at only 18 years of age. The host announced that today's fights would be opened by the swordsman ranked second in the ratings, Cedric Cooper. His opponent would be the undefeated and talented champion, the youngest swordmaster, Ilya Lingzai. After the start, the opponents rushed at each other. Ilya was fierce and strong. Cedric Cooper immediately began to retreat under her pressure. He thought that the girl was very fast and he didn't even have time to dodge. Cooper realized that his sword would break if Lindsay hit him one more time. He decided to attack and lunge forward, but Ilya dodged effectively. Cooper lost his balance and began to fall forward. With one blow, Ilya broke her opponent's sword and deservedly won. Kuber had never seen anything like it. He said that the girl was on a completely different level. The orc looked at his companions and asked if they were really her classmates. Kuber noted that Iron looked gloomy. The young man said he wanted to go for a walk, agreeing to meet at the hotel. Iron didn't understand how this had happened. He clearly felt that Ilya was emitting the same strange energy as the magicians. The young man decided that he had to meet with Lindsay right away. He needed information. Iron went into the nearest bar. Kubar said that such information could be found in places like this. Iron approached the bartender and said he needed some information. The bartender replied that this place was for something else. It wasn't an information desk. Iron apologized and added that it was very important. The bartender asked what kind of information he needed. The young man asked where he could meet the champion of the lands of evidence, Ilya Lingam.